Chapter 81 Definitely don't need to cooperate with others. Yu Qingyan watched the train slowly drive under the bridge. She didn't know who the people on the train were, but she was certain that it was someone she couldn't afford to mess with. Yu Qishao didn't care about the train anymore, but told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to continue walking. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was naturally obedient. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex being so obedient, Yu Qishao was a little curious that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could still understand his words. It was really impressive. Originally, she wanted to release the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now in this kind of world, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was so powerful. Surely its life would not be in danger. But she had previously told that zombie that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was her dog. The words had been said. If she backtracked now, but in the heart of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, if she let it go, it might feel that she had abandoned it. Yu Qingyang could easily leave someone behind and give up her friendship or love with the other person. Instead, it was difficult to part with this kind of puppy and kitten. And at this moment in the train, Captain, I saw what appeared to be people on the bridge I just passed. Not sure if they were humans or zombies. A youth said towards the man sitting at the bar drinking. Next to him sat a very pretty woman. That was the older brother's girlfriend. The youth's eyes did not look towards the two men, but straight at the carpet on the floor. Can't you even tell if it's a human or a zombie? Where else would someone dare to run by themselves in these days? If there really is, I really want to meet this person. When the man heard his little brother's words, he snapped his wine glass down towards the table. The wine in the glass jumped a few drops out to splash on the table because of his action. The woman next to the man reached for his arm, when she saw that the man actually wanted to meet the man. You want someone else to be your brother again? Give the others a break. Not everyone wants to get on our train. The woman opened her mouth. Her voice was nice. After saying this, the woman told the youth to stop the train first and take a look. So the youth immediately went and stopped the train. When the man saw his girlfriend say this, he couldn't help but say, "Ah, Ro, you don't understand. Nowadays, in this world, it's the need to gather people. Although this train of ours has also been transformed, there are many people on the train, and there are many food and clothes to eat. And the one who can walk in the post-apocalyptic world by himself must be a ruthless person. Then if it's a tough guy, how could he come to work under you? Brother Xian, we need to be more cautious before we do that." Arrow shook her head. Although for what Brother Xian said was indeed true. But they weren't the only ones with psychic abilities on the train in the post-apocalyptic world. Although Brother Xian's psychic ability was already considered to be of a relatively high level, what if there were other psychics who were even stronger? Especially since the news they received when they came from the Northeast base earlier, that there were mutated zombies. Knowing that, the official assessment given, that zombie was estimated to require a level 4 altar to battle with it. But 4 days ago, the zombie died. That was a zombie that could only be killed by a level 4 alterationist. Dead. And Brother Xian's psychic ability was only level 3. Although it could advance at any time, it had yet to do so. If that zombie had set its sights on their train, then the 50 or so people in this train would all die at the hands of that zombie. But for the majority of the year, Shin did hold up this train and the lives of the 50 or so people in the car. I know. Just stopping the train to take a look. Brother Shin gave a smile to reassure Arrow. No matter what, the most important person to him was still Arrow. Only Shin got off the train with his men and went around up to the bridge and didn't see anyone. But one of them spotted marks on the ground. Because of the cold air and the heavy rain earlier, any water stains on the ground would be frozen. There would then be a layer of ice almost 3 centimeters thick on the ground. If someone had walked through it, there would definitely be traces left on it. But on this ground today, there were animal paw prints and 2 trace marks the width of the back of a hand. But there were no human footprints at all. In other words, this person should be sitting on top of something similar to a sled. Looking at the footprints, they should be animals like dogs and wolves or tigers. And the footprints are much larger. They should be mutated animals. The man squatted down and carefully identified the marks on the ground. Like this kind of footprints, then it's a medium-sized dog or a large-sized dog that has mutated. These types of dogs would all be full of wildness after mutating, and might even attack humans. Therefore, if people nowadays want to keep a pet, they need to go to the base to register. And in the base, they also need to be injected with sedative drugs. Animals with bestiality are all potentially dangerous. Generally, the mutated animals that can be driven by humans are those that have been raised around since childhood and have a particularly deep bond with their owners. But even so, pets that mutated and then became beastly and injured their owners abounded. Forget it. Let's go. Since that person dared to go alone, he definitely didn't need to cooperate with anyone else. Brother Xian looked at the traces on the ground, and then turned to leave. And the shoes they were wearing were non-slip shoes. Even if the ground was frozen, they wouldn't slip. Unlike Yu Qixiao, who took 3 steps forward and had to take 2 steps back. It was the same as twisting rice paddies. And at this time, Yu Qixiao didn't know that the train had stopped. She walked over the bridge and started going downhill. After walking a distance of almost a kilometer, Yu Qixiao was almost parallel to the railway. She had originally been a bit puzzled as to how the train had gone silent. Instead, it didn't make the Tyrannosaurus Rex stop. There was a distance of more than 10 meters between the road and the railway. And there was also a high iron net stopping it. Mainly because many years ago, on this section of the road, there were people who committed suicide by lying on the rails. Therefore, the iron net was pulled up to stop it. And this section of the journey has been monitoring. Yu Qixiao did not dare to open the suitcase to take out the camera to take pictures, because she was using the fire to bake the suitcase warm, and then wrapped it with insulated tinfoil, and then wrapped it with a down jacket. Of course, whether the camera would break or not, Yu Qixiao was not sure. As for the mobile phone, Yu Qixiao found that it was really hardy. Even at dozens of degrees below zero, it didn't shut down and still ran smoothly. This made Yu Qixiao feel that the boss who repaired the mobile phone had something. Giving 2 boxes of medicine was really condescending. At least give a box. As Yu Qixiao thought this, she heard the sound of a train again. It was coming from behind her. It was less than 2 kilometers away, and caught up with her in a few seconds. The people on the train couldn't see Yu Qixiao clearly, but Yu Qixiao clearly locked eyes with a pair of men and women on the train through the glass. Of course, it was probably just her unilateral glance with the other person. Yu Qixiao was afraid that the other party would stop the train again. So she had the Tyrannosaurus Rex speed up, because the road she was traveling on was separate from the railway a few kilometers further on. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex heard Yu Qixian tell it to speed up, it directly ran with joy. At that speed, Yu Qixiao felt that it was no less than traveling on a highway in a small car. It turned out that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was also very fast. And Brother Xian and Ah Ro on the train were a little concerned about that flash of a big white dog and sled. I think I just locked eyes with someone on the sled, Ah Zoe said, although it was far away. Arrow felt that the other person met her eyes. I felt that way too. It seems like a really strong person. With a raised eyebrow, Shin realized that the other party should not be worried about the zombies at all, and that the big white dog was still an alien dog. Boss, do we need to stop the train again? The youth came over again. No need. Let's go. If that person really wanted to take a ride, then he would have stopped our train. But obviously, it didn't. Shin still took Arrow's words in, especially after the death of that mutated zombie. He did care a bit. What kind of person was it that could kill such a strong zombie? Chapter 82. Indeed, it doesn't stand up to freezing. When the road and the railway were completely separated, the road was going into the mountains again, while the railway was going in the direction of the city. Yu Qingyang felt that this train should need to replenish its supplies. That was why it stopped at various cities. But now with this low temperature situation, it was estimated that even the supermarket doors could not be opened. It was also unknown how the humans were trying to keep warm. After all, she'd almost become a statue in that town on her first day. If she survived that, would that make her a level 2 zombie? How was it considered an evolution? Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang carefully uncovered a corner of her down jacket and immediately pressed it down again. No. This kind of thing can't be attempted at random. Yu Qixiao took out the map and looked at it. The degree of cold resistance of this map was not as impressive as her mobile phone. Slightly lagging. A click would take half a day to react. However, it was good that it was still usable. Yu Qingxia's destination was X City, which was in the northwestern part of the country. Although L City, which was located in the center of the country, was also very good. But that was where the central base was located. The central base, like the capital base, had its base built in the original city. Although Yu Qingyang wanted to go, he couldn't throw himself into a trap. At this point in time, the country's bases were in addition to the 8 bases in the southeast, northeast, southwest, southeast, northeast and northwest. In fact, there were 7 other bases. Among them were the capital base and the central base. And these bases are mostly in places where there are more human gatherings. For example, there were 3 bases on the side of the cross-sea bridge that she had visited before. All 15 bases belonged to the official bases. Of course, this was the map she got from the black market a few months ago. There was no telling if it had been updated now. According to Yu Qingliang's estimation, there should still be 1 to 200 million survivors in the country today. Of course, there were over 1 billion zombies. And one has to be careful of the zombies running over from abroad. After all, the 2 most populous countries in the world were right next to each other. The zombies alone were estimated to be approaching 3 billion. Just thinking about the situation in that country, Yu Qingliang broke out into a bit of a cold sweat. Forget it. It didn't matter. She put away the map and told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to head towards the other side. Going to the grassland. If she could catch a sheep or a cow, she could give the Tyrannosaurus Rex a taste of meat. It was cold today, so it wouldn't spoil. There were roads, and it was still easy to cross the mountains. Yu Qingliang had thought that it was the kind of stunningly beautiful grassland she had seen in the video. But when she looked at the grass in front of her that grew all the way up to her waist deep, it made her a little surprised. It was true that in the end times, apart from people not being able to grow taller, all plants and animals were able to become huge. Yu Qingliang looked at the map and searched for the nearest nearby city that was only a big city, although it was less than 300 kilometers away from the North China base. But Yu Qinxiao felt that he needed one thing. That was a drone. A piece of equipment that many travel bloggers carried with them. This was the first time Yu Qinxiao had set foot in this super long province, although it had appeared in many travel videos as well. Of course, Yu Qinxiao felt that the province that appeared in the most travel videos had to be his hometown. But now, Yu Qinxiao was a tourist. Those grasses were already covered in frost, and the wind blew through them with a colliding tinkling sound. The sound blew from her side to the distance, and from the distance to her own ears. And so it went on week after week. She, on the other hand, only arrived in the city the next morning. When she saw the city from afar, Yu Qingliang then patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. And the zombies in this city were not frozen, and were still wandering around. Perhaps these zombies had already adapted to the temperature. Or maybe the temperature had risen. Yu Qingliang took out his mobile phone and took a look. Well, the temperature hadn't risen at all. Probably because the weather in the grassland was changeable, and the people here were hardy. So compared to the people in the south, the people in the north were more resistant to the cold. Right? Yu Qinxiao suddenly thought of those frozen people in that town before. They were from the north. No, those were tourists from the south. Right. After all, the northeast in winter was really beautiful. Many people were willing to travel to the north in winter. For example, a place like yourself, who lives in a place where all winters are warmer, really doesn't stand up to freezing. After all, this kind of temperature could physically freeze people to death. Although Yu Qingliang was not a living person, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was alive. So it was only when it stepped into the city that the zombies pounced towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Qinxiao immediately untied the ropes on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then spoke. Go inside first. Go to a higher place. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sniffed and directly stepped on the car, leaping up to the window of the 3-story building and squeezing in through the window. Yu Qingliang looked at the unorthodox Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he couldn't help but give it a round of applause. If it wasn't for the fact that in the last 2 strokes, its hind paws stomped under the windowsill twice and missed. Yu Qinxiao felt that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's movement was a perfect score. He didn't know if there were any zombies in the house. But Yu Qinxiao took down his suitcase and carried it upstairs, and also took down the Tyrannosaurus Rex's dog food as well. When they arrived in the big city, they could take a good stroll. Of course, be careful to avoid humans. Yu Qingliang carried the things in one trip, then hid his sled in the shop on the ground floor. Going upstairs, he closed the doors and windows. Then he prepared a quilt for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to keep it warm and lit a fire for it before he was ready to go downstairs. I've put all of my things here. They're all very important things to me, so you help me keep a good watch over them. Okay, I'll go out first. Yu Qingliang put her suitcase and backpack by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's side. In the past, no matter where she went, she would never let the backpack out of her sight. This was because if she lost it, then the photo of her and her parents would be lost as well. But now, with the Tyrannosaurus Rex around, Yu Qingyang was also very relieved to give her baby to the Tyrannosaurus Rex to guard. The main reason was that she didn't know when she would be back when she went out. And she was afraid that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would go out to look for her. She also wasn't sure if there were any high-level zombies in the city. So she couldn't take the Tyrannosaurus Rex out. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lay and sat on the quilt, obediently listening to Yu Qingxian's words, its eyes staring at Yu Qingxian's suitcase and backpack. Yu Qingxian didn't know if it really listened. But she still got up and went out. Eat those dog food when you're hungry. No need to be frugal. Nowadays in a big city, dog food should be manageable. Water when it turns into liquid. Yu Qingyang walked to the door. Still couldn't help but turn back to explain to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex looking at her, only then did she close the door of the room and go downstairs. After Yu Qingxiao went downstairs, she closed the door to the building as well, preventing any zombies from rushing upstairs. Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a living creature, she naturally did not dare to close all the doors and windows. Without the Tyrannosaurus Rex following her, Yu Qingxian did not have to worry that she would affect the safety of the Tyrannosaurus Rex if she went to a place where there were a lot of zombies. Yu Qingxiao had to admit that bringing the Tyrannosaurus Rex was much more troublesome than bringing a zombie. Thinking of this, Yu Qingxiao suddenly realized a problem. Wasn't his previous self like this to his own mom and dad? He himself didn't want to come into contact with humans, and didn't want to go out. But mom and dad were socializing normally. It was just that the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't like herself. She was really reluctant to leave the house to blend in with the human world. But what about Tyrannosaurus? He was a dog, and loved wide open spaces. Chapter 83. It was also a good ending. Yu Qingyang didn't go back to bring the Tyrannosaurus Rex out. Firstly, she was now considered half-owner of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for why half-owner? Because she was actually a corpse. Just because of an accident, she kept a human mind. So she is considered half-owner. Those zombies around her didn't look at her more than once. Yu Qingyang didn't have a camera with her, but she had her mobile phone with her. The clothes she was wearing were other people's old clothes, although they might be famous brands. Of course, they might also be ordinary clothes. Yu Qingxiao did not understand about these brands of clothes, and the knowledge of them was all based on the temporary baidu when writing novels. When Yu Qingxiao walked to a shop that looked super beautifully decorated, she walked in. In short, she changed her slightly bloated cotton clothes into a beautiful coat. Even on her body was a pretty winter wear dress. Of course, she didn't forget to bring back a red scarf for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. A white dog had to wear a red scarf to look good. After wandering around the clothing shops, she found her way back down the avenue to the busiest places. Of course, she wasn't going to those electronic malls to get a drone. Rather, she was going to some studios that shot scenery. What those people had in their hands was the good stuff. That said, with these temperatures today, would those electronics still work? Although Yu Qingliang thought so, she still entered the building. There was a guide map in the lobby on the ground floor, and Yu Qingxiao glanced at it and found that she looked at that photography studio. It was a Netflix studio that took beautiful shots of both landscapes and people. Yu Qingxiao had also paid attention to this studio, and this studio had also photographed the guy they were eating with. It also had a price tag on it. Yu Qingxiao took one look at that price and did a double take. She went upstairs and smoothly entered this studio. The things inside were not exactly neatly arranged. She walked in, and there seemed to be some kind of movement. Yu Qingyang was standing at the door when suddenly a zombie crawled out from the room. The clothes on the zombie were already dirty. Its entire body had rotted, and the lower half of its body was presumably rotting and falling off in the room as well. Therefore, when this zombie crawled over, it only had the upper half of its body. Yu Qingyang recognized him as the founder of this studio from its festering face. 30 years old, but very handsome. Whether it was from his clothes or personality or height, all impeccable. After all, he had also been on variety shows, and the documentaries he had made had been on many TV stations. But now, it was rotting like this. Yu Qingxiao walked forward and squatted beside this zombie, then reached out his mobile phone to take a picture with this male zombie. Then it stood up and let this zombie crawl around. Anyway, looking at it like this, it was estimated that in a few more days, it would be completely dead, to be able to live for most of the year without food. This zombie was considered talented. If it was set free and ate more people, it might be able to evolve into a powerful person. But now, Yu Qingyang couldn't save it. Yu Qixiao stepped over this zombie and went to rummage through the boxes. He took 2 drones and a camera. This camera not only shoots clearly, but is also the most cold-resistant camera. After all, this camera is put into the coldest environment can also clearly and smoothly record the picture. After all, this camera can record images clearly and smoothly even when placed in the coldest environment. So this camera is the most suitable for this kind of extremely cold weather. Yu Qixiao took the cardboard box and packed them up, holding them, and left the studio. However, on the way out, Yu Qixiao turned back to the half-zombie that was already paralyzed on the ground with little strength to squirm. "I'm sorry. I've already given my money to that shopping mall before, so I don't have any money to give you. But I'll make good use of the value of these things." After Yu Qixiao said this, he even bowed and thanked the half-zombie before walking out of the studio's door. As expected, being a big handsome guy, sometimes he wouldn't be favored by the heavens, and after turning into a zombie, he would also slowly rot and become ugly. But it was a good ending for him to die in the studio he loved in life. Yu Qingyang hugged the cardboard box and left the building as she looked around. Although she said that she didn't know when she would go back, Yu Qixiao still wanted to go back before it got dark. When she returned downstairs, she found that many zombies had already gathered downstairs. These zombies were obviously a bit grumpy. After all, they hadn't eaten any food for a long time. And now there was a living thing right on the 3rd floor. But they had no way to eat it. Yu Qingyang looked at the zombies crowded in this place. She could only go in through the shop on the ground floor, closed the door of the shop, and entered the building's hallway through the side door of the shop. Then glanced at the door of the building that she had closed, and headed upstairs. As she entered the room, the Tyrannosaurus Rex came straight at her. The fire on the pyre hadn't gone out yet, and it was discovered that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had added something that would burn on its own. Rather a clever dog. "I'm back. Luckily, it's not dark." Yu Qingyang opened his mouth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex wagged its tail happily when it heard Yu Qingxian's words. It was just that its tail was thick and slapped on the ground with a thud. Yu Qixiao put the box down and took out the scarf from the box. "Look, I gave it to you. It looks good, doesn't it?" Yu Qixiao held the scarf and stared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a smug expression. It was as if the Tyrannosaurus Rex would suddenly open his mouth to compliment her. Of course, the Tyrannosaurus Rex definitely couldn't speak, but its happy look was overflowing. Without having to speak, Yu Qingyang could feel how happy the Tyrannosaurus Rex was. After she put the scarf on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex happily circled around her. Yu Qixiao looked at the happy appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and suddenly remembered something. On a certain day in a certain year, she seemed to be circling around her mum like this. It was because her mother had bought her the hand puppet that she had always wanted. It's just that Comic-Con wasn't in the city she lived in. But she wanted to go, and didn't want to go. The thought of so many people scared her. So she found someone online to buy it for her. But how could she not expect that her mother, as if she possessed mind-reading skills, knew what hand puppet she wanted? Although she already had one at that time. But her mom had also bought her one. This made Yu Qingyang surprised. So she kept circling around her mum. She actually couldn't remember what her mum said at that time, or the look in her mum's eyes at that time. Was there a smile on her face? But she remembered. Yu Qingyang's hand gently stroked up the top of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, and gently rubbed it a few times, with a faint smile on her face. Although she knew that there were similarities between raising a dog and raising a child, there were also dissimilarities. But she could probably understand some of her mother's feelings at that time. Yu Qixiao asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex to sit down, and she also sat down next to him. She took out her mobile phone and flipped through the photos, telling the Tyrannosaurus Rex about the people in the photos. It was as if she was telling a story to a child. Very patient, Yu Qingyang talked about the past. Although she was talking to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she was also talking to her emotionally cold self. Yu Qingyang flipped through some photos, and when he returned to the main screen, he saw that black app again. Although it was there when the guy who fixed the phone handed it to her. But Yu Qixiao had never clicked on it. After all, Yu Qixiao didn't care about those apps. She only cared about the chat records and photos. Chapter 84. No. He's sick, right? Yu Qixiao stared at the app and finally clicked on it. Although she was a little worried about being located. But positioning was positioning. Yu Qixiao still turned her phone on. Now that she had entered the range of the West China base, her mobile phone could be used to transport the line. although the app was a bit stuck. The page after opening made Yu Qingxiao shocked. It was 15 bases. And at the top was written, China's population, 1600525051 people. In the instant she was surprised. The number was instantly missing by 3. In other words, in that second just now, 3 people had died. But it went up again by 1. That meant that a newborn had been born. The 15 bases were sorted, starting with the most populated. The most populated was at the top of the list. It was the East China base, with a total of over 23 million people. The least had to be the Northwest base, with a population of around 3,200,000. Other than the first 5 bases that had the largest populations, the remaining 6 bases all had similar populations. Then the 4 bases at the bottom were also decreasing in population. Yu Qingyang saw that each base could be clicked in. Then, he couldn't help but click in. The rows of words and numbers showed Yu Qingxiao what it meant to be a big country's base. However, in the first half of the year, the country she lived in had not only counted the survivors, but even the number of zombies. And how many zombies were in that city? And at what level of danger? And what was the number of troops stationed at the base? How many medical personnel were there? How many researchers were there? The number of Alterans as well as the number of Alteran battle teams. Being able to compile this kind of data really shocked Yu Qingyang. It was because she had never thought that the country she was living in was already able to do this. After she exited from the base information, she noticed that the number at the top was jumping again. In short, it was jumping towards less. Yu Qingyang scrolled down and flipped to the bottom, and found that there were even records of survivors from other countries. Of course, it was just approximate numbers. It wasn't as accurate as the number of people from his own country. However, Yu Qingxiao felt that the number of people from his own country was actually not particularly accurate. One could only say that it was the people who had entered the base that could be re-entered into the new system. But there were many people whose minds were defiant. In their eyes, with the end of the world, where was there an upper class? But Yu Qingyang felt lucky, because she was just an ordinary person. She would never become a protagonist, nor could she kill big. If she was a normal ordinary person, Yu Qingxiao really was also one of the people who were in these 15 bases. Of course, there was also the possibility of being that zombie roaming the streets. Although Yu Qingxiao knew that many times one had to save themselves, sometimes, one still needed to ask for help. Yu Qingxiao looked at the data and inexplicably felt somewhat relieved. Her country was strong, and she didn't need to be a hero. After all, the country had reserves of food. If the survivors were still nearly 2 billion people, then maybe it really couldn't hold out for too long. But now the population had plummeted to less than a tenth. This food should be able to last for a while. Yu Qingyang knew that she didn't need to worry. She went to an ordinary primary school, an ordinary middle school, a good high school, and an okay university. But Yu Qingxiao also knew very well that she was just a person who was just waiting to die. The thing that kept her alive was probably not wanting to see her mom and dad sad. Yu Qingxiao didn't delete that app, but kept it to secretly observe at any time. She stayed in the city for several days. However, Yu Qingxiao ran through the entire city, but she was able to fully charge all the devices on her body. After all, there were diesel generators and such. Although it was troublesome, after Yu Qingxiao drummed it up, it was still charged. This generator did work well, but it was really a bit heavy, and Yu Qingxiao still felt that it was unnecessary. It wasn't like she was going to be a savage. She would still go into the city once in a while. She would just find a way to charge it when the time came. However, Yu Qingxiao did add a lot more dog food to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then various freeze-dried canned food. All of these were put onto the sled. When she looked at the sled being full, Yu Qingxiao was a little embarrassed. Loading so much. Do you think it's heavy? Yu Qingxiao asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex as she pointed at the sled. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very cooperative and stood in front of the sled, even biting the sled straps itself and threw it on itself. This made a drop of sweat fall from the back of Yu Qingxia's head. May I ask this big dog, do you really consider yourself as a driver? Forget it. Anyway, this sled was full of food for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he had just one suitcase. And now that he had loaded some things, there were more than 10 kilograms, plus himself. Yu Qingyang tied the sled to the Tyrannosaurus Rex and didn't sit on it. It was fine for her to walk slowly anyway. And when the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that Yu Qingxiao didn't sit on it, He kept signaling her to sit on it. So the corpse and the dog were at a standstill. In the end, it was Yu Qixiao who stepped back first and got on the sled. The Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Yu Qixiao get on it and then ran happily. It was as if it wasn't pulling a lot of things behind it at all. Yu Qixiao felt that it was already 200 pounds on this sled. She definitely couldn't lift it. But for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it seemed like a piece of cake. Moreover, Yu Qixiao saw that it really didn't look like it was struggling. So she was relieved. It was good that it wasn't struggling. Yu Qixiao released the charged drone. After all, this place was very close to the Huashi base. Less than 200 kilometers. Plus, Yu Qixiao also wanted to try how to control the drones. So she was taking 2 drones. If one broke down, then there was another one that could be used. Fortunately, Yu Qixiao wasn't that stupid. And after staring at the manual for a while, she barely managed to get the drone to take off. It was only that he didn't control it well when it landed, causing the drone to fall into a dog's mess. But there wasn't much of a problem. Yu Qingyang experimented a few more times, and was already able to control it well. She was able to see the aerial footage of the drone through the screen of the remote control. She hadn't tried it before when she had just watched other people film it. This allowed Yu Qixiao to open the door to a new world. She even controlled the drone to go to the city, and made those zombies run after the drone. And when she was about to recover the drone, her drone was suddenly attacked, and the drone instantly crashed to the ground. Although the image was still visible, the drone was no longer controllable. Yu Qixiao had thought that the zombies had filmed it, but they hadn't. This was because she had made the drone sail at an altitude where the zombies couldn't catch it. After all, she also knew that the speed and jumping height of the zombies nowadays had evolved. But the drone still crashed to the ground. That meant the flight function was disabled. Yu Qixiao looked at the remote control in her hand. This drone was expensive because the signal reception was around 10 kilometers. So Yu Qixiao didn't stop and let the Tyrannosaurus move forward. Now she was almost 2 kilometers away from the city. But she still wanted to see what kind of bully had gotten rid of her drone. Around 5 kilometers out, a face appeared on the screen of the remote control. This face was familiar to Yu Qingyang. It was the one who could see her and Shixingyu. What was it called she didn't know. But she knew that the other person must be very good at sniping. So his own drone must have been sniped down by him. No. He's sick. Right? This is a drone. Not a bird. But Yu Qingyang suddenly thought of something. He had been with Gu Evening Qing and the man called Ah Sheng. And Gu Evening Qing was an official. Then he sniped this drone. Naturally for the good of the country. It was close to the border. So if another country invaded and took the opportunity to explore our intelligence. Yu Qingyang gave another nod to that sesame seed biscuit. Good job. But she was still a bit angry. Chapter 85. You're really going to touch it? Huh? Yu Qixiao didn't actually smell any human aroma. Only then did she look down at the distance on the remote control screen. It was already 6 kilometers away at this point. And Yu Qixiao told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to head back. It was so hard to test her sense of smell. She couldn't miss such an opportunity. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was puzzled, it still pulled the sled to turn around. Then it was 5 kilometers. And Yu Qingyang still didn't smell. When the distance was shortened to 3 kilometers, Yu Qixiao immediately smelled the aroma that belonged exclusively to Gu Evening Qing. It was true that one whiff of it refreshed the mind. She had smelled so many scents. But Gu Evening Qing's smell was still the best. As for Court Lady Wen's flavor, how to put it? It smelled a bit like jasmine tea. It was her favorite tea. As soon as Yu Qingyang smelled the odor, he let the Tyrannosaurus Rex not have to go back. And as for the screen in his hand, it also turned black at this time. Obviously, the drone should have been dismantled. Yu Qixiao looked down at the remote control in her hand before throwing this remote control into the grass next to her. If she had brought it with her, it might have been reverse positioned. When Gu Evening Qing saw Pei Yu in return with a drone, she took out a set of equipment. It had an official logo on it, and it looked like it was some sort of classified equipment. Pei Yuan gave her the drone, and she quickly dismantled this drone. Then began to check what was in this drone. And when she saw those images in the drone, she knew that this shouldn't be a drone from another country. But it wasn't completely sure. So the person controlling this drone needed to be found. So naturally, Gu Evening Qing started a counter-signal tracking, and found the remote control that was controlling this drone. But this remote control was thrown in the grass by the side of the road. And as for the person controlling this drone, he had already disappeared. When Qingxing picked up the remote control with a paddle, He just didn't know if he could get his very valid information on it. However, he still put this remote control in a sealed bag. I've already found out Zhou Xian's whereabouts. Sister Qing, do you really want to take a chance? When Qin Sheng was still a bit uncertain. It had also been almost a year since they had traveled all over the country. And they hadn't stayed anywhere for more than a week. Although he knew that this was a task given to Sister Qing from above. But he felt that it was also too hard. Touch? Why would I touch him? Zhou Xian is a bit of a prodigal. But it's naturally good to let him go and break in. And wherever he passes through, the railway will be able to get through. And we'll sit back and reap the benefits. Good evening Qing listened to Wen Qingxing's words, and said unconcernedly. Seeing Good evening Qing say this, Wen Qingxing turned back to Pei Yuan and asked him to say a few words. Although Pei Yuan looked unreliable. What he said? Sister Qing still listened to occasionally. But Pei Yuan just pestled his chin and looked at the sky. That look was as if he was trying to stare out a crack in the sky. Speaking of which, Pei Yuan had needed to rely on a lot of instruments to survive before the end times. But because of the end times, Pei Yuan's body gradually improved, and he was even able to go out. And after he had a fever, he didn't turn into a zombie, but instead awakened his psychic abilities. Although he still needed to take medicine, he no longer needed those instruments to renew his life at all. It's just that he talks in a heavenly manner, and only 1 or 2 sentences out of 10 are true. As for the rest, it's like he's bluffing or teasing others. Wen Qingxing also knew that he couldn't count on Pei Yuan, so he stopped looking for his help. As for Good evening Qing, at this point, it was already clear who this drone belonged to. It was purchased by someone from a studio. Obviously, someone had taken this drone from this studio. Yu Qingxiao didn't realize how far away she was from Good evening Qing and the others at this point. And now she couldn't smell the aroma anymore. It meant that she had distanced herself from Good evening Qing and the others. Although Yu Qingxiao felt that the drone was really useful, there was also the danger of exposing herself. So one had to make sure that there was really no one around them before using the drone. The Tyrannosaurus pulled her towards the grassland. Although this area was really nice, Yu Qingxiao stared at the map. She didn't go to the most famous grassland. Obviously that grassland wasn't far from M City. But she missed it because she was looking at the Birch Tree Highway. Forget it. It's the same thing to look at here. Not difficult for herself. Yu Qingyang is not rushing day and night now. Or will let the Tyrannosaurus Rex stop to rest and sleep. Because although it had mutated, and was much stronger physically, but no matter what, the machine needed to rest as well. Yu Qingyang stared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. In his heart, he thought, if the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned into a zombie, wouldn't it not need to rest? It was like Shixingyu, who often resented her for sleeping and delaying her journey. And at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, that was burying its head in dog food, suddenly felt a vicious chill and raised its head up to look around. As soon as he turned around, he was met with Yu Qingxiu's smiling face. Not enough food. Huh? 2 more dried fish for you, Yu Qingxian said, then got up and went to the back of the sled to rummage through the dried fish. In no time, she held up 2 super large dried fish and walked to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the dried fish and first came over to rub against Yu Qingxian before lowering its head to eat. Yu Qingxiao squatted to the side and watched the Tyrannosaurus Rex eat the large dried fish. If Yu Qingxiao ate this dried fish, he could eat it for a day. But for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was gone in a few bites. It was true that as its size grew, so did its appetite. In the post-apocalyptic world, people who could afford to keep pets were not people to be messed with. Yu Qingyang looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and there was still some dejection on her face. She had raised a superb dog, so she must be super strong in the eyes of those people. So those humans had better turn their heads and run if they saw her anywhere. But when Yu Qingxiao thought about it, what if those humans saw her and thought she was powerful and begged to save them? Yu Qingxiao imagined that image. She herself was being chased by people. She ran forward frantically, and the people behind her chased after her frantically. As she exposed herself as a zombie, the other person gave herself a pike. Zombie Yu Qingyang. Pawn. When she thought of that image, Yu Qingxiao immediately shook her head. It was fine before, but now she had a Tyrannosaurus Rex. How could she not give it a good old age? Yu Qingxiao watched the Tyrannosaurus Rex finish eating before letting it continue on its way. At least find a place to rest before it gets dark. It didn't matter to her that she couldn't let her dog sleep out in the wild. It was just that in places like this, it was actually rare to come across a town. And it was the first time she had seen a yurt that was mostly submerged by grass. Even though it wasn't dark yet, Yu Qingyang didn't walk directly. She asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex to go through the grassy forest and go to that yurt. The Tyrannosaurus Rex naturally went without any hesitation. It's just that the grass was growing too confusingly. Yu Qingyang completely forgot that there should be drainage ditches on both sides of this road, or a drop-off from the ground. So a corpse of a dog and sled fell into the ditch. To be precise, it was the Tyrannosaurus Rex that pulled the sled into the ditch. Before Yu Qinxiao could say anything, the Tyrannosaurus Rex directly stood up, made a jump, and directly pulled the sled out of the ditch. That strength was great. The sled flew straight up with Yu Qinxiao attached to it. After landing hard, Yu Qinxiao could feel her zombie virus-chewed brain rattling around in her skull. Don't shake your fragile brain. That Tyrannosaurus Rex will start wandering alone again. Chapter 86. Won't you find a place to hibernate? Yu Qingyang's brain wasn't shaken to pieces, but those blades of grass around him were clanked by their impact. It even sounded a little good. Yu Qinxiao had some itchy hands, so he reached out and touched them. These blades of grass were completely encased in ice, but the roots were not frozen on. So when this grass blew in the wind, it shook just like the waves of wheat. After shaking for a while, she withdrew her hand. First, she went to see if this place could be inhabited. The yurt looked like it was a bit worn out. It should have been in use for many years. It was almost a kilometer or two away from the road, and behind it was a sheep pen built with stone walls and wood. Although it was simple, it was able to block the wind. Only now it was empty inside. There were no sheep, neither zombie sheep nor mutant sheep. This made Yu Qingyang a little disappointed. Originally, he wanted to get a live sheep to give the Tyrannosaurus Rex a taste. Now, go chew on the grass. When he turned around, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was really gnawing on the grass. Without a sheep, Yu Qingyang didn't care. She turned around and walked to the edge of the yurt. "Excuse me," Yu Qinxiao said, and lifted the curtain to enter the house. There wasn't much dust in the house, and it was cleaned up. There wasn't a trace of blood either. Obviously, this family should have escaped safely. But it didn't bring anything with it either. In the center was a fireplace with a chimney attached to it. She turned her head and noticed that the curtain was still carrying what looked like a quilt behind it. She didn't feel anything when she pushed the curtain in though. She reached for the door of that stove and found that it was frozen shut. She didn't have to push too hard to pull the cooker door open though. And as she did, a layer of ice fell off the cooker. At this point, she went to look at the ironware, and sure enough it was all frozen on. There was even a bucket of milk that was frozen hard. Yu Qingyang lifted the bucket of milk and tried to pour it out. But she shook it several times, and it didn't move. She also gave up and then hung the curtain to the side before letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex in. Then carried in all the suitcases and dog food and water and stuff. Then she lit the cooker in the house on fire. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately stuck to the cooker. Guess the temperature came up. And not a moment later, the bucket of frozen milk she had thrown on the floor began to melt. The Tyrannosaurus Rex smelled it and walked over. Yu Qingyang thought about how dogs even eat shit. So this bucket of milk wouldn't have to be drunk as well. But this should be the milk that has been left for almost a year. If this is drunk, then what's going to happen? Just as Yu Qinxiao was about to stop it, the Tyrannosaurus Rex even plowed the ground to bury the bucket of milk. Yu Qinxiao was shocked. This bucket of milk is so stinky? Yu Qinxiao immediately took out his mobile phone to take a picture, before carrying the bucket of milk out. And just after this milk left the warm environment of the house, it immediately froze up again. It showed that the weather outside was still very cold. Yu Qinxian turned around and entered the house, and started rummaging through the cupboards. As completely nonchalant as her own home. She found clean bedding, and spread it on the floor. Then she herself laid down in it. Also covered the Tyrannosaurus Rex with thick clothes. She also put a lot of charcoal in the cooker, and lifted the gap in the curtain a little bit. Only after doing all this did Yu Qinxiao close his eyes, and sleep at ease. In this month, Yu Qingyang had not slept. Now that there was no one and no zombies in this place, it should be fine for her to sleep. I'll take a nap first. If the charcoal is gone, or if you don't feel well, come tug at me. I'll wake up. Yu Qingyang gave the Tyrannosaurus Rex an explanation. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sniffed and laid down on the ground, looking well behaved. Only then did Yu Qinxiao close his eyes in peace. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex was pensioned off, He himself would be able to close his eyes with such peace of mind. Right? I don't know when, but Yu Qingliang's hiking trip had turned into giving the Tyrannosaurus Rex an old age. It was true that no matter what kind of creature it was easy to be influenced by the things around it. Forget it. As long as she never dies, then she should raise the Tyrannosaurus Rex properly. And by the time she woke up from her sleep, it should have been dark. But there was no sign of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This startled her, and she immediately rolled out of the covers and got up, without even having time to put on her shoes. She rushed out. She looked around and saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex tangling with a few zombie wolves just a few hundred meters away. This made Yu Qingliang slap her forehead. There were wolves in this grassland. After all, the herders did raise sheepdogs, not only to help look after the sheep, but also to guard against the wolves. But Yu Qinxiao also did not expect that he would really encounter wolves. Or zombie wolves. Sure enough, bringing live animals with you was just this bit inconvenient. But those zombie wolves were completely no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. They were taken care of by the Tyrannosaurus Rex in a matter of 3 strokes. But Yu Qingliang walked a little further, and found that there were already several corpses of zombie wolves. It was obvious that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been fighting for quite a while. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex sensed Yu Qinxiao coming over, it immediately ran towards her happily. Yu Qinxiao immediately checked if there were any wounds on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only after checking to make sure that there were no injuries did Yu Qinxiao feel at ease. However, ordinary zombie animals were no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fortunately, from midnight to dawn, the zombie wolf did not appear again. It wasn't known whether it was because they were afraid of the Tyrannosaurus Rex or there were no more zombie wolves in the vicinity. Yu Qingliang didn't care. She only cared if this little dog was injured. After the day dawned, Yu Qinxiao went out with the drone. She tried to connect the drone to her mobile phone. After a few attempts, it finally worked. After that, she controlled the drone and took pictures of the scenery around her, then transmitted them to her mobile phone to save them. When she had recorded for a while, she retrieved the drone. Then she took out her mobile phone and carefully looked at the picture on it. And sure enough, it was really beautiful. Even in the end times, the scenery was still beautiful. But Yu Qinxiao saw a few things that looked like large windmills from a distance in the video. This made Yu Qinxiao immediately react. She had seen a lot of videos before, especially the kind of healing videos where the blue sky, white clouds, grass and windmills. It was really beautiful. Yu Qinxiao looked at the thick dark clouds in the sky. Although there were no white clouds or blue sky, but she had super grass and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although she wasn't blue herself, the green one could top it. Barely enough blue sky and white clouds. Yu Qingliang packed up her things and ran to the power-generating windmill with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The closer they got to the power-generating windmill, Yu Qinxiao felt that this power-generating windmill was really big. She was just like a country bumpkin. Her mouth couldn't close when she saw that super big windmill. Taking the camera and frantically snapping away. And then also took selfies with the T-Rex. And then also took a lot of pictures of the T-Rex. The T-Rex was really smiley and especially photogenic, standing in the tall grass. The grass around it was also about as tall as it was sitting. Just when Yu Qingliang was having a great time taking pictures, she suddenly realized that there was a snake head sticking out of her boot. The snake head was as big as her fist. But there was no body at the moment. Only a head. Yu Qinxiao bent down and pulled this snake head off. She couldn't figure out why this zombie snake bit her for a while. And on such a cold day, wouldn't it find a place to hibernate? But did the zombie snake need to hibernate? Yu Qingliang threw the snake's head into the distance, and suddenly thought about why she was bitten again. Just now she came up to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I guess the snake bit over. But she suddenly came up to it, and it bit on her boot. Chapter 87. Everyone knew that this man was hopeless. Yu Qingliang walked over, and asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex to stand up and take a look. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex got up, Yu Qinxiao really saw the body of the zombie snake. Yu Qinxiao also picked up its body, and threw it in another direction. Dare to sneak up on my cute puppy? I'll make your head fall off. After Yu Qinxiao threw the snake's body out, he then clapped his hands. After taking the picture, Yu Qinxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex made a big circle and headed south. At this point, she was going to X City. But Yu Qinxiao didn't expect that she would meet Gu Evening Qing either. And even more so, the owner of that train was also there. Yu Qinxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned from the highway and when they passed by a small town, they found that there was a highway in front of the town, and a railway behind it. And on the highway at this time was an off-road with a special license plate. On the railway was the green-headed train that Yu Qingxiao had seen once. Although Yu Qingxiao knew that Gu Evening Qing was in this place, she didn't expect to encounter it so suddenly. As soon as she saw that car, Yu Qingxiao immediately jumped off her sled and pulled the Tyrannosaurus Rex's ears and hid behind the house. But the quiet town, the sound of her sled coming over seemed to be what caught Gu Evening Qing's attention and theirs. All looked over towards this place. But Yu Qingyan was lucky. Suddenly a house collapsed, and a black shadow rushed towards them. Yu Qingxiao recognized that this kind of zombie was the same kind of zombie that she had burnt to death with a stool leg. However, this zombie also had a horn on its head. That zombie was so fast that it crashed into the train with a bang. That train section was directly derailed by that zombie. When Yu Qingyang saw the force value of that zombie, she thought about how lucky she and the Tyrannosaurus Rex were. If that zombie had turned its head and punched her, she would have been directly slapped flat. No matter how powerful the Tyrannosaurus Rex was, it wasn't that fast or strong. It wasn't that she underestimated the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the fighting strength of this zombie really shocked her. And in just a split second, that zombie grabbed a person from the train. Even Gu Evening Qing's vines hadn't been able to catch up with that zombie's speed. This was the first time Yu Qingyang had seen Gu Evening Harvest's vines grab nothing. Of course, it could also be because she had seen less. It was just that Yu Qingxiao didn't realize that not only was she surprised, it was when Qingsheng and Pei Yuan who were both a little surprised. It was also the first time they had seen Gu Evening Qing's vine grab empty. However, Gu Evening Qing wasn't surprised, and instead tried to find a way to save the others. She gave up on using her supernatural abilities, and instead just pulled off the long knife on Wen Qingsheng's back and rushed up. She had just come into contact with Zhou Xian herself, and although she couldn't afford to annoy him, Gu Evening Qing didn't care about Zhou Xian at this point, but wanted to save the people. Because there were so many people here, this zombie didn't immediately lay its hands on the man. But the man was being grabbed by the zombie, and his entire body was scared. He was just about to call for help when Gu Evening Qing said to shut up. The man didn't dare to open his mouth when he heard that. And at this moment, both of his hands were confined. So there was absolutely no way for him to do any resistance. As for the sentence of help, it was really a physiological reaction to subconsciously call out. And look at this zombie. It is that special kind of zombie that needs a level 4 alien to be able to fight against it. He wasn't an exalt, and he didn't know what Gu Evening Qing's level was. But now, Gu Evening Qing rushed up to save her. And Zhou Xian didn't freeze and immediately rushed up as well. But still, he needed to worry that his attack would hurt that person. The fight over there was hot and heavy. And Yu Qingxiao was also watching with great interest. She even took out her camera to record the scene. Although Yu Qingxiao probably knew how to kill this kind of zombie, there was no way for her to send a message to Gu Wanqing. The words she wrote were unintelligible to humans as well. Although she had a tablet, the one she had long since failed to switch on, it was completely useless. A mobile phone was definitely out of the question for them. Yu Qingyang could only crouch to the side and watch as well. However, her eyes were attracted to the sesame seed crackers again. He went upstairs and pulled out his sniper rifle, aiming it at the zombie. And Yu Qingxiao watched as Little Biscuit confidently fired, even as the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. This made Yu Qingxiao instantly brainstorm how happy the male lead would be after protecting the female lead, thinking that the female lead would think he was handsome and thus like him as the male lead. But he wasn't the male lead, so naturally he didn't have a protagonist aura. Hey, after all, a strong female text is a strong female and a stronger male, or at the very least, a double strength. So the male lead's aura is not the least bit less than the female lead. So it was seen that the bullet hit the zombie's forehead, but it didn't penetrate the zombie's skin. The bullet fell from the zombie's forehead, leaving only a small mark. Of course, this small mark recovered instantly. Even the sniper did not penetrate the zombie's skin. Yu Qingyang then thought that she actually wanted to use an axe to chop this zombie. She kinda admired herself at this point, that she could come up with such an unreliable idea. But since there was no way to break the defense, wouldn't it have to be dismantled from the inside? She did want to burn this zombie at that time. But at first, she didn't want to stuff the other's mouth. She just wanted to light it on fire. But who let it grow such a big mouth? So Yu Qingyang subconsciously stuffed it into its mouth. But who would have thought that the body was its weak point? Obviously Gu Evening Qing also knew that ordinary external damage had no weight to this zombie. So it was attacking this zombie in 360 degrees. It seemed to be trying to find this zombie's weakness. It was just that this zombie was too fast, and there was no way to catch it. And this zombie seemed to be unwilling to tangle with Gu Evening Qing and the others. After all, the food had already arrived. There was no point in fighting these experts. Thus in only an instant, the zombie left with the man. Although Yu Qinxiao was some distance away, she still clearly saw the look of despair on the man's face. Everyone knew that this man was hopeless. Yu Qinxiao felt that the zombie's willingness to retreat was actually good for Gu Evening Qing and Zhou Xian and the others. But at this time, she didn't want to watch the fun. Letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex pull the sled to wait for her in the distance. She went to check on the man's condition. If she didn't see it, it would be fine. But Yu Qingyang saw his desperate expression. When the Tyrannosaurus looked at Yu Qinxian and didn't follow him, he drooped his ears and looked at Yu Qinxian. Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. I'll just go take a look and come over to you right away. Yu Qinxian comforted the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still unwilling to go. Seeing that Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't want to go, Yu Qinxiao said, Fine. You can come with me. But you can't get within the range of the zombies. Got it? The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately nodded. Yu Qingyang led the Tyrannosaurus Rex around. This zombie ran quite fast. The Tyrannosaurus Rex ran wildly for 10 minutes without catching up with this zombie. It wasn't until tens of kilometers had been run out that Yu Qinxiao could smell the person's aroma. The person was still alive. Yu Qinxiao immediately told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to hide. This time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was also obedient. It was assumed that it itself knew that the zombie was dangerous. Yu Qinxiao walked through a forest and walked to a river. Then saw the zombie and the man under the bridge. At this time, that person had already been disemboweled by the zombie. Blood was foaming from his mouth. That walker heard the commotion and looked towards himself. But because he was also a walker, the zombie wasn't interested and went back to its head. And the man underneath it looked in her direction. He spat more blood from his mouth. His eyes staring at her. His lips wriggling as if he was trying to say something. But he couldn't say anything anymore. As the aroma disappeared at the tip of Yu Qingxi's nose, it was proof that the man was dead. Chapter 88. You say you want to escape, but are destined to land on your feet. Yu Qingxian actually didn't feel much about this person's death. She had done her best to run over. After all, she didn't know this person either. And even if she didn't come over, no one would blame her. It was just that when Yu Qinxiao saw the despairing expression, she suddenly thought of her own parents in the last moments of their lives. Had they ever shown this kind of expression? Had they been in pain? Before she could regain her senses from this little bit of sadness, Yu Qinxian instantly smelled Gu Evening Qing's scent. She was coming after him. Yu Qinxiao didn't know how Gu Evening Qing knew that this zombie was in this place. But she had to run. Yu Qinxiao immediately had to go over the creek. The top of the creek was full of ice. She stumbled and barely ran across it, then tumbled down the river stalk, looking a bit lousy. But Yu Qinxiao didn't care. She looked around and moved behind a tree. In less than 10 minutes, Gu Wanqing appeared on the other side of the river. As for the surroundings, there was no one following. As soon as that zombie saw Gu Evening Qing coming, it subconsciously tried to escape. But at this moment, Gu Evening Qing looked like a completely different person. Her speed was much faster than before. She charged straight up, holding a very thin knife in her hand. It looked as if it would break at any moment. Before that zombie could react, suddenly several vines grabbed its legs. Obviously, that was because Gu Evening Qing had planted seeds on this zombie beforehand so that she could track it over. This was because she knew that it wouldn't be easy to catch this zombie with her speed. Then, there was no choice but to think of another way. At this moment, Yu Qingyang reacted violently that Gu Evening Qing's messy and frantic attack earlier was just a blindfold. At that time, her aim was to plant seeds on this zombie. Thinking of this, Yu Qinxiao couldn't help but touch himself from head to tail. Wouldn't he have been seated on himself as well? It was good that it wasn't. And she also cleaned her body regularly to change her clothes. So there shouldn't be such a thing on her. That zombie tried to escape but couldn't. Yu Qingyang put BGM in her head for this zombie. You say you, wanting to escape, are destined to land on your feet. The zombie that had lost its speed Gu Evening Ching wasn't afraid of it running away. She went up with her knife and slashed. The thin, cicada-like knife cut through the zombie's body. But even then, there was only a small, shallow cut on this zombie. It had absolutely no effect on this zombie. Even this small cut was completely recovered in just over 10 seconds. If it was cut down to this extent, then this zombie would have escaped before Gu Evening Ching killed it. Yu Qingyan was really lucky when he thought that he had managed to hold that zombie back at that time. 2 of the 8 vines wrapped around this zombie's legs had already broken. Yu Qingxiao looked at the broken vines and anxiously danced behind the bushes. But she didn't dare to rush up to help. And just as Yu Qingxiao, a spectator, was anxious, that zombie suddenly knelt on the ground. The limbs began to twitch in convulsions. That red, black and white tofu brain was flowing out of its mouth. This caused Yu Qingyan to take a few steps back in fear. Gu Evening Ching looked at the zombie lying on the ground that had stopped moving. A cold expression on her face. Although there's no way to cut off your head. But on this knife of mine, it has a strong poison. Or a strong poison for zombies. As long as it hurts a small opening. Your brain will also turn into a puddle of water flowing out along with the virus. Gu Evening Ching said to the corpse of the zombie. After saying this, she shook that long knife. And a weird purple color flashed on it. Which was indeed beautiful. It was like the wings of a cicada. However, Yu Qingyan looked at it with a chill. Gu Evening Ching actually had a poison to kill zombies? Then if the official took a plane and released it into the sky, wouldn't all the zombies die? Wouldn't they all die? When he thought of his brain coming out of his mouth and nose, Yu Qingyan couldn't stand the image. And by the looks of it, that zombie didn't die without pain. It was even struggling in pain. That meant that the zombie was in pain before it died. Gu Evening Ching put away that knife before she pulled out a dagger and pried that zombie's head open. Taking out a crystal core. Taking out a bottle of water out of thin air. She rinsed that crystal core clean. And it disappeared back into her hands. Yu Qingyan instantly knew that Gu Wanqing had space. It was just that she didn't know what was in this space of hers. Was it something that could be hoarded like others? Or was it a spirit spring space? Or was it that kind of technological space? It was the space that could take out all kinds of weapons. Although Yu Qingxiao was curious, she didn't come up to ask Gu Evening Ching. After Gu Evening Ching packed up, she walked towards the man's body. As Yu Qingxiao wondered what Gu Evening Ching was going to do with the man's body, Gu Evening Ching suddenly took out a pistol and fired a supplementary shot at the corpse's temple. Obviously, it was to prevent him from turning into a zombie. But when Yu Qingyan looked at Gu Evening Ching's behavior, he couldn't help but touch his head. Gu Evening Ching took out her flare gun and fired a shot towards the sky. Not a moment later, when Qing Sheng and Zhou Xian also came over, Gu Evening Ching also moved away from the edge, allowing Zhou Xian to look at the man's body. Of course, she also talked about what had just happened. It was probably that she hadn't been able to save the person. And by the time she caught up, the person was already dead. Zhou Xian also just said that it was his life. After the crowd hastily buried the man, Gu Evening Ching and the others went back. Presumably, they were chatting about some kind of deal. Yu Qingyan couldn't listen anymore. Anyway, all she could think about now was the fact that Gu Evening Ching had poisons in her hands that could kill zombies. Yu Qingxiao waited until Gu Evening Ching and the others had left, and after making sure that they wouldn't return, she headed towards the corpse of that zombie. The zombie hadn't turned into a pile of charcoal like the one she had unintentionally killed. It was just lying on the ground. But it was estimated that it would slowly decay later. Yu Qingyan looked at the zombie's severed head. She found that the brain inside had already flowed into water. Only when she walked over, the corpse of this zombie suddenly moved to grab her ankle. This scared Yu Qingyan so much that she gave it a kick on the spot. Seeing that the zombie's body shook as if it was going to get up, she was so scared that she felt everywhere on her body. Finally pulling out a plastic pocket and lighter from her coat pocket. Inside the plastic pocket were tea, Rex snacks. But she didn't care. She just lit the plastic pocket and shoved it into the zombie's cracked head. Sure enough, the flesh and blood that looked like water was instantly ignited by the fire. The original zombie that was trying to get up turned into a pile of dust piled up on the ice. Because of the temperature, it made a small ice pit appear on the ice surface. It turned out that this kind of zombie wouldn't die even if its brains flowed out. Presumably because it didn't have any bones or meat in its body. All of it was in this fluid form. Even if the crystal core is gone, it still has consciousness. Right? Yu Qingyang thought that this zombie is so difficult to deal with. It can't even be killed with zombie poison. It seems that the zombie poison is not very successful. The person who developed the zombie poison must work harder. At this time, Pei Yuan, who was sitting in the back seat of Wen Qixing, the driver, sneezed fiercely. What? You know it's cold. Right? I told you to wear 2 more pieces of clothes. Good evening, Qing joked. Pei Yuan, however, picked up. It should be the wind reading me. Wen Qixing. Neuropathy. Chapter 89. There is always only one truth. Yu Qingxian stood on the river for a while. And for some reason, Yu Qingxian always felt something was wrong when she looked at the small dirt bag that was buried down. So she went to find the Tyrannosaurus Rex first, and told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to come along the river. She took out the engineer's shovel from the sled. Originally the shovel had been in the suitcase. But in the suitcase was that camera of hers, which couldn't withstand the freezing. And her 2 bouquets of flowers. Yu Qixing always wrapped the suitcase with a fire until the temperature was almost 1 or 2 degrees. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Yu Qixing put the engineer's shovel on the sled. That body that was buried by Gu Evening Qing and Zhou Xian and the others was dug up again by Yu Qixing. To say that before, this person's organs had indeed been eaten by that zombie some. But now it looked as if it was crumbled and soft like tofu brain. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stood to the side, alerting the surroundings if anything would come over. Although it didn't know why Yu Qingyang was plowing out a dead person. But the master definitely had her reasons for doing so. Yu Qixing looked at the corpse. Although the softening wasn't fast, Yu Qixing knew that the corpse was slowly zombifying. Of course, Yu Qixing waited on the side to see if this corpse would turn into a zombie. She waited from the day until the afternoon. And the corpse was only softening, not turning into a zombie. In other words, Gu Evening Qing's mending had still had an effect. However, Yu Qingyang didn't completely let the corpse go. Nor did she bury him back again. Instead, he directly took the lighter and lit the corpse up. Sure enough, the softened internal organs were like flammable materials that caught fire at the slightest point. Although it wasn't like those 2 zombies that burnt with only a little bit of something left. But looking at this fragmented body, Yu Qingyang also felt that this body would be useless even if it came to life. However, he thought that it wouldn't be able to come back to life. If only the limbs and half of the neck were left, Yu Qixing would really have to call the police. Being a zombie couldn't be this perverted. How could other zombies live with such a volume? Yu Qixing not only buried these limbs back, he even brought the Tyrannosaurus Rex to stomp that small mound solidly. It also moved a big stone to press on it, before it clapped its hands and leapt on the sled. This was a good finish for her. It was really hard work for her, doing a good deed without leaving a mark. The Tyrannosaurus pulled her to find a small village before it got dark. The village looked pretty good though. It seemed to have developed well before the end times. Every home was a small 3-story house. Yu Qingyang chose a courtyard with a gate that looked relatively solid and went over the fence to enter. Then he opened the gate and let the Tyrannosaurus Rex in. All in all, it was as if the owner of the house forgot to bring the key when he came home. Yu Qingyang took a look at the courtyard. There was a 3-car garage in the courtyard, but only a small car was left. But look at the traces. This family should have had 3 cars. 2 should have been driven out. But the gate was well locked. That means that when leaving, this household didn't leave in a hurry. This could be surmised a little from the cleanliness and tidiness of the house. However, Yu Qingyang felt as if he had skewered the station. String to the next door, famous Detective XX. There is always only one truth. Not. Yu Qixing pulled his brain back and added dog food to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After that, he went back to the yard and dragged in a large iron pot. Seeing that this large iron pot was thick, it would not cause a fire when used to make a fire. Plus the floor of this house had floor tiles. It really wasn't suitable to build a fire directly on it directly. So she moved a few stones to pad on the ground. And only then did she set up the cauldron and began to build a fire for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Actually, during the daytime, the temperature would indeed be a bit higher than at night. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex was moving, there was no need to build a fire at night. It was just that the Tyrannosaurus Rex needed a good night's sleep at night. So naturally, it needed a warm environment. Yu Qingyang looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the side of the pot, and she headed up to the sofa. Although there was dust on it, Yu Qixing didn't care. Instead, she opened her mobile phone and looked at the app. The numbers on it all changed. as did the number of people in each base. Some became more and some became less. Yu Qingyang didn't know what method was used to count the decrease in numbers. The increase was fine. As long as they were registered. It was fine. This someone out of the base. If they didn't come back according to the time, they were supposed to come back. And then it was counted as a death? But this kind of counting was also too unreliable. There shouldn't be any other reason yet. Yu Qingyang had several rechargeable batteries. Plus the suitcase's battery could also be charged. Since the suitcase didn't have to carry her around. It could charge her mobile phone many times. Of course. There was also the drone, and that camera whose electricity hadn't been consumed much yet. Perhaps for Yu Qishao. It was still convenient to take photos and videos with her mobile phone. Yu Qishao would just flip through the album and look at the photos she had taken along the way. And she would also look at the videos. Occasionally, she looked back at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The sleeping Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed very much like a big ball of cotton. And the two ears on that big fluffy head still moved from time to time. Until the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly pricked up its ears. Yu Qingyang also looked out of the window vigilantly. On the floor-to-ceiling glass that led to the first floor, there were two bat-like zombies lying on the ground. Yu Qishao had seen such zombies. It would wait for humans to attack when they were asleep and unguarded. But she and the Tyrannosaurus Rex were the only ones in the house. She was a zombie, and didn't have a crystal core in her head yet. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very strong. So she wasn't very worried. So against these two zombies, Yu Qishao even made the fire in the pot a little brighter. The flames leapt up so high that the Tyrannosaurus Rex backed up several meters. At this time, the room was bright. But the two zombies lying on the glass were still lying on the glass. Yu Qingyang took out his camera, set it to night mode, and shot at the two zombies. It seemed that the flash of the camera stimulated the two zombies. And the two zombies, which looked like big bats, slapped the glass hard. Yu Qingyang was like someone was using her head as a drum. The Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't take it anymore. So it bit Yu Qingxian's clothes and dragged her towards the door. Yu Qishao knew what it meant and opened the door for it. This door wasn't the kind of door that opened by pressing the handle. So it still needed to turn round to open it. That was why the Tyrannosaurus Rex had to let Yu Qishao open it. Go for it. I'll watch you. Yu Qishao knew that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was going to go for a dry run. So he cheered it on. It was just that Yu Qishao thought that these two zombies could fly. And although the Tyrannosaurus Rex could jump high, there was no place for it to land outside. Not like those two zombies can stick to the wall or glass. And when a few flashes of lightning flashed, and the two zombies had their heads smashed by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Qingyang knew that his worries seemed to be a little redundant. The Tyrannosaurus Rex only needed the crystal cores of the two zombies. However, it was the first time Yu Qishao had seen this kind of zombie that looked like a bat. So after the Tyrannosaurus Rex entered the house, she went out to look at the two zombies instead. After Yu Qishao grabbed the hand of one of the zombies and pulled it apart, she found that its arm was attached to its body at the back. It was completely propped up by fleshy skin. It was connected by this thin piece of flesh skin between its hand and leg. Yu Qingyang pulled the left side, and then the right side. Finally remembered what this thing looked like. Like a flying squirrel. Chapter 90. Come on. Come on. Just waiting for you. Yu Qishao was like a curious little child, pulling these two zombies, and observing them 360 degrees. Even going so far as to look between the legs of these two zombies. Although Yu Qishao felt that he was a bit perverted. But these were all fodder. Thinking of this, Yu Qishao happily went inside to get his camera, smiling like a lewd uncle. Especially after removing the mask. The crack on the left side of his face made Yu Qishao seem like he was really laughing behind his ears. How to look at it was bizarre. And after the Tyrannosaurus Rex ate the two crystal cores, it looked through the glass at the way Yu Qishao was very interested in those two corpses, and was very confused. The corpses were a source of energy for it, and could make it stronger and stronger. It was only interested in the crystal cores. It wasn't interested in creatures like the zombies themselves. Yu Qingyang finished taking the pictures before entering the house. Speaking of which, she had already taken pictures of many types of zombies. For example, low-level zombies. Shi Xing Yua. On night. And that devouring zombie. This bad zombie, and that kind of alienated zombie. But Yu Qingyang knew that in this world, there were definitely many more strange zombies. When she arrived at X City, Yu Qishao did not directly enter the city, but went to that imperial tomb that she had always wanted to go to. That was the mausoleum of the #1 person in the world. Of course, Yu Qixiao did not hesitate to go there. But Yu Qixiao was actually a bit worried. She was afraid that the officials would send someone to guard this imperial tomb. If she went there rashly, she would definitely be caught red-handed. Mainly, Yu Qixiao felt that those people might not shoot themselves to death. Instead, they would capture themselves for study. Although she wouldn't mind donating her life for her country. After all, she had signed the registration for donating her remains at the age of 25. And she was the one who held the memorial certificate of voluntary donation of remains in her hand. So being sent to the lab herself was definitely something she wasn't afraid of. But not yet. What she had to do wasn't done yet. Yu Qingyang sneakily approached with the Tyrannosaurus Rex towards the imperial tomb. Looking at the zombies around her, Yu Qixiao was somewhat relieved. She was not afraid of zombies. But if there were no zombies, then she would need to be careful. Yu Qingyang was a bit puzzled. Why didn't they clean up the zombies in this kind of place? On second thought, the fact that there were many zombies was actually a kind of protection for this kind of place. If there were many zombies, no one would dare to approach. Yu Qingyang told the Tyrannosaurus Rex not to follow her. After all, if she went further, there would be more of those zombies. She straddled the camera, put on her backpack, and her mobile phone was charged and held. Be good. I'll be back after a turn. You wait for me at the inn properly. Yu Qingyang arranged the Tyrannosaurus Rex in a super deluxe suite in a hotel. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was obedient. So Yu Qinxian nodded his head in satisfaction, and gave the Tyrannosaurus Rex a wave when he closed the door. After closing the door, Yu Qinxian went downstairs, and went over towards the imperial tomb. From here, it was only 500 to 600 meters from the place where the imperial tomb was visited. Which wasn't far. At this time, Yu Qixiao was still following the original procedure. Lining up to check the ticket to enter the park. Yu Qixiao was really happy. Holding the camera from the beginning to the end. That kind of picture which was only seen in the video. When it was really shown in front of his eyes. That kind of feeling was totally different. It was completely different from when you saw it through the screen. Even though Yu Qixiao had known about this kind of thing from the beginning. From the first time, he went to play with the hot spring Lichuan. But Yu Qingyang was at this point glad that she still had human memories and consciousness after becoming a zombie. Perhaps this was a chance that God had given her. Yu Qingyang played around and probably took thousands of pictures. When she returned to the hotel, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was sleeping on the bed, and rushed over as soon as she heard her open the door. Yu Qixiao looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that rushed over. So she reached out, and rubbed its big head. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also knew that with its size, Yu Qixiao would definitely not be able to hold it up. So the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very measured. Even if it wanted to make out with itself, it wouldn't stand up and pounce on her. Back at the hotel, Yu Qixiao fed the Tyrannosaurus Rex dog food. This kind of hotel was filled with wooden furniture. It was also impossible for Yu Qixiao to light a fire for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. So he went to the next few rooms, and carried all the quilts and blankets over. Luckily, there was no fire, and it allowed the Tyrannosaurus Rex to spend the night peacefully. Early the next morning, Yu Qingyang looked out of the window, and saw that it was actually snowing lightly. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the time. It was already August. There were less than 4 months to go, and the end times would be a whole year old. Yu Qixiao flopped on her bed, and didn't know how she was going to contact Shi Xingyu, telling him that she definitely wouldn't be able to return to Autumn Color Lake in September. Tell him not to go there and wait. However, she also felt that if she and Tyrannosaurus Rex had gone faster, she would have been able to go to Autumn Color Lake in September as well. Right? After thinking about it, Yu Qingyang still decided to go to Autumn Color Lake. After all, she had already promised Shi Xingyu. As for the scenery behind her, she could go around in the opposite direction. It didn't really matter. After Yu Qixiao thought like this, she decided with a pat on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Go, Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'll take you to see your brother. Yu Qixiao opened his mouth. According to seniority and age, Shi Xingyu was considered the Tyrannosaurus Rex's senior. After all, before meeting Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was Shi Xingyu, an old cow, who helped her pull her suitcase. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't know what a brother was either. But whatever Yu Qixiao said was what she said. Therefore, for this period of time, Yu Qixiao didn't stop taking pictures, but went straight to the Autumn Color Lake. After 12 days of running around, Yu Qixiao finally returned to her hometown again. However, She deliberately avoided the location of the border and went straight through the middle. There were and are several bases on her home side. In addition to the southwestern base, there were 2 other bases. After all, it was a big tourist province, and there were a lot of tourists during the winter. This led to 3 bases being built in several provinces in their area. It was a good thing that most of her area was mountainous and the roads were winding. That's why Yu Qingyang did feel safe taking the mountain roads. When it was the 20th of August, Yu Qishao finally arrived at Autumn Color Lake. 8 months had passed since the last time. But at this time, the lake was still freezing. But there was no snow. And the surrounding trees were indeed starting to turn yellow. Completely different from the last time they saw a patch of white. A few of the cars on the road were rusting away, and no one had come to clean them up. It was quiet around here, and there wasn't really much wildlife in the hills. Just some pheasants and rabbits and whatnot. There are no large animals. There are no houses around. And no zombies. The lake surface was frozen, and the aquatic zombie animals could not get out. After Yu Qingyang made sure that the ice on the lake surface was strong, she let the Tyrannosaurus Rex pull her to run on the lake surface. What she didn't get to play last time, she finally got to play this time. It was just that Yu Qishao waited for nearly 10 days. But she still hadn't seen Shishingyu. She wondered if that brat had forgotten about the engagement, thanks to her Dieter back. While thinking whether he had gone to challenge some alien, and was killed by an alien, it would have turned into a corpse by now. Or maybe he lost a fight with another zombie king, and got his head bashed in by another zombie. In short, Yu Qingyang thought of all the possibilities that Shishingyu might have encountered. Although she was a little worried, she still looked heartless as she played every day. That was until she was pulling the Tyrannosaurus Rex and preparing for another round when she heard someone calling her. Yu Qishao. Yu Qishao turned around at the sound of the words. And when she saw the other party, she was first stunned. Then she immediately waved her hand. Come on. Come on. Just waiting for you. Although Shishingyu was missing half of his right hand, he was still alive. Shishingyu was a bit helpless. They zombies and humans were fighting to the death, and blood and flesh were flying between the zombies. But she was still having so much fun. In fact, Shishingyu thought that she would not come. Chapter 91. Probably 1 kill at a time. After all, with that speed of Yu Qingyang, she was probably still in the north at this moment. But looking at her sitting on the sled, letting that big white dog pull her over. The big white dog wasn't a zombie dog, but an alien dog. And this psychic dog was very strong. Although it looked cute on the surface, those eyes carried vigilance. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was wary of Shishingyu, and Shishingyu was also wary of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, in both of their eyes, the other was their best tonic. However, due to Yu Qingshao's presence, they had to lay down their heads and even shake hands to make friends. Yu Qingshao looked at Shishingyu's half-empty hand. The wound had healed, but it did not grow back. I thought that zombies can grow back with broken hands and feet. After all, you all belong to the Zombie King, right? Yu Qingshao couldn't help but say, as he got down from the sled and reached out to poke at Shishingyu's half-broken arm. Flesh and blood can grow back, but there's no way for bones to grow out of thin air, Shishingyu explained. Yu Qishao nodded at his words, then added, then if I take another animal's right hand and give it to you, will you be able to connect it? As soon as Shishingyu heard Yu Qingxian's words, he knew what she was thinking. At this moment, if he answered that he could, Shishingyu felt that Yu Qingxian would definitely take many right hands, and even right paws for him to try. Yu Qingxian looked at Shishingyu with an expectant face, wanting to get the answer she wanted to hear. Shishingyu couldn't stand her blazing eyes, so he moved his gaze to the side. No. As a zombie, Shishingyu made the rare choice to learn to lie from a human. Yu Qishao saw Shishingyu's heartfelt look and didn't poke him. Although it was indeed bad for small children to lie, she also had to take into account the self-esteem of adolescent children. Children during this period of time had very high self-esteem. As an adult, she naturally had to be considerate. In that case, then you're not in pain, are you? Yu Qingshao looked at his broken arm. The clothes on his body seemed to have changed again. A little thin. This hand should not have been chopped off, but yanked off. The wound couldn't be seen, but the clothes should have just been torn. It doesn't hurt. The zombie originally couldn't feel pain, so naturally, it wouldn't hurt. Yu Qingyang sniffed and stopped asking, taking Shishingyu and preparing to go ice skating. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex only pulled her and not Shishingyu, resulting in Shishingyu and the Tyrannosaurus Rex getting along for less than 3 minutes before they fought. And the one corpse and one dog didn't use their powers, so they just physically fought. The fight caused blood and dog hair to fly everywhere, while Yu Qingyang, who was the only one who could persuade the fight, was at this moment holding a camera and taking pictures from all angles. Although Shishingyu's skin and flesh were bitten off, they recovered instantly. It was true that as long as one didn't move to the bones, then the flesh and blood could recover quickly. As for the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fur was flying everywhere, and it wasn't clear if it was in its hair replacement period. In any case, it didn't decrease even after being ripped off a few pounds by Shishingyu. Instead, it was getting more and more furry, waiting for a corpse of a dog to fight almost. Only then turned back to Yu Qixien. And Yu Qixien was already pulling the sled on the ice. At first, she was slowly dragging it along. But in the back, she was actually able to drag the sled on the ice and run. When she was almost adapted, then she pulled and ran in front of Shishingyu and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You guys sit on it. I'll pull it. Shishingyu looked at Yu Qingxi's eagerness to try, and froze. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't move either. This corpse and dog rarely reached a consensus. In short, no matter what, they would not let Yu Qingxiao pull them. When Yu Qingxiao saw that both Shishingyu and Tyrannosaurus Rex were unwilling to sit, he let them stand on the lake surface and took pictures of them with his camera. At night, Yu Qingxiao went to get some firewood and went to the underwater tunnel to light a fire. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex had eaten and drunk enough to fall asleep, lying beside Yu Qingxiao, Yu Qingxiao looked at Shishingyu. Who did you fight with here? Yu Qingxiao asked curiously. It was always supposed to be not a human. Fought with a zombie king, which is why I lost an arm, Shishingyu replied. At this moment, both of his eyes were golden, and it seemed that he had fully advanced to level 5. It also belonged to a king now. Then, that zombie king. Yu Qingyang couldn't help but ask. Dead, Shishingyu said. This answer did not disappoint Yu Qingxia's expectations. Bull? Yu Qingxiao gave him a thumbs up. The two zombies had a chat, and Yu Qingxiao even showed Shishingyu the photos and videos he had taken during this time. This zombie. It's terrifying. It's invulnerable to knives and guns. If you encounter it, it's dangerous to go head-on. I don't know if you're afraid of fire. In short, this kind of zombie is afraid of fire. But there's no way to burn it from the outside. It has to burn it from the inside in order to be burned to death. Yu Qingyang was like a reliable teacher lecturing a child. In short, he was telling Shishingyu to be careful. He also told Shishingyu about the fact that Gu Wanqing had poisons to kill zombies as well. Although these medicines might not work as absolutely on that kind of alienated zombies, they would definitely do harm. It was important to know that those zombies were all zombies that had survived biochemical weapons, and that kind of banned weapons. So there was a reason why they couldn't be killed. But they're kind of local unpolluted and purely natural zombies. They might be able to kill one at a time. Shishingyu also watched carefully. Because of this information, ordinary zombies couldn't collect it. In this world, it was estimated that only Yu Qingyang could dip both sides of the fence and get the most complete information. After Yu Qingxiao finished saying this, she opened her suitcase and took out the small bag. She placed 3 crystal fragments into Shishingyu's hands. This thing. I think it should be useful for zombies as well. I can't see a reason for it. So you take a look, Yu Qingxiao explained. In fact, Yu Qingxiao knew that Shishingyu definitely knew what this crystal actually did, because it could be seen from the expression on Shishingyu's face. When Shishingyu had been starving for a month, and suddenly smelled a living thing, he had never craved so much. Even a will as strong as his couldn't completely suppress that fervor. Yu Qingxiao looked at his reaction, and knew that what Ah Yi was looking for was definitely a crystal. Where did you find it? Shishingyu asked her. Picked it up. Just found it in that neighborhood when I met you in the north. Yu Qingxiao didn't hide it from Shishingyu, because she just thought that the crystal was beautiful, and that it had something to do with the death of her parents. But it wasn't completely affected by this energy. Yu Qingxiao had thought that Shishingyu would take away the 3 crystal fragments or just eat them. But he still returned the crystal fragments to Yu Qixien, no matter what kind of zombie it is. You should not give it this kind of thing. Remember? Although it was true that Yu Qingxiao should be able to suppress those high-level zombies, he couldn't help that many zombies would be desperate, because Yu Qingxiao wasn't going to make a move against them. So they wouldn't deliberately hurt Yu Qingxiao either, but would take these crystal fragments from her hands. Yu Qingxiao was a bit surprised when she heard this, and only collected 2 shards back. The remaining 1 shard was left for Shishingyu. After all, she had many pieces. There was no telling where the few remaining crystal pits were. At that time, if there were any left, she would pick up a few more pieces. Shishingyu looked at the shard in her hand and could only accept it, and told her about the effects of this crystal on zombies. Chapter 92. What a welcome sight. To say that the blood and flesh of living things are the nutrients that support the zombie to live. Then the crystal core is what is needed to allow the zombie to advance. And this crystal is something that can completely change them. In short, as long as they were zombies, they would want this kind of thing badly. As for the exact reason, Shishingyu couldn't say. In short, it was just very much needed. After Yu Qingyang heard Shishingyu's words, he thought of what Ah Yi had said, that there was something in that base that attracted him. Now through Shishingyu's words, Yu Qingyang was completely certain. The thing that Ah Yi wanted was definitely this kind of crystal core. As for why exactly, neither Shishingyu nor Ah Yi knew. It seemed like it should be instinct that drove them to find this crystal. But how Yu Qingyang looked at it. This crystal was the culprit that caused the end times. If there was energy in this crystal, then any creature infected with the virus would mutate. Like these plants and trees. Or various animals. The next day, Yu Qingyang still went to find an arm for Shishingyu. There were no zombies in the neighborhood, so it was impossible to find a suitable arm. And the normal zombie arms were too fragile for Shishingyu. It was no wonder that Shishingyu didn't go and grab an arm for himself. You killed that zombie, so why don't you take its arm and attach it? Yu Qingyang was a little curious, since that zombie could rip off his arm. The other party wasn't weak either, so it didn't matter if he took it over and put it on. But Shishingyu's expression, that was enough to eat shit, made Yu Qishao know that there should be something unspeakable between Shishingyu and that zombie. Right? As for what it was, Yu Qishao didn't ask much. Give the child some face. It turned out that zombies could be nasty with each other. Yu Qishao took out his mobile phone and called the Tyrannosaurus Rex over as well. So the three of them, together, took a picture together. This cold air will last for at least 3 months. Although 2 months have passed now, I don't know how long it will last. And the humans won't go out of the base again, even if you lead the zombies to attack the base. There's no way to break the city. Right. So where are we going next? After Yu Qingyang finished taking the photos, she started to pack up her things. And then she couldn't help but ask Shishingyu. The things she promised Shishingyu last year had already been done now. So she was a little curious about where Shishingyu was going next. Nowadays, if humans don't leave the base, then the zombies will kill each other. This broken arm of Shishingyu was the best proof. But Shishingyu didn't say anything as he listened to Yu Qingyang's words. He didn't know where to go either. Wherever he could find living things, then he would go there. After all, his purpose was only to become stronger. When Yu Qishao saw that Shishingyu didn't say anything, he didn't force him. Then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and I will leave first. If there is a chance, I will see you later, La. Yu Qingxian got on the sled and waved at Shishingyu. It wasn't appropriate to keep letting Shishingyu follow him. Shishingyu didn't move either, and just stood in place. It was only after Yu Qishao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex left that he disappeared in a flash. Yu Qishao didn't have the idea of giving up Shishingyu. After all, he was a zombie, and he had his own thoughts. Moreover, he had instilled a lot of human thoughts in him. As long as he wasn't stupid, even if the zombies did become extinct in the future, he would probably be able to hide and live in the human world. He didn't need to worry about him at all. Thinking like this, Yu Qingyang stopped worrying. After that, she let the Tyrannosaurus Rex head towards the canyon. Originally, she wanted to circle around and finally return to the autumn color lake. Then she could close her eyes in peace. Forget it. Let's go see the scenery first. Yu Qishao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex went along that kind of mountain road. This kind of highway was dangerous once winter came. After all, the surface would be frozen. Although a lot of highways were built later on, this kind of dangerous mountain plate road was still traveled by people. After all, many car owners wouldn't be willing to spend those tolls. The reason why Yu Qishao chose to take this kind of disc mountain road was naturally because he wanted to see the scenery. At this moment, Yu Qishao was heading west. Going past this place would pass through canyons, snowy mountains, and then the plateau, which was also the pure land she wanted to go to. Yu Qishao took out the map and set the current route. Now taking a piece of the mountain road, then the hanging wall road, then all the way to the west area. See the canyon? See the snowy mountains? Yu Qixiao didn't have a boat. Otherwise she would have wanted to see the glacier. I don't know if the glacier is still there now. Yu Qixiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex went up the mountain road. And around them were high mountains. Those mountains at this time got trees that had grown like crazy after the majority of the year. Trees that might have been a few meters or a dozen meters tall now looked tens of meters tall. It was estimated that many trees could break records. Yu Qingyang got down from the sled and took her camera to take pictures of those trees. And as she walked to the side of the road, she found that there was actually a road in this place. She told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to wait for her on the highway while she followed the path entwined with tree vines towards the inside. Her movements were light. And when she came across tree branches and vines, she climbed over or crossed them. Almost a few hundred meters away from this road, a small village was surprisingly covered by trees. There weren't any zombies in the village. And the green mossy vines and tree roots spread. It gave this small village an eerie feeling. But it was beautiful. And there were a few better looking houses in the village. And on the balcony of that house, there was a huge bird's nest. Yu Qixiao carefully took a few pictures and turned off the sound flash and everything. However, Yu Qixiao didn't get too close. Climbing over a tree root that was almost half a meter thick, Yu Qixiao saw a feather at her feet. It was a peacock feather that looked almost twice as long as her height. It looked like it should be a tail feather. After Yu Qixiao picked it up, she heard that sound of wings flapping the air. She immediately put the feather on her head and tried to cover her breath as much as possible. After a few minutes, a huge big bird fell down from the air. When Yu Qingyang took a look at the large bird, it was actually a super large peacock. It looked like it was estimated to be as big as 3 or 4 meters. And that wasn't even adding the tail feathers. Because when it landed on the house, it surprisingly looked like the house next to it was surprisingly a little small. And there was movement in the woods. Yu Qingyang dared not move even more. A great peacock also came out of the woods. It was a little smaller than the male peacock just now, and did not have very long tail feathers. It meant that it was a female peacock. What's in that nest? Is a peacock egg? Or a baby peacock? Yu Qingyang also didn't expect that he would encounter a mutated peacock couple. And it was also so big. At this time, she was almost 100 meters away from the peacock couple. After she took out her camera and took a few more pictures and recorded a video, she tiptoed out carrying that feather. It was true that as soon as humans withdrew from nature, this kind of endangered national treasure had begun to reproduce on its own. It's really congratulatory. And having mutated, naturally they are more capable of protecting themselves than before. They will take that house as their nest. Probably also think that the house has not been destroyed by those tree roots. So it can be regarded as a very safe place. Indeed, houses were supposed to be shelters for humans. Chapter 93 It's just too ugly. Yu Qixiao came out from the forest. She looked at the peacock tail feathers in her hand and thought about it. She couldn't take it away. If she took it away, and it fell somewhere, and was found by humans, then it would be a hazard to these animals. Even in the end times, people who wanted to enjoy it abounded. If someone looked like this mutant peacock's feathers, then what? After thinking about it, Yu Qingyang put the camera down and asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex to wait for her a little longer while she returned the feathers. When she came out, she also pulled those tree branches tightly. She also took an engineer's shovel and dug up the little bit that looked like pavement, so that even if someone passed by, they wouldn't think there was anything wrong with this place. It was a good thing that the road in this place was all lifted up by the roots of the trees. So it was good to make it look the same as the side. But in this kind of place, there are no humans coming. Right? After Yu Qingyang finished doing this, it was getting late. She looked at the sky. There was definitely no way to find a house to stay in tonight. There were a lot of trees in this place nowadays. And people in the countryside loved to plant fruit trees in front of and behind their houses. So these trees had already enclosed the entire village. Yu Qingyang found a place, and used the engineer's shovel and axe to open up a small area to find branches to light a fire. These branches were all frozen on a little fire that smoldered. Yu Qixiao felt a little funny when she looked at the smoke coming out from the top of the bushes. But she still picked up her camera and took a picture. Only then did she pour dog food for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's food storage and estimated that it wouldn't last 3 to 5 days. Gotta make a trip to the city. And the batteries in the suitcase weren't getting much charge. It was indeed time to find a generator to recharge it. Yu Qingyan watched the Tyrannosaurus Rex eat the dog food. So she took out the map to look over the surrounding cities. One was more than 50 kilometers behind her. But turning back was definitely not an option. One was more than 100 kilometers ahead. It was a city in a canyon. And there was only one road out of this place. For some reason, Yu Qingyan looked at this city on the map and felt a hint of despair. It was because this city was built along the canyon, with rivers and cliffs on one side. There was only one road running through the entire city. The city wasn't big, with a population of less than 600,000 people. But really, the road in this kind of place was already dangerous. If the zombie virus happened, once there was a car accident, then it would be completely impossible to escape. Yu Qingyan was really worried about the situation of the city. It had been almost a year since the end of the world. There wouldn't be any survivors in this city. Would there? Yu Qingyan thought about it, and decided to go to this city in the canyon. Over 100 kilometers. With the speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it could actually make it in a day. But right now, its dog food would last at least 3 days. So there was no need to be in such a hurry. Yu Qingyan thought so. But she really never thought that there were actually survivors in this place. It seemed that because of the fire she had lit, a car came over in her direction, with a heavy pressure on the road. Yu Qingyan's eyes looked towards the road. She was only about 10 meters away from the road, and the sled could not be dragged in well. So she let it be placed on the roadside. Even though there wouldn't be any cars coming on this kind of road, Yu Qingyan still pulled the sled to the side as much as possible. So when that car stopped, Yu Qingyan didn't even think about it. Surprisingly, there were 2 people coming towards her place. However, it was good that the other party saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex's presence and didn't come any closer. Is it a survivor? Why are you alone? Do you want to rest in our shelter? The one who opened her mouth to ask Yu Qingyan was a woman whose voice should not sound too big. Her whole body was dressed thickly, and her face was wrapped so that only a pair of eyes were exposed. Yu Qingyan was of course unable to open her mouth. So she shrunk her hand into the down jacket and waved her hand at the woman and the people next to her. Then lowered her head again, as if she was roasting a fire. She put her mask back on when she heard the car. The hat on her down jacket was also pulled up and put on. Plus the night was also dark, so the other person couldn't see her face clearly. The man saw Yu Qingyan waving his hand, and also saw the powerful appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It just opened its mouth and said, "Since you want to stay here, be careful. There are 2 smoke bombs here. Keep them for use. There are mutated mountain monkeys around here that eat people. Be careful." After saying this, the man even took the 2 smoke grenades out of his bag and placed them on the ground. As for Yu Qingyan, other than waving his hand and refusing, he completely ignored those 2 people. Those 2 people's Mandarin carried a strong accent, and they were locals once they heard it. Obviously, that vehicle was also modified. There were still 3 people in the car who didn't come down, and one of them was still holding a gun in his hand. It seemed to be on guard against the Tyrannosaurus Rex as well. All in all, Yu Qingyan's encounter with the humans this time also ended safely in the other party's politeness and courtesy. The car drove out for some distance before one of the people in the back seat of the car asked in dialect, "What are you calling this person for?" Surprisingly, a person in the wild also dared to light a fire. Really not afraid of death. This mountain are the kind of mountain monkeys, and mutant animals, zombie animals. Also not afraid of being eaten. Really not a bit of common sense. While sitting in the passenger side of the woman, but a light laugh to appease him. Do not say so. Dare a person out of not dead. Are some ability. Now this kind of post-apocalyptic is not rely on luck can be a lived down. You did not see that person beside the big dog. Powerful very much. Afterwards, a few people said a few words and started to talk about the harvest this time. Yu Qingyan naturally heard them speak, but couldn't understand a single word, although she was from this province. But there were so many dialects in the entire south. One might not even be able to understand what they were saying from a village away. But Yu Qingyan didn't care. It seemed that there was indeed a refuge in this place, and there were far more survivors in the entire country than the string of numbers on her mobile phone. But Yu Qingyan was more concerned about the mountain monkeys those people were talking about. What was a mountain monkey? Yu Qingyan inexplicably thought of a certain monkey on a certain mountain. But obviously, Yu Qingyan knew that the mountain monkeys in that woman's mouth were definitely not as simple as mutated monkeys. Yu Qingyan made sure that those people were gone before she went to look at the 2 smoke bombs. She touched them with the engineer's shovel to make sure that they wouldn't suddenly explode. And only then did she reach out and pick them up. It was indeed 2 smoke bombs. There wasn't any trap. This kind of smoke bomb was for him to use as a defense against mountain monkeys. In other words, the mountain monkeys relied on their eyesight to distinguish their prey? Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang looked at the pile of fire in front of him. He wouldn't see the mountain monkeys as soon as he turned his head. Right? Thinking of this, Yu Qinxian jerked her head. But there was nothing unusual in the woods behind her. She looked towards the trees again. Mountain monkeys must have the characteristics of monkeys to be named mountain monkeys. And it's still a primate, right? Like humans, orangutans, baboons or apes or something like that. When Yu Qingyang looked up, he met a pair of red eyes. Its body was covered in black hair, but one could barely tell that it was once a human. So this was the mountain monkey. Yu Qingyang saw that mountain monkey hanging on the tree staring at himself and the Tyrannosaurus Rex warily, and did not attack rashly. So that meant it was a high-level zombie. She reached out and grabbed her camera and just pressed the shutter at it. What a way to speak of the devil. Looking at the mountain monkey, it should be a zombie resistant to the cold. That's why it grows a layer of black hair on the surface of its body to resist the cold. But the overall long and thin. More than the average monkey most of the time. Just from the size of the body can distinguish that this is indeed human. It was just too ugly. Surely no hair is not good looking. But the whole body is hairy looking and also strange, let a person feel off the sand value. Of course. The ugliest. Or that devouring zombie. Chapter 94. Also just looking for an embroidered pillow. Yu Qingyang stared at that mountain monkey. So she picked up the smoke bomb next to it. She looked around and didn't see a fuse or anything. Although she had paid to go target shooting. She hadn't tried this kind of thing. She felt that if she did use this smoke bomb, not only would that mountain monkey not be able to see it, but herself and the Tyrannosaurus Rex would also not be able to see it. After all, other people use smoke bombs to escape. But she and the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't need to escape. Therefore Yu Qinxiao grabbed one of the smoke bombs and threw it towards that mountain monkey's head. Of course, Yu Qinxiao originally didn't think she could hit the mountain monkey. However, the mountain monkey was indeed smashed down from the tree by one of her smoke bombs. With a bang, the mountain monkey fell to the ground. Yu Qingyang looked at the mountain monkey that fell to the ground and then looked at her hand. Although at first, the coach said that her accuracy was very high and she had a talent for shooting. She was even asked if she wanted to go to a competition or something. But Yu Qingyang was only preparing for writing an essay at that time. So how could she possibly go to a competition? So she also didn't think that she could hit the mountain monkey even by throwing smoke bombs. And the mountain monkey lying on the ground quickly stood up. At this moment, the mountain monkey's guard moved from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body to Yu Qingyang's body. It barely sensed that there was another zombie beside this big dog. The mountain monkey stared at Yu Qinxiao for a while, before it saw Yu Qinxiao picking up another smoke bomb to throw it towards it again. This made the mountain monkey startled and immediately turned around and ran. Not to mention the fact that the dog could not necessarily be killed by itself. The zombie next to it was not something it could mess with. Yu Qingyang looked at the mountain monkey running away without looking back, and was a little puzzled. It wasn't so bad that he was scared by this smoke bomb. He hadn't even said a few words to it. Forget it. It looked just like a savage. It didn't really have to be able to communicate. After all, there is only one type of intelligent zombie that can communicate with itself. And intelligent zombies all had one thing in common. That was that they looked like humans. Except for the eyes to be able to differentiate. They can even speak human language. So this kind of mountain monkey is definitely not an intelligent zombie. Not being an intelligent zombie, Yu Qingyang could only understand what they said, but could not communicate. It was just like those zombies that were wandering around. All they could say was, "I'm hungry. Give me something to eat." Of course, it was also possible that some zombies that were obsessed with something in their lifetime would chant with their mouths. And these were unconscious. The regrets left over from their time as humans. Yu Qingyang didn't go after the mountain monkey and just picked up the smoke bomb. Since this mountain monkey had left, it shouldn't be coming back. Yu Qinxiao told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to rest, and she would keep watch. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was very good and fell asleep by the fire. As for Yu Qinxiao, she took out her camera and enlarged the mountain monkey's photo. The expensive camera was good. Even at night, it could still take a clear picture of the mountain monkey. The mountain monkey's teeth were very long, a bit like a mandrill. However, behind the face with black hair, it could still be seen clearly as a human face. And it looked pretty good. But this kind of appearance really did make Yu Qixiao feel like her sweaty hairs were standing up. But when she pulled back her sleeve to look, it didn't. It was just her illusion. Thinking of this, Yu Qixiao turned off the camera and put her hand in her pocket. As a result, she felt a card in her clothes pocket. She pulled it out and found that it was Shi Xingyu's student card. It still had blood stains on it. This made Yu Qingyang a little surprised. She thought that the card had long since fallen off. Although when she helped Shi Xingyu change his clothes, she would help him stuff this card into the pocket of his clothes. But how could Yu Qinxian not expect that this card would fall into her pocket? It was probably stuffed into her pocket by Shi Xingyu when they took pictures together. But this was the only thing he kept on him that could prove his identity. And it was surprising that he gave it to himself. Yu Qingyang looked at this student card. So she put it away and put it in her backpack. Forget it. Just consider it as a gift from Shi Xingyu to himself. After all, this was the only thing in his possession that was close to a human. The next morning before dawn, the Tyrannosaurus Rex woke up to go pee. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't run far either. So Yu Qixiao gathered all of its blankets and cushions next to it. She had anticipated before that it might sleep out in the wilderness. So Yu Qixiao got it a mat and a blanket. Anyway, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was pulling itself. And it wasn't letting her carry it. Of course Yu Qixiao wanted to make the T-Rex's living environment a little better. She collected her things, and the Tyrannosaurus came over. Yu Qixiao used the engineer's shovel to dig up some dirt to bury the fire. Only then did they set off. The marks that the car had crushed last night were frozen with a layer of ice at this time. Looking at the strange wheel marks, Yu Qixiao took out his mobile phone and took a few shots. This was also a trace of strong human life. Further on, Yu Qixiao felt that clouds were rising in this mountain. Yu Qixiao told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to slow down a bit. Don't take her over the cliff. Although it was mist, when Yu Qixiao reached out to touch it, he could still feel those small ice crystals. This made Yu Qixiao a little worried about the Tyrannosaurus Rex, because these small ice crystals were actually floating in the air. No, like piled up in the air. It was only because this place had the wind coming up from below the canyon that made these small ice crystals float in the air. Yu Qingyang looked at these small floating ice crystals and also took out her camera to capture the images. Those small ice crystals. She just lightly flapped her hand, and these small ice crystals scrambled away. When Yu Qingyang found it somewhat amusing. Later on, instead of taking pictures, he also started to play with the little ice crystals. However, Yu Qixiao still reached out and touched the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail hair. At this time, the upper layer was already a little hard. However, the hairs below were still soft. Unlike the previous appearance in the north, when it was completely frozen. After all, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was soaked to the skin at that time. And freezing like that would definitely be life-threatening. Moreover, she was also observing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's condition, and found that it didn't have any discomfort. That day it was staying in a small village. This small village was on a half-mountain slope. And this mountain road divided the village into upper and lower halves. Yu Qingyang thought about it, and headed up. If there were really people, then she could also run. It was best to find a place with a tight gate. Of course, in the end, Yu Qixiao just found an embroidered pillow. Because that wooden gate looked worn out. It was an old house she hadn't seen before. Naturally, it made Yu Qixiao look at it with glowing eyes. Even though she had been to her grandparents' house when she was a child, she had never seen a house like this. An old tiled house with a large stone mill in the courtyard. And there were also compartments on the east and west sides. And on the east side of the hall was the kitchen, with an old table and a fire pit. There was no sofa, just a few chairs made of bamboo. It looked very old. The chairs were yellow, but they looked well loved and cared for. And many of the corners were brightly worn. Yu Qixiao subconsciously looked towards the doorway and saw the broom. When she was little, the broom in her grandfather's house was also placed behind the door. She took the broom and swept the floor clean, which led her to take out the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mat and blanket. Then went and carried over a large pile of firewood that someone had cut out and saved for the winter, and built the fire. As for the owner of this old house, also not in the house, do not know whether it is fled, or has long passed away. Chapter 95. I've tried my best. Yu Qingyang took the camera and went out for a round. discovered that the western side of this old house was a pigsty. But there was nothing inside. There were some crop poles piled up. On the east side, there was a firewood room with a lot of corn and firewood inside, all neatly stacked. It looked like before the end of the world. This place should have been inhabited. Yu Qingyang turned his head to look at the first floor of this old house. So he entered the house and prepared to go to the first floor. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't sit down or lie down, but stood at the edge of the fire and prepared to dry himself out before lying down on the mat. This way it wouldn't dirty the mat and blanket. Yu Qishao didn't say anything when she saw it like this, although she felt that these things could be changed at any time. It didn't cost any money anyway, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex treasured them. Yu Qishao looked at the staircase in front of her. It was a wooden staircase and looked a bit old. It creaked when stepping on it. Going up to the first floor. The floor was also wooden. The stairs came up from the left, and towards the back was a room, while towards the front was a living room-like area. She walked over and found that this place held an offering table. There was also an incense burner on the offering table, which was filled with burnt-out sticks of incense ash, and looked to be a few years old. On top of it, there was a red paper offering of the Heaven and Earth Kingdom's pro-teacher position. There were also couplets on both sides. As for the posters of that leader, and the portrait of the founding ceremony, they were placed next to it. It was just something that would be found in a very traditional old-fashioned building. Yu Qishao picked up his camera and took a picture. Yu Qishao had also seen this kind of thing at his grandpa's house when he was small. And then, he hadn't seen it again since he slowly grew up, after her grandparents passed away and the old house was developed and demolished. These memories also faded out of her mind. But how could she have imagined that because of her fondness for wooden doors and old houses, the memories she had buried deep down would suddenly revive? Things that had originally faded out from young people's memories. And then after the impact of the end of the world, it was estimated that not many people would remember these things in the future. After Yu Qingyang took a few pictures, he switched to recording mode. He started recording from the first floor, and then walked to the window on the first floor. This window was facing the opposite side of the mountain. At this time, the frost and fog had already dispersed a bit, so the mountain across the street was hidden, and the houses in this village were also staggered from high to low. Yu Qingyang knew that there was also a road below the village, built along the river. After recording, the camera started to run out of power. She immediately saved the video and switched the camera off. This time the camera was completely out of power. There wasn't much power left in the phone either. She stood at the window for a while. The mountain wind blew over. Not that she could feel the cold, but this wind should be cold. She left the door to her room open. Don't freeze the fire-roasting Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Qishao then turned around and went downstairs. As for the two rooms, Yu Qishao only glanced at them slightly, and didn't go in. She went downstairs, and immediately went to close the door of the room. Only then did she go, and reach out to touch the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fur. There were no water stains on her hand. It should be dry. She brought the Tyrannosaurus Rex's dog bowl and water, fed it some dog food, and thawed the frozen water. Yu Qinxian told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to lie down and sleep when it was done eating. And if it wanted to go to the toilet, it could go farther away. Inside the house would be fine. In fact, Yu Qinxiao was often worried that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would freeze himself when he peed. That kind of image appeared in Yu Qingxiu's mind, making her feel funny. But thinking so, Yu Qishao put her hands in her pockets again and went up the stairs with a lurch. The room on the first floor she hadn't entered. Originally, she thought there were two rooms, but found that there was another room behind the supply desk. Yu Qishao pushed open the room next to the stairs. There were a lot of posters plastered on top of the room. Those were all posters from TV dramas from decades ago. Yu Qishao had also seen such dramas, and many times she felt that her parents ate well. The handsome beauties in the past. Those were really handsome beauties. Since this room was plastered with this kind of pictorials, as well as a desk and an old-fashioned desk lamp, it meant that this room should be a younger room, like someone around the same age as one's parents. Although it hadn't been inhabited for a long time, the room was still maintained as it was when the original owner lived there. Yu Qishao walked over to the desk and opened the drawer, seeing a notebook and a photo album inside. Yu Qishao looked at the notebook and the photo album. So he looked round. "Excuse me. I'm going to open it." After saying this, Yu Qishao opened the notebook. The font was very elegant. It should be a girl, according to her age. She should be called Auntie herself. Although reading someone else's diary was indeed a very immoral thing, Yu Qixiao still opened the other person's diary. After all, like in his parents' time, there really weren't many families that could send their children to school. So if this Annie could write a diary and write beautifully, her diploma was bound to be low. It was really rare for such a family to be able to send their daughter to school. It's just that this diary stopped nearly 30 years ago. It was the time of the diary owner's entrance examination. She got good grades from a prestigious university. But there was no more diary for the day after that. Yu Qingyang put down the diary, and then flipped through the photo album. It was found to be all some photos of this aunt. Every year there would be one. And the photos were up to when she was 18. And there were no more behind her. Yu Qingyang looked at the photos and the diary, and had a bad guess in her heart. But she didn't think down. Instead, she went out of the room, and went to another room. The room opposite this staircase should be the guest room. And there wasn't much in it. It wasn't until Yu Qingyang pushed open the third room that a corpse was lying right where the doorway was. It was even blocked when she pushed the door. She could only look inside through a crack in the door. From the height of the corpse, and the clothes, and the flowery white hair, Yu Qixiao could tell that it was an old woman. The floor was covered in black marks, and the flesh and blood on her body was gone. Only a skeleton remained. Yu Qixiao stood at the doorway, and didn't know whether to go in or out. But she still squeezed into the room. The room wasn't big, and there were 3 black and white photos hanging on the wall. A very young girl, a middle-aged looking man, and an older man. At this point, Yu Qingyang knew that this old woman was the last person in this family. After she finished looking at the photos, she turned around and went to the wardrobe to rummage through the clothes. Sure enough, the last photos had been taken, and it was impossible not to prepare the birthday clothes. Although the timing was a bit off, Yu Qixiao still helped the old woman change her clothes, and then carried her remains downstairs. It was just that she didn't know where the old woman's family's ancestral grave was. It was only after the pit was dug that she realized. Yu Qinxian could only go back upstairs and take all the pictures of her family of 3 and bury them together with the old woman. Although I didn't bury your family of 3 together, I've done my best. Yu Qixiao looked at the small mound of graves that she'd buried up before saying. After burying the people, Yu Qinxian went to brush the ice flakes from the leaves and held them back to the house. Once roasted by the fire, those ice flakes turned into water, and her hands were washed clean like this. And she didn't get anything on her. She was very careful. The Tyrannosaurus Rex even came up to her and sniffed. It seemed to smell like something, but it didn't find it particularly offensive. Still, Yu Qixiao got up and went out for a while to blow off some steam. And she didn't go inside until it was completely dark for a while. Chapter 96. There are still people in this world who love him. After spending the night in this small village, early the next morning Yu Qinxian continued onwards. According to the speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she should be able to reach that city tonight. The mobile phone charge she barely charged a little, but it shouldn't last long. Luckily, the next road was all downhill, and didn't even need the Tyrannosaurus Rex to pull the sled, which could also slide down. When she arrived at the edge of the city, Yu Qingyang saw many barricades. There were even a lot of zombie corpses behind the barricades. On the road behind, the cars were piled up. Sure enough, if she wanted to go to the city from this road, then she would have to give up the sled. But Yu Qingyang had used this sled for a long time now, and was a little reluctant to give it up. After all, it was very useful, and could hold a lot of things. Most importantly, there were quite a few humans around here, and it felt quite close to her. Although Yu Qixiao knew that there were people in this neighborhood close to her, when she suddenly heard the other party's voice, Yu Qixiao was still startled. The other party also sensed that Yu Qinxian was shivering, so she hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. We met 2 days ago. Remember? As soon as Yu Qixiao heard this voice, she knew that it was the woman who gave her the smoke bomb. Listening to the voice was slightly hoarse, but it should be about the same age as herself, or a few years older. She recognized this person's smell. Kind of smelled like pine. The road ahead can't be crossed. Almost more than 10 kilometers are all cars. The roadblocks in this area are made by us. There aren't many zombies in this vicinity, except for the harassment of mountain monkeys. Everything is okay. Do you need to go to our shelter to stay for the night? The woman saw that the person in front of her even slowly moved behind the big white dog, and her voice was also a bit smaller. She seemed to realize something. Then she spoke again. Don't worry. We have a lot of rooms over there. We can leave a separate household out for you. And if you want to go to the city, there are paths upwards. Yu Qixiao really had no way to deal with the other party's good intentions. Standing behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex scratching her ears. But she just couldn't say half a word. Women seemed to be very good at getting along with people who were not talkative or even talkative. She turned around and walked towards the front. Even saying to herself, "Our shelter is right up there. If you're not good at getting along with people, just follow behind me for a distance." Yu Qingyang lay on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back and stared at the woman's back for a while before she patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex and followed the woman upwards. Indeed, she needed a path. The woman wasn't too surprised to see Yu Qixiao follow. Yu Qixiao didn't say anything, so she listened to the woman talking to herself. "I used to have a younger brother. Just like you. He doesn't like to talk. He stays alone wherever he goes. And I accompanied him when he went to school." When the woman said this, she suddenly paused. Her tone was gentle and relaxed, and did not make Yu Qixiao feel pressurized. This in turn made Yu Qixiao's steps go slightly faster. "By the way, I'm the person in charge of this shelter. My name is Shixing Tian. You can call me Sister Shi, or Sister Tian is fine. But I'm not sure if I'm older than you." Shixing Tian, also known as the woman, opened her mouth. Yu Qingyang originally didn't care if this person was the head of the shelter or not. But when she heard that this woman was called Shixing Tian, her hand couldn't help but touch her backpack. Could she be Shixing Yu's sister? But she couldn't speak human words and had no way to ask. Shixing Tian did bring Yu Qingyang to a room. It was outside the fence. This place should have been a small village in the past. But at this time, it was enclosed by a high fence. There was quite a lot of aroma inside. But it wasn't much. It was almost just a few hundred people. "Just stay here. Don't worry. I'll tell them to leave you alone. If you want to leave, wait for the day to dawn and follow this road down." Shixing Tian pointed to a road in front of him. It looked like it was newly opened. Sure enough, they would also be looking for supplies in the city below. Yu Qingyang was in a hurry at this point. She could only pull open her backpack and take out Shixing Yu's student card. Rushing up in a few steps and shoving the student card into Shixing Tian's hands. Then she peeled off her hat to block her eyes. Shixing Tian was surprised by Yu Qingyang's action. But when she saw the student card that was still with dried blood stains that was shoved into her hand by the other party, her face instantly turned white. Although she couldn't see much with the scarf around her. But Yu Qixiao still saw her slightly trembling hands. Sure enough, this person was Shixing Yu's sister. It turned out that Shixing Yu still had family living in this world. There were still people in this world who loved him. "May I ask? This student card. Where did you get it from?" Even though Shixing Tian was emotional, she restrained herself. Because she knew that the other party was holding her brother's student card. That meant that she must have seen her brother. It was just that there were still bloodstains on the student card. And she felt that her brother had been killed. It had been almost a year. And she finally had news of her brother. Originally, when the zombie riot happened, she went to look for her brother. But she didn't find him. She was also worried about Mom and Dad. So she returned here. Only, Mom and Dad hadn't escaped. She thought that her brother would come back as soon as he had the chance. So she had been waiting here. Her own brother and does not like to contact with the people on the sidelines. Since childhood, he has been very autistic. So many years she tried to become her brother's high school homeroom teacher. Finally led him a little bit of integration into the school. But then she encountered this kind of post-apocalyptic world. Shixing Tian felt that this world is really unfair to his brother. Seeing Shixing Tian in such a hurry, Yu Qingyang did not know how to reply for a while. And thought for a while before she took out her mobile phone and prepared to type to Shixing Tian. Only when she had only taken out her mobile phone and tapped on the memo, the phone automatically switched off due to a lack of power. This made Yu Qixiao instantly petrified. It was over. The only tool to communicate with humans was gone. When Shixing Tian saw Yu Qingyang's flustered look, he assumed that Yu Qingyang should not be able to speak. So he started to calm her down. "It's fine. You can write it down. Writing it down is fine." Yu Qingyang became even more anxious when she heard this. She just couldn't write. That's why she had to use her mobile phone to type. "It's fine. No need to be nervous. You rest first. Thank you very much for giving me my brother's student card. That already makes me very grateful." Shixing Tian held Yu Qingyang's wrist, trying to calm her down. And Yu Qingxian was miraculously calmed down when she was pulled by Shi Qingtian's wrist through her clothes. She opened her mouth slightly. Then Yu Qingxian was shocked. She opened her mouth. Her identity as a zombie was definitely going to be exposed. What? Shi Qingtian was a bit surprised. So this person could speak. And Shi Qingtian's words made Yu Qingxian stunned. She could actually understand. Shi Qingyu is someone I met in a small town where I met. He turned into a zombie. Yu Qingyan spoke with some effort, as she felt her throat sting and prickle a little when she spoke the words. It was completely different from the usual talking to the Tyrannosaurus Rex and those zombies. Her eyes peeked under the brim of her hat to look at Shi Qingtian, watching her expression. If she realized she was a zombie, then she would have to knock her out and run away. Even if she was Shi Qingyu's sister. Chapter 97, I know. Thank you. I know. Thank you. Shi Qingtian took a deep breath before turning to Yu Qingxian. Obviously, she did not bring her personal emotions into conversations with others. This made Yu Qingxian a little surprised. She thought that Shi Qingtian would pull her to ask after her if she had killed Shi Qingyu. But Shi Qingtian did not. She forced down her emotions and just told herself thank you. Yu Qingxian moved her mouth, but she couldn't say any more comforting words. It wasn't like she could tell Shi Qingtian that Shi Qingyu had turned into a zombie king. Although she and Shi Qingyu did feel a good relationship. But it was limited to the fact that she herself was also a zombie. If she really brought Shi Qingtian to Shi Qingyu, it was estimated that if she walked out a few hundred meters herself, Shi Qingyu would be able to eat his sister. So this kind of thing Yu Qingxian would not let it happen. When Shi Qingtian heard that Yu Qingxian's voice was a bit hoarse, he asked her if she wanted some water. Yu Qingxian didn't say anything again. She just waved her hand before letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex enter the house. With a nod to Shi Qingtian, she turned around and went into that hut. When Shi Qingtian saw that Yu Qingxian also stopped talking, she didn't say anything. After she watched the door to the room close, she headed towards the shelter above. Just as she entered the door, someone came up. Sister Shi, what's wrong? That teenager looked like he trusted Shi Qingtian. Therefore, when he saw Shi Qingtian return, he immediately came over. His life was saved by Sister Shi. Thus, he naturally treated Shi Qingtian as if she was his own sister. However, he knew that Sister Shi had been waiting for her brother. Otherwise, with her strength, she would have already gone to the official base. Especially since Sister Toki's special ability was also very special. It was because of Sister Shi's presence that they were able to take out supplies from the city to survive here for almost a year. Shi Qingtian smiled faintly before saying, I'm fine. I'll go inside first to rest for a while and put people on alert. But there shouldn't be an attack tonight. Let everyone relax and have a good rest. That teenager heard Shi Qingtian's words. Although he was a bit surprised, he still told down. In this nearly a year, they hadn't had a day when they could relax. And to be able to relax a bit today was unbelievable. But since it was what Sister Shi said, there was nothing wrong with it. Shi Qingtian went back to her room. The place where she lived was the highest part of this area of houses. It was also the place with the best line of sight. After all, her responsibility was to be in charge of the safety of this shelter. For such a long time, she had never made a mistake. But Shi Qingtian's eyes were red as she looked at her brother's student card. She reached up and rubbed her eyes, not letting the tears fall. Even though she had protected so many people, she still hadn't protected her brother. For a moment, Shi Qingtian felt as if her efforts were all for naught. Many images flashed through her mind. Although there was a difference of more than 10 years of age between her brother and her. But in Shi Qingtian's heart, her brother was also her salvation. When she didn't do well in the college entrance exam, her 3-year-old brother said the first words of his life, Sister, don't cry. Obviously words of comfort. At that time she cried even more. Ever since then, Shi Qingtian offered to bring up her younger brother on her own. Mom and Dad were busy at that time and didn't have time to care about their siblings. And although they often apologized to her, she didn't need their apologies. Because she originally loved her younger brother as well. Her brother didn't like to talk to others and often played by himself. But he would wait at the door of the rented house every day for her to come home from class. Asked her, is Sister tired? And then always gave himself the most precious thing he had. She watched the child who had grown up from a little older than a beanpole, unwilling to take on the children of the world, with eyes only for her own brother. Already dead? Tian was unwilling to allow herself to recall the past. In fact, this kind of thing. She had once thought about it a million times long ago. Just that there had been no substantial evidence. Now that she has got the answer, there is no need for her to hold on to the past. Tian just sat in the room and fumed for a while before standing up, wiping her brother's student card clean with a towel and putting it together with his photo. On the photo was a pair of siblings who looked very similar. The younger brother, who had already grown tall, but was very dependent, leaning his head on his sister's shoulder, smiling coyly at the camera. Tian looked at the photo and finally failed to suppress her tears. When Yuqingyan was preparing to leave early the next morning, Tian came over again. She didn't ask Yuqingyan about Shixingyu's words. Instead, she told Yuqingyan that it was dangerous to go to the city alone. There were many zombies in there, and there were also high-level zombies. While Yuqingxiao listened to Shixingyan's words, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth. "It's okay. Thank you." Yuqingxiao thanked Shixingyan. Then she took the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the city. And when she arrived in the city, she first told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to find a safe place to hide. She, on the other hand, went to look for the kind of generator that could generate electricity, found the generator, and went to find oil, charging her mobile phone and camera. After that, she searched all over the city for the kind of thing that could print photos. Finally found it when it was almost dark. She looked at the photo printer that would connect to her phone and camera, and was finally relieved. Then, after working for half the night, she finally turned on her other camera that was not resistant to freezing and connected it to the photo printer. She wanted to print out Shixingyu's photos and give them to Tian. Although he no longer remembers the memories of his human days, he had a good life after he turned into a zombie, and was also able to take care of himself. As she printed the photos, she wondered if Shixingyu followed her in the beginning because he had a sister. After all, after turning into a zombie, some obsession still existed in the head. Especially when she should have realized it before when she met someone who came up and asked her what she was. When Shixingyu's mouth was able to blurt out the words "my sister," she should have realized it. It was just that she didn't think much about it at that time. Yuqingyan opened her mobile phone and looked at the photos of Shixingyu fighting with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and printed out a few of them as well. Although these photos would most likely reveal his identity, Yuqingyan wouldn't stay in this place all the time. Even if the other party realized that something was wrong with him, there was no way to pursue the matter. Thus at that time, when Tian saw Yuqingxiao again, it was on the morning after Yuqingxiao left. Before dawn, she got up to patrol, and saw Yuqingxiao scurrying out from behind the houses. There was a layer of white frost on top of her clothes, so she should have been waiting here for quite a while. "This is for you." Yuqingxian handed the envelope in her hand to Tian, as if she was stuffing a student card. When Tian wanted to say something else, Yuqingxian had already turned around and ran away. She looked at the thick envelope in her hand, which should contain photos or something like that. Tian put the envelope in her pocket and waited to check around to make sure there were no zombies or zombie animals around before going back. When she went back inside and took off her hat and scarf, she sat by the fireplace, and only then did she take out the envelope. There was a piece of paper attached to the back of the envelope. There should be writing on it. It wasn't handwritten, but printed text. When he saw the text on it, Tian was first stunned. Then he broke into a smile. It was so good that even though his brother had turned into a zombie, he had met a gentle person. Chapter 98. How come you don't think about being skilled? Your brother is now living a good life, and general humans and zombies can't hurt him. By your brother cared for a period of time. These photos is considered my thanks. Tim Xingtian knew. Where would his own brother take care of people? It should be the other party who took care of his own brother. Then he opened the envelope. Inside were nearly 100 photos. All of them were pictures of her brother and the surrounding scenery. Obviously, turning into a zombie would no longer think of changing clothes. But he was wearing a clean down jacket. Tian knew that the girl had really taken good care of her brother. She flipped through the photos, and when she got to the back view, she found that her brother was actually fighting with a big white dog. This caused Tian to be stunned. And looking at the scenery in the back, it was at the autumn color lake. In other words, some time ago, his own brother returned here. And the last one was a group photo. The face of the shorter one standing in the middle was blacked out, leaving only Shixingyu and the big white dog. Tian was a bit helpless as she used a hot towel to wipe the black handwriting on it. revealing a smiling face with arched eyebrows. In fact, the first time he saw her, Shang knew that she was a zombie. After all, with her psychic ability, she could hypnotize zombies. She belonged to the mental faculty of psychic powers, so it was easy to tell if the other party was a zombie or a human. After thinking about it, Shang made a decision. It would be difficult to realize that kind of idea just by herself. She needed help. As for the survivors of the shelter, when they heard Shang say that she was going to the official base, although they were a bit surprised, they were also a bit happy in their hearts, because going to the official base, they could live better. It was just that they didn't know why Shang suddenly decided to go to the official base. Although the people from the official base had come to look for Shang before, Shang had refused before. How did he suddenly change his mind? And after Shang made this decision, the person patrolling outside suddenly ran in a panic. Sister Shur, those people are here again. Do we have to see them this time as well? See, I happen to have something to say to her, Shang said. And when Gu Evening Qing was led into the shelter, it was already 3 months ago when she saw Shang again. Miss Shur, may I ask if you thought this through? Your brother. We officially will help find him, as long as you can cooperate with us. Gu Evening Qing opened her mouth. After all, spirit-based psychic abilities were very unique, especially those like Shang Tian's ability to hypnotize zombies and keep them from writhing, which were even rarer. Shang Tian did not open his mouth. Gu Evening Qing didn't care either, but continued. As you know, what our purpose is not only to destroy the zombie virus, but we want to find a way to make people who have turned into zombies regain their sanity. And for this goal, we need your help. Shang Tian had originally wanted to defect to the official base. If she said that she wasn't interested in this before, then she was indeed interested now, because she had just seen hope. She naturally didn't feel that Gu Evening Qing's words were a fool's errand. When Gu Evening Qing saw that Shang Tian had agreed, she was happy in her heart. But she was also surprised. After all, when she had negotiated with Shang Tian before, Shang Tian was completely uninterested, and even said that their official people were talking in a fool's errand, saying that those man-eating monsters, how could they still recover human sanity? It seems that in these 3 months, Miss Shur experienced something that made you feel profound. So we'll work together happily. Gu Evening Qing smiled and extended her hand to Shang Tian, and Shang Tian reached back to shake Gu Evening Qing's hand. Happy cooperation. But the conditions, Shang Tian said. She now knew that her brother was a zombie, so it would be a little more difficult for her to negotiate with the officials. But she knew that there was no way to restore her brother to a human being just by her own ability. Don't worry. With me here, I won't let you suffer. I promise. Gu Evening Qing seemed to know what she meant and spoke. After that, Gu Evening Qing started arranging the process for the survivors of this shelter to enter the base. First, they headed to the nearest base. As for Shang Tian, of course he couldn't stay at this base, but needed to go to the capital base. The two over there reached a cooperation. While at this time, Yu Qingyan was coaxing the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It couldn't be helped. She had been busy all day and didn't go back in the middle of the night, and only came back this morning. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't even want to take care of her at this point. This made Yu Qingyan helpless. I really went to do my business, not to leave you here. I swear. Yu Qishao opened her mouth. She had said that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had a good temper before, but she hadn't expected that she would still get angry. And she hadn't expected that she would be busy for a day and a night. It was indeed her fault. And Yu Qingxian now apologized. When she saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was sitting on the mat, and just not looking at her, she stood up helplessly. I know. It was indeed my fault before. So please forgive me once. There will never be a next time. In the future when I go on an errand, I will definitely talk to you in advance. This time I didn't think I would be busy for so long. Yu Qingyang's tone carried a hint of pleading. In fact, if the Tyrannosaurus Rex really wasn't willing to forgive her, then she could only leave on her own. She really wasn't good at coaxing others or animals. This kind of thing was really tedious. After all, she had already spent a lot of effort just taking care of her own emotions. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, on the other hand, stopped throwing tantrums after receiving Yu Qingxian's assurance. It was only when Yu Qishao saw that it was finally willing to look at itself that she settled down somewhat. It was good that the Tyrannosaurus Rex forgot quickly. just by feeding it delicious food. The Tyrannosaurus Rex forgot about the previous things again. Being a puppy or a kitten was also quite good. As long as their owners were nice to them, they could forget all their troubles in an instant. Maybe they might remember, and just still be willing to choose to trust humans. But like this, it's really easy to get hurt over and over again. Yu Qingxiao reached out and rubbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Then he couldn't help but say, "You little fool. Don't believe in anyone's words. If something happens to me, and I'm not there in the future, go to a big mountain yourself. Hide and don't come out. Although I know you're strong. But humans who are hungry can do anything. Beware of them capturing you to make dog meat hot pot." The Tyrannosaurus Rex, however, didn't listen to her words at all. Yu Qingyang looked at its silly and happy appearance, somewhat helpless, and could only pat its big head. What a silly dog. She gave the Tyrannosaurus refilled all of the dog food freeze and whatnot. The various power levels were also full. She was afraid that the next place town was less. Yu Qingyang also put a battery on the sled. This battery was used in the car, and it was enough for her to use for a long time. If it wasn't for Yu Qingxiao's fear that the Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't be able to pull it, she would have wanted to put several batteries on it. It was just that when they passed through the city, they found that the road across the street was also blocked and piled up with a lot of cars. It was indeed difficult for them to get past. When Yu Qingyang thought of little green sister's appearance of overturning a car with one hand, she really wanted to go back and invite her to help her overturn these cars. Or why didn't he think of having more skills at that time? If she had learnt to flip cars, then now she could flip them all the way over. Although a Tyrannosaurus Rex should be able to flip over cars, it gets tired. Within these few short kilometers, there were hundreds of cars stuck in traffic. Right? Chapter 99 just crushed them to death. There were also zombies coming from behind. If they didn't think of a way, they really didn't have a way to get past. Yu Qingyang looked towards the river. She suddenly reacted. Since she couldn't go on the main road, she could go to the river. So Yu Qingxiao took the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the river. Because this place had steps built along the river. There was even a sculpture erected by the river. It was more than just a sculpture. You could also see the water level. Yu Qingxiao first tried to see if the ice on the river was solid, although she knew all about the weather of dozens of degrees below zero. What kind of river or lake I'll give you frozen on? Of course, hot springs and such should not be able to freeze. But this river did freeze over. The Tyrannosaurus Rex ran more cheerfully when she reached the ice. She watched as the road high above her was full of cars. And there were even cars rolling down the road. Only there were no cars to be seen in the river. There was no telling if it had sunk or washed away. After following the river for almost 7 or 8 kilometers, there were a lot less cars on the road. Yu Qingxiao took out the map and looked at it, and found that her place was also very close to that highest peak. Of course, this very close was also relative to being close to somewhere else. But counting the distance, there were still 500 to 600 kilometers. She and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had climbed onto the road from a small village. Going forward, there were small towns and villages. Of course, although they were said to be towns and villages, but they were actually some touristy towns and villages. The houses look very old. But this is also some means to attract tourists. Of course, looking at it now, the houses were indeed much more desolate. There were some intact zombie corpses on the ground. It was estimated that these zombies were frozen when the cold air suddenly cooled down earlier. But there were also zombies that were still alive. Yu Qingyang didn't care about the zombies that came over. And just as they came over, they were slapped away by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's claw. Yu Qingyang instead held his camera and went to take pictures of the zombies that were frozen on the ground. Towards evening, Yu Qingxiao found a small building to live in. At this time, she wasn't sure how Shixingyu's sister was doing. Since she knew about her brother's situation, she wouldn't be waiting in this place in her old home. Right? After all, no matter how one waited, one couldn't wait. If she really waited, Yu Qingxian didn't even dare to think about that picture. So of course, Yu Qingxiao didn't want their siblings to meet in this situation. If he was there, or if Gu Wanqing was there, he would probably be able to avoid the tragedy. There was no way for Yu Qingxiao to fold back. She could only worship heaven and earth. After all, didn't Gu Evening Harvest like to run around the country? Of course, Yu Qingxiao was only hoping. As for whether Gu Evening Qing would come or not, she really didn't know. Yu Qingxiao had been following the canyon to the west. After walking for almost 10 days, She finally saw the towering snowy mountains in the distance. But the surrounding mountains actually still looked lush and green. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the time. It was already October. But the trees on the surrounding mountains hadn't changed much. Yu Qingyang entered a house and took out all the bacon that was hanging in the other's house. Although it was heavy in salt. I don't know if the Tyrannosaurus Rex would have an effect if it ate it. It couldn't be helped. From this place, she would soon be heading to the Pure Land. And those places might not encounter cities for days and nights. So she could only take out the bacon from other people's homes. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't picky, thinking that it was able to live in the past. Can it still starve to death by following itself now? Yu Qinxiao was a bit unsure. What if it really starved to death by following itself? And at noon on the third day, the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't know what kind of animal it had caught from the mountains and ate a lot. Yu Qinxiao once again sighed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's ability to survive was better than himself. Therefore, Yu Qinxiao would no longer worry about it in the future. Until the end of October, Yu Qinxiao finally left the province she was living in and entered the place she used to want to go so badly. It also belonged to the plateau region. And she had previously read a full collection of poems and biographies about the legendary people of this place. That's why sometimes she wanted to go and see the white palace that stood in the Pure Land. After entering the plateau, Yu Qingyang could see the snowy mountains standing between heaven and earth from afar. So this time close to a distance to take a picture. Therefore by the time she reacted, she had already brought the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the foot of the mountain. Yu Qinxiao didn't feel any plateau reaction. But it was the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was a bit overwhelmed. How could it say that it also lived in the plains? It felt fine to the place where it lived. The reaction wasn't that big. But now looking at its appearance, Yu Qingyang couldn't bring it to climb the mountain. So she unhooked the sled from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. And then told the Tyrannosaurus Rex that it could wait for her around here. This neighborhood wasn't completely devoid of woods and houses. So animals could be caught in places like this. And she put all of the T-Rex's food in the house. So if she got hungry, she could eat it herself. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was very well behaved, and knew that there was no way he could force himself to follow Yu Qinxian up the mountain. Yu Qinxian also didn't go straight to the top of the mountain at the beginning. Instead, she repeatedly tried to go up a bit every day. She was afraid that her body wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature at the top of the mountain. So what if she froze at the top? Yu Qinxiao had been traveling like this for almost half a month, making sure that she wouldn't freeze at the top of the mountain. Before she prepared her mobile phone and camera, and carried the batteries of her suitcase up the mountain, and also chopped 2 not too thick and not too thin sticks to hold as hiking poles. Yu Qingyang slowly walked up from the gentle slope. Perhaps it was because the world was in a frozen state nowadays. So there was no turbulence on the mountain. It was just quiet everywhere. Every few hundred meters that Yu Qinxiao went up, she would take out her camera and mobile phone to take pictures. If she were to climb with her physical body that was a living person, she would probably have rested at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the surroundings were very quiet, and it seemed like she was the only one in the whole world. She wasn't in a hurry and slowly moved up. In fact, Yu Qingyang thought that as she roared, would there be an avalanche? Then she was buried by the snow. Or she herself lost her footing and stepped on the collapse and fell off the cliff with no bones left. Yu Qinxiao reached out and slapped her face. Let her not think wildly. In the past, when Yu Qinxiao had nothing to do, he would fantasize about being poked in the eye with a pair of scissors and having his hand chopped off with a kitchen knife. Or the muscle in the piece of one's thumb being completely torn apart. Or oneself squatting somewhere and having one's head dug out by a rake. Of course, what Yu Qingyang felt scared her the most was the chainsaw and scythe. Shaking off these thoughts, Yu Qinxiao then prepared to find a place to sit for a while. As for that kind of gully place Yu Qinxiao didn't dare to go to. If there was really an avalanche, then she would really be buried. Yu Qinxiao had just sat down when she felt her bum shaking. This made her a little puzzled. And when she looked back, she saw that the avalanche above her had collapsed. Of course, it wasn't her position, and by the looks of it, it couldn't crush her here. She pulled out her camera and watched the snowflakes that rolled like dust rushing down. And surprisingly, she saw what appeared to be 2 walkers buried in the avalanche, even fighting as the snow went down. Yu Qingyang instantly recognized the 2 zombies as alienated zombies. Finished, these 2 zombies wouldn't be rolling all the way down the mountain. Right? But rolling down from this place didn't seem to be able to roll down to their own country. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is also quite far from this place. And that kid is smart enough to improvise. Most importantly, these two zombies were buried in the snow, so they wouldn't necessarily be able to climb up. As soon as he thought of this, Yu Qingyang thought of just sliding another piece of snow down and crushing them to death. Just why was this alienated zombie always coming towards their country? It couldn't be that their country had the most survivors in the whole world. Right? Chapter 100. Nowadays, she could already take care of herself very well. Yu Qingyang also didn't know how many alienated zombies there were in the world now. But the fact that such a high snowy mountain could climb up and try to go over this mountain range was enough to prove that there should be quite a few of these alienated zombies. When Yu Qingyang thought about it like this, he felt again that this mountain range was indeed a divine mountain, helping their country block a lot of problems. If this mountain wasn't high, then the alienated zombies would probably be rampaging like locusts entering the country. This thing could be hard to kill. Although it was true that Gu Wanqing's poison could kill one, it couldn't completely kill it. Most importantly, this zombie could still climb up and move without a crystal core. In case it ate some more people or swallowed some more zombies, wouldn't it come back to life again? This made Yu Qingyang feel really sick. After all, those who fought these monsters were all made of flesh and blood. Of course, there could be more guns. Yu Qinxiao climbed up to the ridge, as this was not the highest peak, and it was even a bit far from the top of the mountain. Normally people wouldn't rest at this place either, but Yu Qinxiao wasn't worried about stamina or food. So she chose to squat on this ridge and look down at the two zombies that rolled down. At this time, those two zombies had already disappeared in a white haze. But Yu Qinxiao knew that these snowflakes were certain death for ordinary people. It is estimated that even the bones of the corpse may not be able to retrieve. But these two zombies probably can climb out. Therefore, Yu Qinxiao really wanted to slide down a large area of snow. It would be best to freeze directly after sliding down, then wait for thousands of years before being discovered by humans. At that time, it was estimated that these two zombies would have become specimens, just like those specimens that were sealed in the ice. Yu Qingyang looked at the cracked snow. It won't still collapse, right? That's what she said. But if this snow layer was so fragile, would she still be able to continue climbing? Wouldn't she be like those two zombies that grunted and rolled down once she left? As soon as Yu Qingyang thought about that image of herself, she immediately waved it away. And just as she sat down, that piece of cracked snow instantly slid down. It was even more than the piece just now. Even the patch where Yu Qinxiao was standing before was affected. In other words, she was really lucky to have just climbed up to this ridge. This made Yu Qinxiao cover her face. She couldn't be the lucky child. Yu Qinxiao immediately stood up and pointed her finger at the sky before saying, "I am God." After saying this, Yu Qinxiang immediately shrank back again, mumbling things like offended. Sorry. When the avalanche stopped, Yu Qinxian didn't move either. And she didn't see those two zombies climbing out. She didn't know if they had rushed to the foot of the mountain, or if they had really been directly pressed under the snow. Yu Qinxiao didn't go down to look either. She squatted on the ridge for several days to make sure that there wouldn't be any more avalanches. And only then did she go down from the ridge and climb towards a higher place. Almost on the morning of the third day, Yu Qinxiao finally climbed up. At this moment, it was as if she was already standing on the clouds. Because it wasn't a clear and nice day, she couldn't see the situation below the mountain clearly. It had been blocked by the clouds. Yu Qinxiao thought about it and put the camera aside. Then felt the flag out of her backpack and pulled it away from the camera to delay the shot, with the camera clicking a few times. Yu Qinxiao then held up the national flag and walked over. This kind of thing she really didn't dare to think about before. But she was indeed standing on the first peak now. She put the national flag back into her backpack before she raised her camera and switched to video mode. Filmed the surroundings in a circle. After the filming was completed, Yu Qingyang took out her mobile phone and took a picture with the peak. She looked at the photo in her mobile phone. She didn't know when she had learned the habit of taking photos with the scenery. Just like her mom and dad, she took a picture with the attraction when she arrived at a spot. But Yu Qinxiao was now a little proud because she had come up to a peak that her parents had never come up to. I guess if mom and dad knew about it, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Of course, it would probably be a little more reassuring as well. Nowadays, she was already able to take care of herself very well. When Yu Qingyang arrived at the foot of the mountain, she found that this side was actually affected as well. but it wasn't affected too much. This area looked all barren and rocky. But there was still dead grass on these grounds. She had seen videos before. And there were also inhabitants in places like this. And there were many yaks living here as well. But now not a single yak had been seen. Yu Qingliang thought so, and went from the foot of the mountain towards the small village where the Tyrannosaurus Rex lived again. It was almost 20 kilometers away from the foot of the snowy mountain. There was no telling what the situation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was now. As she walked to the main road, she suddenly smelled the scent of a living creature. But it wasn't Tyrannosaurus Rex. Instead it smelled like grass. This made Yu Qingliang walk over carefully. The camera in her hand was switched on and ready to shoot. She crept up the hill and then looked behind it. Then she saw a cow with a calf. The calf looked fairly normal. But the big cow was completely different. It had green plants wrapped around its horns. It also looked like it was carrying a small meadow on its back. It even had small pinkish-purple flowers blooming on it. Yu Qingliang immediately turned off the sound of the camera and directly lay on the ground. Quietly crawling over, he took a direct shot at the yak. Of course, there was also the calf. The calf didn't have any horns, and it looked like it hadn't been born for long. But there was already little green moss on its back. This made Yu Qingliang immediately realize it could be that its mother was in a mutation situation that affected the calf. Therefore the calf also had a tendency to mutate. The big yak was eating those frozen grass roots. So Yu Qingliang was a little curious about what the calf was eating. It was only when the small yak went to eat milk that Yu Qingliang was struck by lightning. That's right. She had been obsessing about the cow eating grass, and had forgotten that the calf was eating milk. It was true that she had been thinking less lately. So a lot of things would subconsciously go into a kind of dead end. But when she watched the calf drink the milk, the big yak would squat down, and then let the calf reach the grass on its back. Although Yu Qingliang was shocked, she immediately filmed this image. The grass on this mother yak's back turned out to be really edible. It was just that Yu Qingliang was a bit curious. When these grasses grew, did they consume the host's life force? Or did they not have to? It was like a human awakening with system psychic ability. Then, there were some things that could catalyze plants, and others that could change plants out of thin air. Of course, there are also some that can even make dead with spring. All in all though it was a wood-type ability. Wood-type ability was just a big categorization. The functions underneath were different. Of course, this was only Yu Qingliang's guess. Because Gu Evening Qing was a few vines drawn out at all times. And there was only one type of those vines. There wasn't the kind of supernatural ability that could catalyze any plant that one reads about in novels. That was why it was such a guess. Plus, the scent on the Tyrannosaurus Rex was somewhat similar to the scent on Gu Evening Harvest. That was why Yu Qingliang guessed that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's healing supernatural ability was probably also a branch of the wood-based supernatural ability. And the smell on Shixing Tian's body was somewhat similar to Pei Yuan's. Then these two should belong to the same type of psychic ability. It's just that the functions are different. Otherwise the smell should be the same. Because she did smell the two people's aromas exactly the same. Now that she thought about it, the aroma of an ordinary person was on the meaty side. And the aroma of a psychic was on the plant side. And this yak's aroma was also on the plant side. Then it seemed that one's guess was indeed correct. Chapter 101 This is a proper robbery. Yu Qingliang didn't disturb them. What crawled over? Yu Qingliang crawled back. Instead, he circled back from another mountain, waiting until the afternoon. Yu Qingliang finally returned to the village where the Tyrannosaurus Rex lived. But she didn't smell the Tyrannosaurus Rex's odor. And there was no response even after shouting a few times. This made Yu Qingliang immediately rush into the house. After all, she couldn't smell a living creature when it was dead. The identity of a zombie allowed her to only smell the scent of living things. But now, the scent of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was gone. Either the Tyrannosaurus Rex was dead, or it was 3 kilometers away from her. She opened the door to her room and found that the sled was still inside. And the dog food and bacon were pretty much eaten. There should be no food left. So the Tyrannosaurus went out to look for food. Yu Qingliang just waited at the door for a while. She glanced at the time. It was almost 7 in the evening. It was also late in the day. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex hadn't come back yet. After Yu Qingliang waited for almost half an hour, she still couldn't wait any longer. She got up and went looking. There should be a lot of wild animals in this place, whether they were alive or turned into zombies. All in all, it was dangerous. Yu Qingliang looked at the ground carefully, trying to find traces of Tyrannosaurus Rex. There was indeed a Tyrannosaurus Rex footprint at the entrance of this house. But it walked up the road, and there were no more traces. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex's meat pads were hot, and should have left traces on the ice of the road. Therefore Yuqing was lying on the ground with her eyes on the ice, wanting to see if there were any plum-like footprints on this ground. She then lay on the ground and looked here and there, and finally saw the footprints on the ground. The Tyrannosaurus Rex must have stood in this place for quite a while. Therefore this place had the deepest plum blossom prints. To be able to melt the ice, that time must have been quite a lot. Looking at the location of the footprints, they should have gone over towards the opposite mountain. It wasn't close to the snowy mountain. Yuqing then stood up and walked towards the direction where the Tyrannosaurus Rex might have disappeared. As the time got later and later, so did the sky. Even though the sunset in this place was a few hours later than other places. But at this moment, it was already after 8 o'clock, and it was almost dark. If he couldn't find it back, he wasn't sure if the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body temperature could be maintained. Yuqing circled around through a few small hills, and then he saw a lake. The surface of the lake looked like it should be frozen over as well, but she could smell the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She immediately went around this side of the mountain, and saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex dragging a deer back. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was safe and sound, Yuqing was also relieved. It's just that Yuqing looked at the carcass of the deer that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was dragging. This deer, so big! Yuqing raised her voice and shouted its name. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately looked up and suddenly flew towards her. Don't even want the meat. Yuqing slapped her thighs. This stupid dog. How can it not even want meat? But fortunately, halfway through the run, Yuqing also ran over and led it to drag the deer. Yuqing originally thought it was a deer, but when he got closer, he realized it was a goat. Sure enough, with the Tyrannosaurus Rex's ability, there was no shortage of food in a place like this. Back to that small village, Yuqing dismantled all the furniture in people's houses. Although the people in these places burned what looked like cakes made of animal dung. Even though Yuqing knew that these things didn't have much flavor, but she still dismantled people's furniture. A fire was built. Yuqing roasted meat for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Of course, when roasting the meat, she didn't just plug her nose. She also wore several masks, barely isolating the smell to a level she could accept. Cooked food was really a torture for zombies. It's no wonder that the zombies lost interest in living things that were broken. But cooked meat, the Tyrannosaurus Rex ate it even better. After Yuqing thought about it, she got a knife from the house and broke down the meat. Although she did know how to cook, it was the first time she had dissected an animal in the raw. Plus, she was wearing a heavy down jacket and looked a bit bulky. In order to keep the blood from smearing on her duvet, she also found cuffs and an apron. A look of a great Aunt Picular. Yuqing broke down the meat, and some of it was packed in pockets for dog food. Because there was blood on it, it would soon freeze. There was also a part that Yuqing just roasted them directly, and packed them in another pocket. This way the Tyrannosaurus Rex could eat raw meat or cooked meat. Yuqing looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's water. There wasn't much left, so he still had to find a way to get water. But this place did have many small lakes, but none of them were freshwater lakes. There was no way for those water animals to drink. When Yuqing came, she came along one of the roads, so it caused her to miss a place that was very suitable for going to see the scenery. Of course, this place Yuqing wanted to go because of a character in a novel. That place known as Blossom. She had heard that that place was known as the Highland Little Jiangnan Place. She had watched many videos introducing the place. When she read the pop-ups and comments, she realized that many people also knew that place through a novel. And there were also a lot of people who went to that place because of a person. Yuqing also wanted to go and see it at that time though. But he turned around and came back when he stepped out of the door of his room. She didn't even step out of the door of her house. At that time, she even laughed at herself. In fact, she didn't love it that much. After that, she gradually forgot about those books and those characters. And now, Yuqing didn't come here for that character. It was because she wanted to come and take a look herself. That's why she came. The further Yuqing moved towards this place, the kind of high mountains were no longer some bare mountains, but began to have green trees instead. As expected, only when one actually walks through it, one would feel the magic. Yuqing passed through the jungle from the narrow road. She had seen a primitive rainforest in this kind of highland area, And it truly made her feel magical. It was true that the earth was magical. And after watching countless documentaries, Yu Qingxiao would still be shocked when she actually walked in front of it. There was even a spring in this mountain, although it was already frozen. But Yu Qingxiao didn't care and took the axe and went and knocked a big piece of it down and put it on the sled. The mountain spring water was delicious. Like before, she dug out another area by the roadside and lit a fire. Because the temperature rose some, the ice on those leaves started to melt and drip. Yu Qingyang could only take out her umbrella and hold it open. The trees here didn't grow exaggeratedly. It seemed that because of the altitude or some other reason, although they didn't grow very tall. But the leaves of the trees had all become very large. To say that the trees in one's old home grew taller, then the trees in this place grew sideways. The big fat leaves made the Tyrannosaurus Rex look smaller. Yu Qingyang took out his camera and took pictures of the leaves. He even compared himself with the leaves. I don't know why. As soon as Yu Qingxiao entered this place, it was as if he had turned into a villainous person. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was eating its mutton. Every now and then, it looked up at Yu Qingxiao. Yu Qingxiao, on the other hand, was looking here and climbing there with his eyes shining brightly. He even got stuck in a crevice when he came down from the tree because his clothes were too thick, and looked for help from the Tyrannosaurus Rex in a hurry. And when the Tyrannosaurus walked over, a large flower rushed over and directly swallowed the Tyrannosaurus. This was a sight to behold for Yu Qingyang. A flower swallowed her dog in front of her. Its owner. This was proper robbery. Chapter 102, Having Trouble Taking a Shit in the Future. Yu Qingyang anxiously took off her down jacket before she struggled out of the crack of the tree, copied the axe she used to cut down the tree, and rushed over, chopping at the stem of that big flower. Only her small axe could only chop small branches. The flower stem was thicker than her waist, so this axe was completely useless. Just as she was anxiously holding the flower stem and shaking it, the flower suddenly vomited, directly throwing up the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the hair all over its body carried a thick green slime, it was good that it wasn't missing any arms or legs, allowing Yu Qingyang to relax a little. But how could she not expect that the plants here were still carnivorous plants? She hadn't heard of it before either. Forget it. Even if there was a notice, she couldn't hear it all. This carnivorous flower didn't just spit out the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It even shrank to the side and vomited. It was only when Yu Qingyang circled around behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex that she saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex's pasted up arse of shit. It was still the diluted version. Yu Qingxiao couldn't smell it, but when she thought of that smell, she also went to crouch next to the cannibal flower and vomit. However, at the thought of this cannibal flower having the Tyrannosaurus Rex's shit in its mouth, Yu Qingxiao stayed away from it again. All this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been killing God in the face of God and Buddha in the face of Buddha. But I didn't expect that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's guts weren't very big, and it even scurried thin. But also, if she was swallowed alive, she would probably struggle subconsciously. So if the Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to live, and was suddenly swallowed, it would definitely be scared. Yu Qingxiao looked at the cannibal flower next to her that was still dry heaving. So she took a stick that was on fire and waved it in front of it. That cannibal flower really kept dodging. Although Yu Qingxiao felt that his burning stick couldn't hurt it at all, the instinct of plants would still be afraid of flames. Seeing that the cannibal flower was really scared, she directly took 2 sticks and played a set of swordsmanship at the cannibal flower. Instead, it drove the cannibal flower away. Only then did Yu Qingxiao turn back to look at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was dry heaving itself. I guess the slime on its body didn't smell good either. Only then did Yu Qingxiao roll up his sleeves, without taking his down jacket, and went to help the Tyrannosaurus Rex get the slime off its body. In just a few minutes, the slime started to freeze, and was already hard. Yu Qingyang immediately rubbed those ice slimes off. As for those smells, it was nothing to Yu Qingxiao. It was mainly because she still carried the consciousness of a human, so she would still feel a little bit nauseous. The good thing was that the slime was frozen on, so it was fine as long as it was rubbed off. And with no temperature on her, the slime wouldn't melt. It was the shit on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's arse that Yu Qingxian really had no way to deal with. It could only let the Tyrannosaurus Rex go and rub it clean on the blades of grass. As for whether it could rub it clean, Yu Qingxiao wasn't sure. When it came back, Yu Qingxiao saw that its entire arse was wet, and the dog shit on it was all gone. Yu Qingxiao told it to quickly roast it for the fire. Otherwise, it would freeze later. In case it froze its arse, it would be over. it would be difficult to shit in the future. She went up and helped the Tyrannosaurus Rex pull its tail, then put some more wood into the fire. Although the wood was all freshly cut down and smoked a lot. But at this time, they didn't care about that. When Yu Qingxiao was surrounded by smoke, she subconsciously closed her eyes for fear of getting her eyes smoked by this thick smoke. But unexpectedly, she didn't feel anything at all. There wasn't any problem with her eyes either. As expected, after turning into a zombie, there really wasn't any shortcomings except for the high temperature and being injured in the head. Yu Qingyang watched the fire rise violently. So she stepped back, then broke a branch from the side to help the Tyrannosaurus Rex support its tail. It was already completely dark, although Yu Qingxiao's sight wasn't affected too much. But Yu Qingxiao knew that the surrounding area was probably too dark to see. With the appearance of that cannibal flower, Yu Qingxiao became even more cautious. In this kind of forest, there were indeed many plants that had never been seen before, and these plants were dangerous. After Yu Qingxiao watched the fur on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's bum had roasted dry, she collected the branch. She threw the branch to the side before taking out the Tyrannosaurus Rex's cushion and blanket so that it could sleep. Then she picked up the axe that had fallen to the ground and was going to go and retrieve the duvet from the tree. But then she reached down and tugged on it, and realized that the duvet was completely stuck between the branches. She was a little surprised, because she herself came down from the tree. Then this down jacket was just hanging on the tree trunk. Now it was surprisingly squeezed tightly by the two tree trunks. Yu Qingyang instantly realized that the fact that she was stuck by the tree branches should not be because she was clumsy. Rather, it was because these two tree trunks it just would fit together. This made Yu Qingxiao stare at those two trunks and raise the axe in her own hand and chop towards one of the trunks. After only 2 axes, the tree trunk loosened up a bit. Only then did Yu Qingxiao pull out her down coat. Although she was still wearing an overcoat, this down coat couldn't be given to the tree. It seemed that even if there were no zombies, this forest was still dangerous. Yu Qingyang returned to the fire, holding a tree branch in one hand and an axe in the other. He stood behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex like a door god. There was a fire in front of him, so he wasn't afraid of these plants coming from the front. So he just had to guard against the back. During this time, there were indeed some vines hitting the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Yu Qingxiao was quick on his feet and directly cut off the vines with a single axe. She also picked up the vines and followed Gu Evening Qing's movements to fling them out. Only her movements were flimsy and not handsome at all. After accidentally blinding the sleeping Tyrannosaurus Rex into waking up, Yu Qingxiao simply threw the vines away. It was true that this kind of thing was like a whip. It was necessary to have merit. Otherwise the ones who smacked it would be themselves. Of course, it could also be someone else. Or another dog. At dawn, the Tyrannosaurus woke up. In order not to stay in the wild tonight, Yu Qingyang was ready to speed up to go to the middle of the county. It was a good thing that he had traveled quite fast in the previous 2 days. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it reached the county town. Although it was said to be the county town, in Yu Qingxiu's eyes, it didn't feel as big as a town. However, when entering the town, Yu Qingxiao was still a bit careful. The main reason was that there were no zombies seen in the town. Of course, there was no smell of living people either. It meant that there were no survivors or people from the official compound in this place. But the quieter the place, the more careful one had to be. The houses in this county town were loose and not really close together. Yu Qingyang explored the path and made sure there was no danger before letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex enter the house first. She closed the door and walked towards the county town with a tree branch in her hand. The easiest way to know if there were any zombies in this county was to just shout, "Excuse me, is there anyone? No. May I ask if there are any zombies?" Yu Qingxiao yelled a few times, but no zombie answered her. Just when Yu Qingxiao thought that there were really no zombies in this town, suddenly a figure rushed out from behind the house and then crossed over to her. Yu Qingxiao saw that the other party was wearing clothing that only locals would wear. So it was not an alienated zombie. And its target was clear. It was the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She knew there must be something wrong with this county being so quiet. "You stand still," Yu Qingyang yelled as soon as she threw the branch in her hand. And the zombie was literally pinned in place. Yu Qingxiao immediately knew that this was an intelligent zombie. It could communicate. Yu Qingxiao immediately jogged over, looking at the other person, who was not tall and had 2 big braids. She knew that it was a female zombie. She circled around to the front of the other party and found that this zombie should not have been very old in life. almost in her 20s. However, this zombie's eyes were red and not golden, indicating that it was a bit worse than Shixingyu and Aya. But it was a level 3 or level 4 zombie anyways. Yu Qixiao stared at it, and it stared back at Yu Qixiao. Of course, Yu Qixiao didn't miss the secretions flowing out from the corner of its mouth. Since it wasn't as good as Shixingyu and Ah Yi, it definitely couldn't beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Qixiao suddenly stopped worrying. Chapter 103, as for holding such a grudge? Wipe your saliva. My family's dog. You can't beat it. Yu Qixiao reached out and patted this female zombie's shoulder, signaling that it was better for her not to mess around. The female zombie listened to Yu Qixiao's words before those red eyes looked at Yu Qixiao. Originally, she was not interested in Yu Qixiao. The truth was that she really hadn't even noticed this little zombie. When she was just called out, her whole body did stir for a moment, and her body stopped involuntarily. Now looking at it this way, this zombie in front of her was weak, but it could communicate with herself. That was bound to be not simple. And the saliva secreted by the female zombie quickly froze, and as soon as she bared her teeth, the eyeshell fell from the corner of her mouth. Of course, this female zombie's teeth looked much sharper than Shixingyu's and theirs. It looked like it could tear someone apart with a single mouthful. Yu Qingyang looked at her and thought that this female zombie should have listened. When the female zombie saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex, although she was very greedy, she still held back. She knew the moment she saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex that the little zombie in front of her wasn't lying to her. This dog, she really couldn't beat it. Afterwards, Yu Qingyang asked her where the zombies in this county had gone, if they had all been killed by her or something like that. Later, from this zombie's mouth, she learnt that because there were quite a few animals in the forest, all these zombies had gone into the mountains. But all the plants in the mountains eat people and walkers, so all these zombies were swallowed by the plants in the mountains. In the whole county, she was the only zombie left, and she was originally one of the zombies swallowed by the plant. It's just that she was lucky and devoured the crystal core of that plant. So she had the ability to avoid the attacks of those mutated plants, and went to the mountains to hunt for food after 10 days or so. After that, she went back to the county to stay in the city. As soon as Yu Qingyang heard the female zombie say that those plants were defenseless and dangerous, she felt very empathetic. She felt the same way, especially the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had suffered greatly, took a rare paw to comfort a zombie. Only the good dog was not rewarded. The Tyrannosaurus Rex comforted this female walker. The female zombie grabbed its foot and was about to bite it. Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was originally an alien dog and had a high level, not something that this female zombie could bite. Instead, the female zombie was directly stomped out by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Qingyang didn't care about the Tyrannosaurus Rex playing with the zombie, and went up to the roof of the building with his camera, taking pictures of the surrounding mountains. She was somewhat curious about the plants that had devoured the zombie. Since the plants in this place were so terrifying, the forests in her old home would probably have such plants that could eat people. This world, it had finally forced the plants to start eating meat as well. After all, that female zombie didn't look too old, just in her teens. And these intelligent zombies made Yu Qingyang feel that the younger people became zombies, the easier it would be for them to evolve into intelligent zombies. Perhaps the adults had already been disappointed with this world, and had long since become like walking corpses. If you become a zombie, you don't have to work, you won't get tired or sleepy, and you just have to eat and eat and eat all day long. Only teenagers, or those who still have hope in life, will try to find a way to regain their sanity. Then what type does he belong to? Yu Qingyang couldn't think clearly. She didn't have the idea of living. She was the type of person who died quite well, and couldn't create anything by living. But it was good to be conscious now. Although coming out for a walk wouldn't necessarily cure the disease, she felt that being able to die in a pretty place was much better than dying in that four-square house. After Yu Qingyang finished taking the pictures, she looked downstairs, when the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still fighting with the female zombie. Can you show me those zombie-eating plants? Yu Qingyang opened his mouth and asked her. The female zombie was being pressed on the ground by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And suddenly, when she heard Yu Qingxiao's words, her sight went to Yu Qixiao. It's dangerous. The female zombie opened her mouth, not really wanting to go. Maybe if she fought with this dog like this, she could really take a nibble. Not afraid. Let's just go and take a look, Yu Qixiao continued, directly blocking the female zombie's refusal. The female zombie stared at Yu Qingxiao for a while, and finally pushed the Tyrannosaurus Rex away, sort of reluctantly agreeing to Yu Qingxiao's suggestion. Yu Qingxiao only carried his backpack, and put the photo of his parents and himself in the suitcase. Chopped a lot of firewood and lit a fire, letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex watch. Firstly, those plants, even if they would attack the zombies. But if they were to attack, they would attack the Tyrannosaurus Rex first. Plus, a lot of things in this town were not broken, so Yu Qingyang piled them all up in the house. And since the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very capable of defending itself, Yu Qingxiao wasn't worried. It was just that she didn't really want a situation like the last time where it was directly swallowed to happen. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex heard that Yu Qingxiao wanted to keep it in the county, it initially disagreed. But as soon as Yu Qingxiao said that he would let it help watch over his baby, the Tyrannosaurus grunted and agreed. It circled around the suitcase several times, and then looked at itself pitifully. Yu Qingxiao could probably understand what it meant. "Don't worry. We'll be back soon," Yu Qingxiao said, and patted the female zombie's shoulder. The young female zombie didn't move. In fact, she now preferred this big dog to leave its master behind, because she really didn't want to go to that man-eating forest at all. But it was clear that the dog would not help her. The teenage zombie was then led towards the mountains by Yu Qingliang. She even took one step and turned back 3 times. But that big dog couldn't feel itself at all. It wasn't just biting its mouth. Why hold such a grudge? If there's really a plant that wants to swallow you, then I'll stall and let you escape. And since you're going to hunt for food in a few days, you should know the safe route. Yu Qingyang tugged at her idly, and saw her turn back before speaking. The young girl zombie was dumbfounded when she heard Yu Qingxia's words. The words were true. But this zombie was too weak. Right? How could she let that dog follow? In the eyes of the teenage zombie, Yu Qingxiao was really a vegetable. But sometimes there was some aura on her that made her unable to resist. When she still wanted to confirm it again, Yu Qingxiao was again just one of those zombies that only had a little bit of energy. Even she thought that Yu Qingxiao would just die as she walked. But looking at her, she didn't look like she was going to die in the slightest. With the girl zombie leading the way, Yu Qingxiao smoothly entered the forest. The mountains over here were quite high. She had brought her mobile phone camera and pistol, as well as an engineer's shovel and her own axe. The axe wasn't big, but it was better than being sharp. It was suitable for chopping vines. Yu Qingyang asked the teenage zombie's name, and got the same answer as Night. She did not have a name. Therefore Yu Qingxiao held on to the idea that since she didn't have a name, she couldn't keep calling Yu, or that zombie, or something like that. Yu Qingxiao thought about it, and gave her a name. Mima. Even if Mima didn't want it, Yu Qingxiao still gave it to her. As for what does Mima mean? Because it's Tuesday. So she was called Mima. Mima wouldn't even realize she was being called when she heard Yu Qingxiang call her by that name at first. But when Yu Qingxiao went all the way, Mima. Come here and look. What's this? Mima. Look at that big leaf. It's the first time I've seen it. Mima. Try to see if this worm is edible. Then Mima gradually realized that Mima was herself. Chapter 104. You're just sending yourself to death if you go. Yu Qingyang would recognize the meaning represented by this minority language. It was also entirely because of the novels that he had read in the past. Especially when he was in school. He was unusually obsessed with the matter of today's day of the week. That was why she remembered these pronouns. But Mima gave her very few responses. Apparently, in Yu Qingyang's eyes, Mima was a high-strung zombie. In life, she should have been a high-cool person as well. But people who were not talkative like Shi Xingyu were talkative in the back. So Yu Qingyang thought that if he spent more time with Mima, she would also have something to say. Mima was a local person anyways. Even after turning into a zombie, she was still familiar with this kind of place. She would sometimes stop, and Yu Qingxiao would follow suit. That plant, which eats the most zombies and goods, is the king of this mountain. At this moment, they were halfway up the mountain. But she pointed at a plant on the opposite side of the mountain and said. Yu Qingyang looked in the direction of her finger, and saw a very large tree. The tree was a bit strange looking. The tall trunk looked white. But of course, that wasn't the most important thing. Rather, underneath its crown, it looked like it had a huge heart that was even beating. And the bark looked like it had veins in it. And the crown of the tree looked like an umbrella, while a dozen or so ball-shaped things were hanging below it. When Yu Qingyang saw that tree, he almost wondered if he had traveled to another planet, or traveled to an otherworld. She wouldn't even be shocked if an elf or kobold emerged from the bushes later. Yu Qingyang immediately took out her mobile phone to take a picture with the tree first, proving that she wasn't dreaming. Only after that did she take out her camera to take a picture. He even wanted to go through all the angles to take a picture. Mima looked at Yu Qishao as she was about to get closer. So she pulled her back. You see those things hanging there? They're filled with animals and zombies it preys on. I was almost killed by it. You're just sending it to its death if you go. Yu Qingyang sniffed and didn't care, but also didn't go forward. Actually, it didn't matter if it killed her. Her life wasn't worth anything. But this mobile phone and camera on her body, that was quite valuable. But Yu Qingyang didn't go any closer, and instead circled around this mountain. So the two zombies circled around for tens, or even hundreds of kilometers. During this time Mima also gave Yu Qishao some dangerous plants. In short, the plants in this place had turned into carnivorous plants. Yu Qishao looked at those plants, and didn't recognize them at all. At this time, Yu Qishao really needed a botanist to explain to her from the side. Or a mobile phone that could be connected to the internet, so that she could take pictures and recognize them. But obviously, Yu Qingxia's mobile phone was out of the signal area and couldn't receive anything. Still, she took pictures of the trees first. That was until she was crossing a small stream when she saw a large area of pretty little pink flowers. It was spooky enough to be able to bloom on such a cold day. Still, she clutched her camera and took pictures of the patch of flowers from every angle. Mima didn't stop her though, stating that even if these little flowers were dangerous, they weren't enough to harm walkers or animals. At most, they would prey on some insects or something like that. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang stood up and went to the tree to get a bug as thick as her own index finger. And as soon as she placed it on that small patch of flowers, she immediately turned on the video recording function. The bug first twisted a few times. Then a tentacle suddenly poked out from the center of the pink flower. Then, like a butterfly's mouthparts, this tentacle stuck directly into the bug. There was one, and then there was a second. In an instant, this bug was covered in these tiny flower mouthparts. In less than 10 seconds, all that was left of this bug was a fleshy skin. Sure enough, these mutated plants didn't really have to be completely harmless. Yu Qingyang had a sudden thought. So he stretched his finger over that little flower. However, did not react at all. Obviously, they were not interested in zombies. Yu Qishao withdrew his hand, and then picked up the camera. It was also known that many plants were not interested in dead things even though they had become carnivorous. Yu Qishao took out his mobile phone, and took a picture with this small flower. And even pulled Mima over to take a picture together. Mima didn't put up much of a fight. It seemed that these advanced intelligent zombies weren't that resistant to taking pictures, or anything else. Therefore, along the way, Yu Qingyang also took quite a few pictures of Mima. Mima had absolutely no idea how Yu Qishao could be so free of any sense of danger. It was because many of the plants in this kind of forest were dangerous. Further on, she hadn't even been there. However, Yu Qishao suddenly saw the road sign. Since there was a road sign, it meant that there was a road on this mountain. She led Mima upwards. And Mima didn't feel any danger. So she followed Yu Qishao upwards. When she followed Yu Qixien to a road, she was still a bit surprised. Mima was not aware that there was even a road in this kind of mountain. Once they reached the road, Yu Qixien was obviously much more familiar with it. Instead, Mima was pulled around by her. Following the road, Yu Qishao to go round the back of that tree. She had just stopped when she came across the image of the tree feeding. From the crown of the tree poked down a piece of something unknown like a red leaf. Yu Qishao immediately turned on her camera. The image was adjusted closer, and she finally saw what that piece of something that looked like a leaf was. That piece of leaf was like a huge piece of bloody meat. It looked fat and thin, and even emitted a meaty aroma. She could smell it from several kilometers away. And Mima was already a little stupid at this point. Even though she knew it was a trap. The smell of blood and meat kept drawing her in. As she was about to move, her wrist was grabbed. Yu Qingyang took out the mask from his backpack, folded several of them, and got some plant juices to sprinkle on them. Then put them on Mima. After putting on the mask, Mima really calmed down a bit. Her red eyes also darkened. And she didn't have the same raging sense of desire that she had just had. When Mima looked at Yu Qixien, she realized that Yu Qixien didn't have any mask and her eyes didn't have any desire. She was acting abnormally. Abnormally unlike her own kind. Yu Qishao watched Mima calm down and let go of her hand. She also didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Mima's appearance of looking like a snacker. Sure, Laonyo also had times when she had gluttonous drool running down her face. It was just that Sure Laonyo was a bit more protective and measured than Mima. But all of these things were instilled in the head of the walkers when they were alive. Everyone is different. So walkers are even more so. Because zombies, in fact, had no humanity. Yu Qingyang just stared at Mima for a while before withdrawing his gaze. This virus was something really cruel. It could turn a living person into a monster that only knew how to yearn for blood and flesh. Obviously, they didn't do anything wrong in life. Just because they were infected with the virus, they turned into monsters. Something to be driven to extinction whenever they were seen by humans. Yu Qingyang took the camera and continued to take pictures. Even if she cursed the heavens and the earth right now, there was no way to solve the difficulties in front of her. Since the zombies had lost their humanity and were no longer considered human. Let the zombies become extinct. Let these once human beings truly sleep in peace. Chapter 105. Bigger is less likely to be forgotten by humans. Yu Qingyang chose a place with a good location and kept watching that big tree. Almost half an hour later, the decoy suddenly moved. What was originally a large leaf-like thing was now slowly turning into a ball. The animal inside was still struggling. Yu Qingyang pulled the focus closer again and found that the animal should be some kind of carnivore. Black in color. It was not too clear what kind of animal it was. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, the animal stopped moving. Then it turned into a ball hanging below the canopy. The heart-like thing was faintly glowing red and throbbed a few more times. Yu Qingyang wondered if the tree would die if she fired a shot at that heart now. All she had on her body was a gun and an axe that were considered more offensive. But Yu Qinxiao just imagined it a little and gave up. Yu Qinxiao and Mima had been wandering around the mountain for almost 7 or 8 days, watching Mima feed twice. And both times, it was Yu Qinxiao who spotted the target first. There was no way she could detect any living thing once it entered her 3-kilometer radius. These were the easiest times for Mima to feed in a row. Because of this little zombie. She even knew how to make traps and caught several mountain chickens. When Yu Qingyang carried the mountain chickens and stuffed them to Mima, he smiled and said, "This trap is still something I learned from your people here." Mima was puzzled. She had never seen Yu Qinxiao. "It's on video." Yu Qinxiao took out his mobile phone and played a video for Mima to see, explaining that this was the video. Mima's red eyes looked over, somewhat curious. But the video was of humans and zombies fighting. The kind of zombies she hadn't seen before. And neither had the humans. She hadn't been out of this place since. For some reason, Mima didn't want to leave this place either. This person is very powerful. Isn't she? She's an official person. That is, if we were humans. She's the one who protects us. But we're zombies now. If she sees us, then we'll be killed. Yu Qingyang showed Mima the scene of Gu Evening Qing fighting with the alienated zombies. Mima stared at Gu Evening Qing for a while, then said, "This human is very powerful." Yu Qinxiao immediately nodded his head when he saw that Mima could actually tell. Yes. 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 Super powerful. If you see this human in the future, don't even think about it and run immediately. Remember? Yu Qinxiao said in a serious tone. Just like Shi Xingyu, for example, took her words to heart. And that's why he's alive, and well so far. If he really rushed up to fight Gu Evening Qing, it was probably not going to end well. Remember? Mima nodded. They returned to the county on the 9th day of their departure. The county town was still empty. The food Yu Qingyang had stored for the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not finished. She got some and put it on the sled, ready to leave early the next morning. And Mima just stood at the door of the house for a while, before turning around and leaving. Yu Qingyang didn't say anything either. She also didn't need walkers to engage in human relationships with her. They were all zombies. So of course, they could do as they pleased. Thinking about it, Yu Qingyang felt that she really didn't have much humanity left. This time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not angry, and was very affectionate when he saw her. The fire in the house was not extinguished, and she did not know where the Tyrannosaurus Rex got the wood or something else. Yu Qinxiao felt that the longer the Tyrannosaurus Rex stayed with her, the smarter it got. This made Yu Qinxiao put the other picture of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in his backpack into the photo frame of himself and his parents. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes immediately lit up as it watched Yu Qingxiu's actions. It could see that the photo was of itself. and that the photo was the treasure that its owner had said it was. Now its photo was also placed with the treasure. So it was the owner's treasure too. This made the Tyrannosaurus grunted and circled around Yu Qixian, wanting to see the photo. Only then did Yu Qixiao put the group photo in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Look! A family of 4. Yu Qixiao said with a smile. But you're all older than me and Mom and Dad. Ha ha ha. What a funny group photo. Yu Qixiao gave the Tyrannosaurus Rex a look, and then looked at it himself, and found it a bit funny, because the picture of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was really big. Putting it in the photo frame, it was so big, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex was just a big dog. It was good to be bigger. Bigger would be less likely to be forgotten by humans. Early the next morning, Yu Qingyang and the Tyrannosaurus Rex were leaving this place. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the time. It was already November. Last year's November had already begun to see people with unexplained high fevers. And the weather was slowly getting hotter. It was just that no one at that time would have thought that disaster was slowly coming. On her birthday, the ambulance came several times in the neighborhood, but she only looked through the door of her room. But there were so many people who fainted because of the high fever behind them. And those who came back later with more fever had to be homebound. And with the weather heating up somewhat perversely, she was just trying to update at that point. Then the rest of the time was spent watching videos and playing games for a while. On the night of her birthday, which was the 2nd of November, Yu Qingyang was a bit feverish. But at that time, she didn't know that the end times were coming. It was just that after a sleep, the world was different. There were news of zombies biting people everywhere. But at that time, it was still manageable. Officials notified of any symptoms of fever. People had to be bundled up and locked in their rooms and then call the officials. In fact, Yu Qingyang thought to himself, that time if the humans obeyed instead of showing favoritism and showing any preference to their loved ones, maybe the situation in their country could really be brought under control. But it wasn't. Who would tie up their loved ones and lock them in a room? Yu Qingyang knew that she hadn't turned into the first batch of zombies once she thought about the fact that she hadn't woken up with any symptoms after seeing those zombies again. And while there were sounds coming from the entire building from time to time, there wasn't any screaming. Yu Qingyang opened the door of his room and saw the humans who had fled through the security door. When they heard the sound of the door opening, they all couldn't be bothered to turn around at all either. Yu Qixiao just held a cup of hot water and watched those people fleeing through the security door. She couldn't do anything but stand like this through the security door. By the time she came back to her senses, the water in the cup had completely cooled down on the perversely hot day. Yu Qingyang closed the door to her room and continued her life. It was as if it wasn't the end times outside. It wasn't until the official broadcast appeared in her ears that she jolted awake and reached out for the zombie to tickle her. At that time Yu Qingyang clearly saw the official person at the entrance of the building looking at her with a shocked look on his face. And she just nodded slightly at the other party before closing the door to her room and even unlocking it. Although her body was hurting and uncomfortable, she still laid down on the bed. Yu Qingyang came back to her senses and looked at the date of November 2nd on her mobile phone. It turned out that today, a whole year had passed since the end of the world happened. It was also her 29th birthday. She put away her phone and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was circling around her. So she reached out and rubbed its head. It's fine. Let's go. Yu Qingyang smiled idly, indicating that she told the Tyrannosaurus Rex not to worry. She just suddenly thought of something from the past. Besides, when they left the county, Mima was standing at the intersection of the county instead. It was not known if she had come to see them off. Yu Qixiao waved her hand at her, unable to say the word goodbye, because she knows, probably will not see you again. Chapter 106 Anyway, it's not like we're in a hurry. When she came, she felt that she couldn't walk anyhow. But when it was time to leave, it was quite fast. It only took 3 to 5 days for Yu Qingyang to leave this place. The more they walked, the more those bare mountains became. Of course, there were also snow-covered snow mountains that could be seen everywhere, as well as those salt lakes. The tip of Yu Qingxia's nose started to drift snow again. It was also true that according to normal time, it was winter now as well. It was just that this messed up weather had caused her to have some surprises with such gentle snowflakes. Originally, this was the normal snowflake. Now that this snowflake had become normal, she felt abnormal instead. The electricity hadn't been used much lately, and the map showed that her current location was nearly 700 kilometers or so from the nearest base. It wasn't like she was worried about suddenly encountering survivors. It was just that it had started to snow. And Yu Qingyang felt that the temperature should be a bit lower. She glanced at the temperature on her mobile phone. It was still down more than 10 degrees from half a month ago. It had finally broken through the minus 50-degree temperature. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't look uncomfortable. She moved her arms, and didn't feel frozen. However, Yu Qingyang was still prepared to find a small county to stay for a while. It wasn't like they were in a hurry anyway. As for the Tyrannosaurus Rex's food, although the dog food had already eaten none of it, but there were 2 goats as reserve food. Plus, there was a county ahead. So Yu Qingyang was prepared to wait and see. If it snowed heavily, he would stay in this small county for a while. There wasn't much cover around this kind of small county. So some of the zombies were probably chasing after living things to leave. There were also some that hadn't eaten and had fallen to the ground and rotted. As for the zombies that were still shaking on the streets, Yu Qingyang wasn't sure how they survived. Didn't Shishingyu say that if a zombie didn't eat for 3 months, it would slowly rot and die? Looking at these zombies that were alive and kicking around, Yu Qishao didn't look like they were going to die. It felt like she and the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't survive these zombies. Finding a house that looked pretty good, Yu Qishao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex stayed in it. Because this kind of place was far from the center. A lot of things would need to be transported. After Yu Qishao settled the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he went to the supermarket to have a look. And a lot of food had a shelf life of 3, 6 or 9 months. But there were a lot of canned goods in such places. These canned goods had a longer shelf life. Some were more than 10 months. Some were 2 years. Yu Qingyang didn't hesitate to take these canned goods. As for those vegetables and stuff, Yu Qishao didn't think about it. They had all rotted away. And even if they hadn't rotted away, she couldn't eat the vegetables. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't eat them either. Yu Qishao looked at the pile of rotting leaves and saw that new vegetables had even grown. There were even a few mushrooms underneath the vegetables. This made Yu Qingyang pick the mushrooms and put them in his mouth. Even if they were poisonous mushrooms, they were not as poisonous as the zombie virus. Yu Qingyang put the mushroom in his mouth and chewed. There was still no flavor. But she had no way to swallow it. Her mouth was all dry. So she could only pick out the broken mushroom in the mirror again. Surely not everything was edible. She took a paper towel and wiped her hands. Looked around to make sure no one had seen the embarrassment she had just been in. And only then left with a cardboard box in her arms. It was like this back and forth several times. Yu Qishao then moved away all the food that could be eaten in this supermarket. Back in the house, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already skillfully smashed all the wooden furniture. It also made a pile of them. Yu Qishao picked up some of them and made a fire. The house was immediately dyed with orange light. The firelight reflected in the big black eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Flickering, Yu Qishao sat beside it and tried to raise her hand to roast the fire like a human. But actually, she couldn't feel the temperature. As soon as her body couldn't stand the temperature, her body would subconsciously shrink back, and the head would also tingle. Yu Qingyang then moved back. The snow outside was gradually getting heavier. Yu Qishao leaned on the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and looked at it for a while before he got up to get food for it. However, when Yu Qishao stood at the window looking at the snow, she saw what appeared to be 2 cars driving past on the distant horizon. She took out her binoculars to look at them. But she couldn't see anything except that the 2 cars looked bullish. These cars were not familiar to her. Obviously just one she hadn't seen before. Look at the 2 cars going in a northeasterly direction. It was not until the cars disappeared into the horizon that Yu Qingyang withdrew her sight. She took out the map to have a look and found that going in that direction was Q Province. This made Yu Qishao think of the fact that many female protagonists of post-apocalyptic novels would build their own bases. And the bases that they set up by themselves would choose places, like the Northwest, that were off the beaten track. Especially the Plateau Lakes in Q City were the places that these heroines too wanted to settle. Of course, this was only Yu Qingyang's guess. It was possible that those 2 cars were the cars of one of the base's alien squad. And it had nothing to do with Yu Qingyang. It wasn't like they were coming here. It was probably also because it was snowing and people were rushing back to the base. Yu Qishao stayed in this small county for several days, and found that the snow kept falling without any sign of stopping. The Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't afford to stay in this kind of hut all the time. It had to go out for a walk every morning and evening. After Yu Qingyang thought about it, he went and got a large roll of plastic shed film from an unknown family, and sewed an oversized Macintosh for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex put it on, it naturally fit well. This way, even if snow fell on it, it wouldn't get its fur wet. And Yu Qingyang also wrapped up the valuable things on the sled, especially his own suitcase and that storage battery. After preparing everything, Yu Qingxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex went in the direction of the palace again. Sure enough, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was in a much better mood when he embarked on the journey again. Although the road was thick with snow, the sled came in handy, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had become very large, had no difficulty at all walking on the snow. It even scampered. Compared to the south, where the roads were full of cars, it was true that in this kind of wide place, walking up dozens of kilometers, one wouldn't even see a single car. Even those desolate-looking mountain packs were covered with thick white snow. This made Yu Qingyang look like one cream cake after another. The dark clouds at this time were pressed down very low. Those dark clouds were like a layer of thick hats pressing down on the mountain tops. It was as if the mountain was holding up the dark clouds, so that this cloud did not press down on the ground. Yu Qingyang took a few shots with his camera. Then, he released the drone, wanting to take a look around. The main reason was that this section belonged to the main road of this province. It wouldn't be good if they encountered the base's alien warriors. She looked at the picture in the remote control, and saw that she and the Tyrannosaurus Rex were actually inconspicuous in this kind of snow. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was originally white, and her down coat was also white. The color of the sled was also white. So from a distance, naturally, you can't see it too clearly. But the drone flew over the mountain pack and headed into the distance. And before Yu Qingxiao could react, the picture on her remote control suddenly started to go out of control. Only then did Yu Qingxiao react. Her drone seemed to have been grabbed by something. Chapter 107. It's still food that's more important. It wasn't until a vulture grabbed her drone and flew over her head that Yu Qingxiao was instantly petrified. She had forgotten that there were flying birds in the sky. But her drone wasn't even edible. It was useless even if she grabbed it. Yu Qingxi's thoughts had only fallen when the vulture grabbed her drone and crashed it into the rocks on the mountain. Yu Qingxiao instantly leaned back on the sled seat. That was something she had brought from someone else. It was all told to the owner that it would be used properly. First one was knocked down by Sesame Cookie, and now one was dropped on a rock by a vulture. Yu Qingyang could only rage impotently at this point. But obviously, the attack power was completely negligible. The vulture liked to eat carrion, and when Yu Qingxiao reacted, he immediately hugged himself. It couldn't be that this vulture was coming to eat herself. Although her body was indeed dead, it hadn't started to rot yet. There was no way she could be a high monk and do the job of cutting her flesh and feeding it to the eagle. Luckily, after that vulture found out that the drone was not edible, it circled around the mountaintop for a while before turning around and flying away. Yu Qingxian watched the vulture go and first breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Yu Qingxiao reacted that this vulture was not a zombie vulture, but a live one. That could be a ration for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chase. It's up to you if you can eat fresh tonight. Yu Qingyang pointed at the vulture's back, and then slapped the Tyrannosaurus Rex's bum hard. And naturally, the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head and rushed out, quickly pulling the sled to follow the vulture. One was flying. One was running. All in all, the speeds were surprisingly indistinguishable. However, Yu Qingyang still felt that the T-Rex won, knowing that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still dragging something that weighed 200 pounds. It could still run very fast. So it was definitely the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was much more powerful. And Yu Qingxiao was sitting on the sled. Although it wasn't as bumpy as much, he was still afraid that he would be thrown out. But the fact that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was running so fast and couldn't die from a fall for the time being made her start to feel hot-blooded. Anyway, she gave the Tyrannosaurus Rex directions, and the Tyrannosaurus pulled her along and rushed over. And at that moment, there were two people sprawled out on a hill in the distance. They had recently come out to look for supplies. As long as they followed the vultures, then they would be able to find living things. But just as they reached this hill, the vulture suddenly turned in a different direction. As they were about to follow, that vulture came over again. Of course, this vulture was not the key to attracting their attention now. Rather, it was that big dog, pulling a sled with a man sitting on top of it. As for the dog and the man, they were chasing their target. What a hell. I saw a man with a dog chasing vultures in the freezing cold. People are really brave nowadays. One of the men was wearing a thick winter coat with a cotton cap on his head. His face was not covered because he was using the binoculars, so he was freezing red. The other man took his binoculars at his words and looked over. Sure enough, he saw the man and the dog. Now that it was a year after the end of the world, the zombies had also evolved a lot. Ordinary people would not go out of the base anymore. Plus, the zombie king had evolved now. Occasionally, they would attack the base with a herd of corpses on a whim. Of course, they humans were not to be defeated casually. Over the past year, other than the food and clothing being a bit worse than before, it was fine. However, although their alien battle team often went on missions and lost members, the quality of life hadn't dropped too much. They had even become accustomed to this kind of life. It was just that this was the first time they had seen someone living alone in the wilderness. Should we go after them? The one who spoke at the beginning asked the one next to him. And from down the slope another came up. Any sign of the vulture? Found it. But a man cut it off halfway. Captain, should we go after it? The lad's eyes lit up, and he looked at the man walking up behind him, and just leapt into action. He did want to go after him. Because if that man dared to chase the mutant vulture alone with a dog, then he really had some skills. Is that so? Then it's fine to chase up and take a look. That captain sort of agreed. Yu Qingyan was just a bit head over heels at this point, only knowing to chase after the vulture. So she only reacted when the sound of the car was already approaching. Yu Qingxiao looked back and found that there were actually 2 cars following a kilometer away. However, it was also because of the creaking sound of her own sled pressing on the snow. So she had heard the sound before and didn't pay too much attention to it. As she looked at the cars that were getting closer, she immediately realized that these 2 cars seemed to be chasing the vultures. Yu Qingxiao immediately told the Tyrannosaurus Rex to abandon the vulture and turn in a different direction. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was puzzled. It had been chasing it for half an hour and was about to catch up, only for its master to tell it to change the road. And when the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around and saw those 2 cars, immediately knew. Zombies and humans are mortal enemies. And its own master was a zombie. So the ones who could drive were humans. The Tyrannosaurus Rex converted and immediately headed in the direction Yu Qingxiao was pointing. But as they turned the corner, the car behind them followed suit. It was obvious that the 2 cars were following them. Yu Qingxiao glanced at the vulture that flew away and hated it in her heart. You're lucky today. Although she thought so, she started rummaging through her backpack. And there was nothing much in the way of lethal weapons. Until she rummaged through the 2 smoke bombs that Sister Shixingyu had given her. She had studied them later. And they were press-type smoke grenades. As long as one pressed down that circle thing at the top, then that would activate this smoke bomb. Yu Qingyang thought about it. She didn't have any suitable weapons to use against these 2 cars. Looking at their cars, they should have been modified in order to be suitable for driving in this kind of place full of hills and snow. The chassis of the car was very high, and it looked like the kind of mountain bike. Window glass, not to mention, absolutely bulletproof and explosion-proof. So that small pistol of his own would definitely not be able to penetrate it. Yu Qingyang pressed the button and threw it behind him. And this smoke bomb looked just like a grenade. As soon as she threw it, the 2 cars behind her immediately swerved and drove to the side. As soon as Yu Qingyang saw the scene, he grabbed his mobile phone and took a picture first. It was too troublesome to pull out the camera. And after that smoke bomb landed, smoke appeared violently, blocking Yu Qingxiu's sled car tightly. And the 2 cars didn't expect that the other party threw over not a grenade, but a smoke bomb. Obviously, the other party did not want them to follow. The captain of this squad got out of the car and waited for the smoke grenade to stop before this captain walked over and picked up the rest of the smoke grenade shells. He glanced at the logo, and it wasn't something from the official base. It would have to be a homemade smoke grenade then. Captain, still chasing? The teenager looked at the man and dog in front of him, who had lost sight of him. So he plopped down on the passenger side and asked. The man called Captain was almost in his early 30s, with a scar on his forehead and stubble on his face. His eyes were fixed on the direction Yu Qingyang had disappeared in, and he waved his hand. No need. Chase the vultures. Although that person did intrigue him. And he could even tell that the other party should be a girl from the long hair that was exposed under the brim of her hat. But right now, it was still food that was more important. Chapter 108 Debao. You have to protect me. By the time these 2 vehicles headed towards the direction where the vultures flew away, both Yu Qingxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex poked their heads out from behind the hillside. Actually, Yu Qingxiao didn't go far. He just went around behind the mountain. Releasing that smoke bomb was also to tell these people not to follow her. Obviously, these people were sensible. They didn't really want to follow them all the way. It seemed that these people were also after that vulture. Yu Qingxiao watched the car go far away, and let the Tyrannosaurus Rex pull the sled to follow it from the side. That stinking vulture. Yu Qingxiao couldn't forget that it dropped his drone. It was sesame seed crackers' reasoning of being for the country, and the people that she was holding a grudge against. Not to mention the fact that this vulture had dropped her drone even though it clearly didn't kill. That was even more unbearable. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, on the other hand, was naturally happy to hear that it was going to go after the bird again. It pulled the sled, but it wasn't as anxious as before. They followed the car for more than 10 minutes before those two cars stopped. Yu Qingyan also looked towards that cliff. That place was a large, high cliff that looked like it had been split open by an axe. There was no snow on that cliff, but a group of vultures living there. But these people were not targeting the vultures. Previously, it was that group of people observing Yu Qingyan with binoculars. But now it was Yu Qingliang's turn to observe those people with binoculars. Those people's target was a group of goats under the cliff, because the wind and snow in this area was blocked by the high cliff, allowing this area to grow a meadow and even a not-so-small lake. And there were quite a few animals around. Obviously this was a freshwater lake. Yu Qingyan was a bit surprised. But when he thought about it, wasn't this vulture eating animal carcasses? And where there were animal carcasses, the odds were that there were living things. Usually when an animal dies, it's either from a fight or a disease. But in any case, many of the animals in this kind of plateau, many of them live in groups. Yu Qingyan looked at those people who were really there to hunt. So he didn't look at them. Instead, he went forward and walked under the cliff. Of course, there was no approaching those animals. Instead, she stopped right at the foot of the mountain. She took hold of her camera and just started lying on the snow to take pictures. It was only after Yu Qingyan took a few pictures of the animals that she suddenly thought, all of the animals in this place are protected animals. Right. It's inedible. So she immediately stood up to look at the animals that the people had gone to capture. At first glance, it was the herd of cows and sheep that were supposed to be raised by the herders. This kind is quite recognizable. What was illegal to eat, and what wasn't was probably engraved in the bones of the country. However, all the animals seen in this neighborhood were mutated animals, and no zombie animals were seen. She was then a bit puzzled. Since there were so many living things in this vicinity, it should attract a lot of zombie animals. But she didn't see any at the moment. After thinking about this, Yu Qingyan used her binoculars to look at the place where those vultures were standing. Then it spotted half a zombie animal. Its head was still moving one way or the other, but half of its body was trampled by the vulture's claws. The carrion on its body was yanked up by one of the vultures. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingyan immediately understood. This vulture. It was considered a natural enemy of the zombie. The carrion of that zombie wouldn't rot like a real corpse. Instead, it maintained the basic elasticity of meat, and the blood hadn't completely coagulated. Thinking about it this way, the flesh of a zombie should be the vulture's favorite food. In other words, this place had instead become a paradise for these animals. After all, zombies or zombie animals coming over would definitely be targeted by vultures. When Yu Qingyan thought of this, he immediately shrank behind the sled. Don't let the head of this vulture flock see it. To be able to protect such a pure land, it was bound to be more than one or two alien animals. There might be others. Yu Qingyan secretly took some videos and photos, and was ready to leave. But just as she stood up, and was about to leave, she heard the sound of a fight in the distance. She turned her head to where the sound came from, and saw an antelope chasing after the squad. The squad was also carrying several sheep. Obviously, even if these sheep were domesticated, they were now under the jurisdiction of that antelope. Anyway, this small group was in too difficult a position to escape even though they had brought food with them. It was good that that leading sheep chased it to the top of the hill and stopped chasing it. Just when Yu Qingyan thought that this antelope boss was a person who knew how to behave. As a result, a ball of light appeared between the two horns of this antelope. This ball of light was flung by the antelope and flew behind those people, directly exploding a crater on the ground. When Yu Qingxiao saw the scene, he was so scared that he immediately hugged the Tyrannosaurus Rex tightly. Tabeo, you have to protect me. Yu Qingxiao was so scared that he called the name of the Tyrannosaurus Rex randomly. Because in that instant, not to mention the three words Tyrannosaurus Rex, Even what her own name was she had forgotten. Not only did plants eat meat anymore, but now this animal's psychic abilities were even more bullish than humans. Fear, fear, fear. And after the group hit their prey, they just got in their car and drove off to sneak away. Sure enough, this kind of group of animals are not to be messed with. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was being held by Yu Qingxiao, and it directly threw Yu Qingxiao onto its back. Yu Qingxiao was turned upside down for a moment, which brought her back to her senses. She looked towards the antelope across the mountain. That antelope was beautiful. All 4 legs were long and slender, and its fur was also beautiful. It was a bit conspicuous standing in the white snow. However, Yu Qingyang didn't think that its life would be in any danger. Just that one ball of light just now could have smashed how many people to death. The antelope's size was also mutated and much larger. It made Yu Qingxiao think of the kind of spirit beasts in immortal cultivation novels. That antelope glanced towards Yu Qingxiao's side and turned its head back. It did not chase after the car. Yu Qingxiao only had time to take a picture of the antelope's back. Those 2 cars had already gone far away. And Yu Qingxiao also packed up his camera before letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex leave. Yu Qingxiao found out that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's psychic ability was of the electric system, and that antelope's psychic ability was probably of the same system as the Tyrannosaurus Rex's. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's was more like firing electricity from its body. That antelope, on the other hand, converged from the middle of its 2 horns, and then this energy was able to detach itself from its physical body. But that's a bit of a long forward swing. If one encountered a faster one, it would still be a bit hard to react. Yu Qingyang felt that it would be safer to have an instantaneous ability like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I still think you're the best. After Yu Qingxiao weighed the situation, he still spoke words of praise for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't understand why its master suddenly praised it, it was indeed very happy and ran even more cheerfully. That tail knocked on the sled with a thud. Yu Qingyang slapped its tail and didn't mind the pain. Walking to almost evening, Yu Qingxiao finally found a herdsman's house. The house was low and looked shabby, but Yu Qingyang could only make do with what he had. It was good that the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't mind it either. It was just that there wasn't much inside. There were only 2 beds, and the beds were only that kind of shoddy-looking wooden boards. Yu Qingxiao didn't even think about it, and just chopped it. Even the roof had 2 beams drawn that were not in a very important position. Then, they were split with an axe and used as firewood. Yu Qingxiao wondered if he should prepare some charcoal in the future. Otherwise, in a place like this, it was really hard to get wood to burn. But could the Tyrannosaurus Rex pull it? I'll have to try the strength of the Tyrannosaurus Rex some other day. Although the things pulled are getting bigger, they're almost all from this puppy. Otherwise it wouldn't do to have no wood for a fire in the freezing cold. Chapter 109. I'll follow you from now on. Yu Qingyang didn't know why. The people over here really liked wooden furniture. Even in this kind of herdsman's temporary home, the furniture was all wooden, and even had carvings and hand paintings on it. Suddenly, it was a bit embarrassing to be chopped up and used as firewood. Only this embarrassment only lasted for a few seconds. Upon seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex enjoying the roasting fire, Yu Qingyang suddenly didn't feel embarrassed anymore. It was also good that this wood could save the puppy's life. It snowed for a few days, and still showed no signs of stopping. Yu Qingxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't rush too much every day. Originally, with the speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it could run around 300 kilometers a day, especially on this kind of road where there wasn't any obstruction. The speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was even faster. But now that it was snowing and there was still enough food, it could travel almost 50 to 60 kilometers a day. But this place is small in terms of land and people. Not to mention the post-apocalyptic period. There were also very few pre-apocalyptic period. Of course, no man's land can be jammed with traffic during the peak tourist season. Luckily, before the end of the world, there weren't that many people traveling to the northwest. That's why Yu Qingyang didn't see any traffic jams in this kind of plateau area. After walking for almost 7 or 8 days, only then did Yu Qingxiao see that white palace from afar. And this palace was sitting in this daylight city. Yu Qingxiao had slightly learned about it before. It was because this place bathed in daylight for a long time. It was also a pure place that Yu Qingxiang had always wanted to come to. The last place Yu Qingxiang wanted to see. Originally, after she finished looking at this white palace, she might have wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. But now, Yu Qingxiao had reasons for not being able to give herself up so capriciously. In the past, it was Mom and Dad, but now it was Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Qingxiao was somewhat helpless. Humans always disrupt and even change their minds for various reasons. However, there were indeed zombies in the city, and Yu Qingxiao did not dare to bring the Tyrannosaurus Rex around. It was just really inappropriate to keep it locked up in the house. Therefore Yu Qingxiao unlocked the sled, then pointed to the White Palace in the distance and said, "You can go wait for me in there first. I'll come afterwards. As for the sled, let's not use it. I've already been to the place I want to go. I'll follow you from now on." She was now ready to transfer all the photos from that unfrozen camera to her mobile phone or another camera. That camera didn't stand up to the freezing and wasn't very good. As for the 2 bouquets of flowers in Yu Qingyang's suitcase, Yu Qingyang was also ready to put them in this palace, because this was her destination once. But now, she had to move on and couldn't stay in this place. Then let these 2 bouquets of flowers sleep in this place instead of her former self. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was very cooperative and scampered away and disappeared. Yu Qingyang watched the Tyrannosaurus Rex run away before doing his own thing. With the experience from last time, this time, Yu Qingxiao finally didn't need to do it for a day and a night. It was done in just one morning. Yu Qingxiao placed his suitcase upstairs, which contained a few of his books, and the camera. These were the things that Yu Qingxiao had left in this place. After that, she held the 2 bouquets of flowers and headed towards the palace. Yu Qingxiao was still holding the flowers and taking pictures with the surroundings during this time, and slowly walked to the front of the palace. At this time, everything around it was white, making it seem even more lofty and holy. When Yu Qingyang found the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she found that it was waiting for her on the upper floors. She could only climb up slowly. In fact, there were many places that one would probably not be able to go to if it was before the end of the world. But nowadays, Yu Qingxiao was completely unhindered. Yu Qingxiao found a suitable spot and placed 2 bunches of flowers in that spot. She also had a portable printer for printing photos with her, which was only the size of her palm. Yu Qingxiao wrapped her arms around the Tyrannosaurus Rex and took a picture with the 2 bouquets of flowers, which was printed out and placed next to the 2 bouquets of flowers. After getting down from the palace, Yu Qingxiao found a cummerbund that was originally supposed to be put on the back of a horse or a cow to carry something, and tied it to the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Inside was some dog food and some water. As for the sled, Yu Qingxiao of course did not intend to use it again. Anyway, there was no rush for the rest of the journey. Let's just go slowly then. As for Yu Qingxia's things, she only had that backpack on her body. She had bought that backpack in the past, and it could hold a lot of things, but she hadn't carried it a few times before. But now that it had followed her around the country for a year, some parts of it were already a bit torn. However, it was only a little bit scratched by the tree branches. Not a big problem. Inside, there was the gun, bullets, a photo of the 4 of them together, a map book, and not much else. The axe and the shovel were all on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. They were now lightly armed. Yu Qingxiao took a look around and didn't have any place he wanted to go. Then he said, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, whatever you want to go in the future is up to you. I'll follow you from now on." After the Tyrannosaurus Rex heard Yu Qingxia's words, he chose a place to go even though he was a bit puzzled. Yu Qingxiao also followed behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex knew that Yu Qingxiao walked slowly, so it slowed down its pace as well. Yu Qingxiao had nothing to do now, so naturally, he was holding his camera and snapping pictures everywhere. For them to be so leisurely, they walked less than 20 kilometers in a day. After Yu Qingxiao didn't build a fire for the Tyrannosaurus Rex one night, and realized that the Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't feel cold without a fire, he stopped bothering so much. The T-Rex had no complaints about this. It wasn't until the end of December that Yu Qingxiao's mobile phone finally connected to a signal again. This was because for almost nearly 3 months her mobile phone only had a photo function. After entering the signal area, her mobile phone piled up more than 10 messages in just 3 minutes. A few things about precautions against the cold. And don't panic if you get sick with a high fever. And notify the officials in time. Then, there were a few pictures of walkers attached. Said that when these several zombies encountered, try not to act alone. It is best to retreat in time. Yu Qingyang looked at the photos. There was no Ah Yi or Shi Xingyu on them. They were all zombies she didn't recognize. And these zombies were strangely shaped. They didn't look like intelligent zombies at first glance. Sure enough, she knew just 5 intelligent zombies. Apart from Xiao Ji, who should get along well with humans. Mima should have no one in the deep mountains. Shixingyu and Ah Yi and little green sister didn't appear on these notices either. But there was probably no way to leave alive when they met a human like Ah Yi. As for little green sister, I don't know if she can beat a human either. For Shixingyu, Yu Qingyang felt that he had instilled a lot of human thoughts in him. So there should be no problem. The latter one was to have all spiritual alien to head to the capital base. This one made Yu Qingyang more curious. Because of the spirit system alien, Yu Qingyang was also very interested. This kind of psychic ability was very powerful no matter what post-apocalyptic zombie novel it was in. For example, the protagonist, or the villainous big boss. But now that the official government was looking for a spiritual psychic ability, would anyone really go for it? But officially looking for them. That means that the officials are indeed making a big move. After this one scratched away, there were a few more messages. And the latest one was 5 days ago. It was the need for people who had turned into aberrants because they were injured by zombies to travel to the capital base. When Yu Qingyang saw this one, she probably understood what the officials were trying to do. After all, the fact that those who were infected with the zombie virus did not turn into zombies, but instead became Alterans was enough to show that these people should have antibodies in their bodies. If a vaccine could be found, it would naturally be a very good thing for the people. Chapter 110, Only You Reply to Me. Yu Qingyang didn't think that there was anything demented about this kind of thing. After all, many diseases in history that had certain death, after the efforts of mankind, were able to emerge a vaccine. Medicines that could cure them appeared. There were even some diseases that had become extinct from this world. So Yu Qinxiao felt that as long as humans were given some time, they might really be able to defeat the zombie virus. Yu Qinxiao then thought of the existence of the crystal. Perhaps something could really be discovered from that crystal to fight the zombie virus. As for Yu Qinxiao, she felt that she wasn't really someone who was still alive after being infected with the virus. It was just the consciousness that was alive. In fact, the person had already been dead for a year. The Tyrannosaurus Rex did wander around after not having Yu Qinxiao to show him the way. Taking a look here, plowing there. It was quite relaxing. Sometimes Yu Qingyang would take out dog food and ask the Tyrannosaurus Rex if it wanted to eat it. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex would refuse. I don't know if it realized that there wasn't much dog food, or if it really wasn't hungry. In any case, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had gone from eating 2 meals a day in the past to only eating 1 meal in 3 to 5 days now. Yu Qingyang sometimes worried if it was because the Tyrannosaurus Rex was sick. Is it because he sometimes sleeps outside without making a fire for it? But looking at the way the Tyrannosaurus Rex had good energy and was in a good mood every day, Yu Qinxian wondered if he was overthinking it. But as long as the Tyrannosaurus Rex was in a good mood, Yu Qinxiao wasn't worried. It was just that when Yu Qinxiao opened the map, he found that he was less than 30 kilometers away from the official base. In other words, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was heading in the direction where the humans were. This made Yu Qingyang startled. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex had followed him for half a year and had not come into contact with humans, but the dog was very fond of humans. Even if they were lied to 100 times by humans, they would still trust them 101 times. So the Tyrannosaurus Rex following himself was very lonely. Right? While Yu Qingyang was thinking this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly turned a corner and went in another direction. Obviously, it was all an accident that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would walk here. Yu Qinxiao retracted his head and gave the Tyrannosaurus Rex an apology. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, on the other hand, looked back at Yu Qinxiao in confusion. It didn't know why Yu Qinxiao was apologizing to himself. When Yu Qinxiao looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's big clear eyes, he felt that the dog was still simple. Humans were all bad things that liked to speculate. She was no exception. It was the end of December when the clouds in the sky began to thin. Yu Qingyang was still in a bit of a trance when she suddenly saw her own shadow. After all, it had been half a year since she had seen the sun. It was just that even when the sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone onto the earth, the snow on the ground did not show any signs of melting. Yu Qingyang took out his mobile phone to look at the temperature. It was still around 50 degrees below zero. Although it had risen a few degrees from before, it was still colder than in August and September. Yu Qinxiao was just about to put away her mobile phone when she noticed that she received an unofficial unified message on her mobile phone. It was unknown who had sent it to her. The text was short. "What are you doing? It was followed by a cute little emoji. This made Yu Qingyang stare at it for a while, before she was sure that someone had indeed sent the number to her mobile phone. Because after the end of the world, the number of the mobile phone was added to the number. In other words, according to the normal 11 digits, it was impossible to find her number. Not to mention that this number of hers was something she got from inside the black market. It wasn't officially approved, and it was even more unlikely that anyone would know this number. So Yu Qingyang's first thought, could it be that the person who sent this message was that old black market brother? How could it be that these people in the black market would secretly write down the numbers of those guests, so that there would be cooperation in the future? In reply to your message, Yu Qingyang thought about it, and still sent the message back. As long as he didn't call or send video calls or voice, Yu Qinxiao felt that he was still good at communicating. 3 minutes after the message was sent, there was a response from there. I mean, what kind of things are you doing right now? Like eating? Or working? Yu Qingyang looked at the question said by the other party, and then looked around. There was snow everywhere. One should be traveling. But this traveling wasn't suitable to talk to humans. After thinking about it, Yu Qinxiao replied back with 2 words, walking the dog. Although it was now considered a dog walking her, because the Tyrannosaurus Rex would have to look back at herself when she took a few steps, trying to get herself to keep up. It was just that Yu Qinxiao didn't know who this person, who was messaging with her was. The number didn't show the region either. Just after 5 minutes, the other party didn't message her back either. So Yu Qinxiao felt that the other party shouldn't message back. She was just about to put away her mobile phone when it rang again. Yu Qinxiao took it out, and found that the other party had taken a selfie of her. It looked like a 6 or 7-year-old girl. I'm at the base and my dog passed away. But can I trade my selfie for a look at your dog? Yu Qingyang didn't expect the other party to be a small child. Looking at the environment behind her, it was next to the window. And outside the window, one could see the tall black fence in the distance. This little girl was, indeed, in the base. Yu Qingyang thought about how humans today could only live in a base. The scope of that base might only be as big as a county, or as big as a small town. But it needed to be inhabited by millions, or even tens of millions of people. Then a family would at most get a small house of 10 square meters. However, it was quite good to survive. After Yu Qingyang thought about it, she called out to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and took a picture of it, and sent it over. That was all she could do. If that little girl wanted to touch the Tyrannosaurus Rex, there was really no way to do that. Yu Qingyang didn't want others to know about her. So she sent another message over, and that is, don't tell anyone about me. Okay? And your mom and dad don't even say it. The other party replied this one quickly. Don't worry. I won't say anything. Because mom and dad have already passed away. I was rescued to this base after my sister. My sister is now studying as well as working in the base's school. And I'm the only one at home. I'm in Central China base. Which base are you in? Yu Qingyang was slightly stunned as he looked at the message sent by the little girl. It turned out that this little girl's mom and dad had already passed away. It was with her sister who depended on her. The older sister was still in school, so she was bound to be a junior high or high school student. Yu Qingyang did not answer the little girl, but the little girl sent a few more messages one after another. Firstly, she complimented the Tyrannosaurus Rex for looking good, and after that, without waiting for Yu Qingxi's reply, she sent a few more messages. One of them made Yu Qinxiao stare at it for a while. You pay attention to me? I don't dare to get in touch with anyone other than my sister. Messages like this, I've already sent out probably many of them. And you're the only one who replied to me. Yu Qinxiao stared at this message. Someone helplessly replied, what about after I reply to you? What are you going to do? For some reason, Yu Qinxiao thought of herself after seeing that the other party didn't dare to make contact with others. It was just that she was completely different from this little girl. Because Yu Qingxia's childhood was quite happy. Although the world was also experiencing various disasters, none of them had affected her. And when the end times happened, there wasn't much panic, and she didn't suffer much. But children nowadays were completely different. What they had to face were zombies that could eat them alive at any time. Chapter 111. So Shixingyu is so powerful? In the days that followed, Yu Qingyang would receive messages from this little girl. When Yu Qingyang was in a good mood, she would even send her a message back. Of course, normally, she would just pretend that she didn't receive it. As a zombie, it was surprising that she would contact humans. Yu Qingyang himself did not even know. Until half a month later, the little girl sent another message. A big sister surnamed Gu is here. She's going to come and pick me and my sister up to go to the capital base. The capital? I haven't been there yet. Although I'm a bit scared. But with my sister, I'm not afraid. When Yu Qingyang saw this message, he immediately guessed that this big sister surnamed Gu should be Gu Evening Qing. Sure enough, this woman was busy and never stopped. Is that so? Then congratulations to you. Capital Ah. She's been there. The little girl would only send the occasional photo after that. There were pictures of her and her sister. Then, there were pictures of the wilderness. There was even a photo of Gu Evening Qing sent in. Of course, Lu Nian, that is, this little girl had been praising how powerful Gu Evening Qing was these days. And it was the first time she had seen such a powerful human. Regarding this, Yu Qixao was also quite proud of herself. It was because she had already known it the year before. After 20 days or so, Yu Qingxian had become a letter friend with Lu Nian. Occasionally, Yu Qixao would also take a picture of the little snowman for Lu Nian. Of course, from December last year to the middle of January this year, Lu Nian didn't know how big the Tyrannosaurus Rex really was. Therefore, Lu Nian always called the Tyrannosaurus Rex puppy. Actually, Yu Qingyang was still a bit curious about what Gu Evening Qing and the others were going to do, since Lu Nian's sister would be called to the capital base. She must be someone who had been infected with the zombie virus, but hadn't turned into a zombie. Yu Qixao was curious, but she couldn't come up and ask. Now that Lu Nian was also going to the official base, it was possible that her sister would also become an insider. Then she herself would be able to get information from Lu Nian's body. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't useless to tease the child for these 20 days or so. Lu Nian was 7 years old this year, and small children had their own thoughts. Because her sister, Ryushi, is a psychic, she should also belong to the mental system. Of course, there was no harm done. Just that her sister's head became super powerful. Although in the words of Lu Nian, her sister Lucy was a student in the Key class of the Key High School before. Almost the first kind in the city. But after awakening her powers, she became even smarter. And after only 1 year of the end times, she had already started researching some things on her own. And she also had a good life because of her sister. At least, she didn't suffer much except for the beginning of the end times. After her parents turned into zombies, Yu Nim did cry and still tried to pounce on them. But her sister locked her in the house, alone in the living room facing her mom and dad, who turned into zombies alone. And when she reacted, she found that the door to her room was locked from the outside. And she did have a lot of food and drinks in her room. It just lasted for 2 days, until her sister pushed open the door to her room covered in blood. After that she was carried out of the room, with her sister covering her eyes, and into the official's car. She never saw her mom and dad again. Her sister also often told her not to be sad, because her sister was still alive, and so was she. Every time Lu Nian talked about her sister, Yu Qixao could feel this little girl's pride in her words. But it was also true that Lu Nian's sister should be a very powerful person. At least she certainly couldn't be. Yu Qixao thought that Lu Nian should have entered the capital base before contacting her again. It was only on the 4th day that Lu Nian sent another message. Sister, my sister said that Sister Gu is talking to a zombie. Sister Gu, she's going to be alright. Right? Yu Qingyang was certainly a bit surprised when she saw this message. Gu Evening Qing had actually started talking to a zombie. It seemed that her guess was right. What Gu Evening Qing and the others wanted to do was indeed to try and make peace with the zombies. Right? Yu Qixao couldn't help but send a message over. Can you take a picture of the zombie's appearance for me to see? Only Yu Qixao didn't get a reply from Lu Nian. However, she also felt that this kind of request was indeed a bit of an imposition. Not all humans were like Gu Evening Qing who dared to face zombies, or even talk to them. Of course, her own situation was considered an exception. After all, she was still able to take a photo with a zombie. About 10 minutes later, Yu Qingliang's mobile phone received a message, but it was sent from another number. Next time this kind of dangerous thing, let me do it. My sister, she's still young. Seeing this message, Yu Qixao immediately knew that this was Lu Nian's sister, Lucy. Just how did Lucy know that he was in contact with her sister? Could it be that little girl Lu Nian really wanted to get off the bus to take photos? But also yes, she let a little girl who is only 7 years old to take pictures of the zombies. It is indeed a little difficult. But she never thought that Lu Nian's sister Lucy would not call over to scold her, but actually went to take pictures for her. This made Yu Qingyang very impressed with this little girl Lucy as well. Yu Qixiao finished reading the text before going to look at the photo. There were 4 figures on the photo, and all 4 she knew. Especially that zombie that was chatting with Gu Evening Qing. She couldn't be more familiar with it. Wasn't that your Lanyo? When did he and Gu Evening Qing become so familiar? Of course, the only ones facing the camera were the sesame seed biscuits. Apparently, Gu Evening Qing and that Ah Sheng still had times when Xingyu didn't look at the camera. Yes, they didn't care even if they knew. Yu Qingyang was curious though when exactly they got together behind their backs. But she wasn't angry. Not at all. She really wasn't at all. After almost 10 minutes or so, Lucy sent another message to Yu Qixiao. Team Gu said that this place is very safe. Tonight we're going to rest in this urban area for the time being. And it's only 400 or 500 kilometers away from the official base. So we should be there in a few more days. I've just gone and asked around. At one time this place saw several alien squads die. Then a new zombie king came and took over the city. And there haven't been that many serious casualties since then. That zombie king was rare in not being brutal. So it seems like Team Gu made some kind of deal with him. A somewhat humane zombie for the time being. Lucy sent such a long text message, followed by an additional sentence. Although I don't know who you are, but thank you for being willing to chat with my sister, as well as the matter of Team Gu. That's all I can say. The rest is classified and can't be told to you. Sorry. Then after sending this message, the messages from the 2 sisters Lucy and Lunyan were cut off. Yu Qingyang also sent a message to Lunyan after a few days, but didn't get a reply. However, it was also true that a number of unknown origin, like his own, was probably not put into the official statistics. So it was only natural that he would be suspected. Yu Qingyang didn't care that these 2 sisters didn't care about her. She just... When exactly did that brat Shixingyu cross paths with Gu Evening Qing? When he came to find himself before. Shixingyu hadn't said anything about it either. But the matter of occupying the city, she probably knew when it was. After all, he had broken one of his hands. A zombie king who could command a city's zombies was bound to be not easy to mess with. To know a city's zombies, how to say there are hundreds of thousands, or even millions of it. Bigger cities have 5 million zombies. So Shixingyu is so powerful? She didn't even feel anything. Only felt that pulling the suitcase to go quite fast. Chapter 112, Fooled by It. Without news of the 2 sisters, Yu Qingyang didn't change much. If this was a normal person, it would probably be lonely. But Yu Qixiao had long been used to being alone. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was walking and realized that Yu Qixiao had disappeared. When it turned around, it saw Yu Qixiao climbing up a small hill. When it was a bit puzzled, it saw Yu Qixiao lying directly on the top of the hill, rolling down the hill in a long line. Even Yu Qixiao's mouth dubbed itself. Gollum Gollum. Then Yu Qixiao rolled all the way from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. But it wasn't like she was wrapped into a snowball by the snow as she had imagined. The snow just didn't stick to her at all. She climbed up and rolled several times until she saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex smashing the snow with its tail. And Yu Qixiao stood up from the snow. Alright. Let's go! Yu Qingxian patted the snow scum on her body. The Tyrannosaurus Rex watched Yu Qixiao move forward before following. Without a destination, Yu Qixiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex walked for a while to play. The heavy clouds on these heavens finally dispersed a bit. The blue sky once again appeared in Yu Qingxi's eyes. Originally there was no blue sky. Sunshine is very beautiful plateau. Now is even more beautiful that she is a little reluctant to go. It was no wonder that when many of those cycling bloggers arrived at this place, the scenery was beautiful without a filter. Sure enough, it is a plateau. And everywhere you look there are high snow-capped mountains. Of course, now this situation, not to mention the northwest plateau, I guess even the southern coast, it is all white. Until the beginning of February, Yu Qingyang was still hanging around on the northwest plateau. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex liked this kind of place. Maybe it was because of the width. Maybe it was also because of the snowy mountains. Anyway, Yu Qingxian would also follow the Tyrannosaurus Rex to climb those kind of high mountains, wanting to reach the clouds. And she also received the message again at the beginning of February. It meant that she was within the range of the base signal again. The number Yu Qixiao had previously given to the 2 sisters, Lucy and Lunyan, had been noted. The one who sent the message was Lucy. We arrived at the capital base. What's surprising is that there's a zombie king living outside the capital base. But this zombie king doesn't attack humans at will. It's true that there are quite a lot of zombies with different personalities. And I'll have to trouble you to accompany my sister to have a chat afterwards. I'm going to start getting busy. Thank you. Obviously, Lucy still had some trust in Yu Qingliang. Mainly because Yu Qingliang never asked about confidential things either. Chatting with her sister was also something that her sister sent out more, while the other party replied less. The other party even had a dog. Obviously a very powerful person. And also her own sister took the initiative to contact the other side. She may see her sister every day in the future with very little time. There is someone who can accompany her sister to chat. Only Lucy sent it over. The other party did not reply. But she didn't care either, and put her mobile phone in her exclusive locker, turning towards the lab. Even though it was hard now, Lucy knew that they were working hard now, so that in the future people like her own sister would no longer have to accept the pain they were feeling now. Lucy pushed open the door of the laboratory and looked at the seniors inside, who had already struggled for a year long ago, but also only uttered a sentence of please teach them more in the future. As for those polite words, they were also completely unnecessary. Yu Qingliang looked at the message sent by Lucy, looked at it, and did not reply. She didn't think there was anything she needed to reply to. It was estimated that the other party would not need herself to reply to her either. Yu Qinxiao put her mobile phone back in her pocket and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had already run away. So she chased after it. In fact, compared to what Lucy was going to be busy with, Yu Qinxiao was more curious about whether Shi Xingyu had recognized his sister or not. Of course, Yu Qinxiao felt that Gu Evening Qin was also really capable of contacting Shi Xingyu. But all that was going through Yu Qingliang's head were the words that Shi Xingyu had said to himself. It was impossible for zombies to look at their food equally. They spoke human language just to swindle humans. So the cooperation with humans was also a fake. Right? Yu Qingliang suddenly stopped walking and directly squatted on the ground. So what the hell was Shi Xingyu up to? First, he killed the zombie king who was massacring humans indiscriminately and replaced it himself. And now talking about cooperation with humans. In fact, Yu Qingliang was now pulling on both sides. That is, if Shi Xingyu was having his own selfish reasons for talking about cooperation with others, then he had a high chance of success. But if the person that Shi Xingyu wanted to talk about cooperation with was Gu Evening Qin, then the possibility of him failing would be 99.9. After all, Gu Evening Qin is a suspected candidate for the big heroine of the post-apocalyptic text. So Yu Qinxian thinks that if Shi Xingyu has any ideas, Gu Evening Qin is probably aware of them. But Shi Xingyu wasn't a fool. He had revealed so many things about Gu Evening Qin to him. That was for him to absolutely not provoke Gu Evening Qin. But he still took the initiative to reach a cooperation with Gu Evening Qin. This was puzzling to Yu Qinxiao. Thinking of this, Yu Qinxiao stood up. Forget it. What did it have to do with her? If it was true that Shi Xingyu had made a mistake, then there was nothing good that could come of it. He had already helped what he could. And as for what exactly he was going to do, Yu Qinxiao had no way to ask him directly. Although he was supposed to be in a city between the central China base and the capital base. But there were quite a lot of cities in between. And there was no way to know which city this kid was actually in. Thinking of this, Yu Qinxiao took out her map book to look at the cities between the central China base and the capital base. After looking at the map for a while, she probably knew which city it was. Indeed, that place was in the middle of the two bases and connected the east and west as well. If there really was a vicious zombie king placed there, it would indeed be a bad place to go. So perhaps Shi Xingyu had his own considerations as well as other reasons for going to kill that zombie. After all, the expression on Shi Xingyu's face at that time looked like he had eaten shit. So Yu Qingliang felt that there should be something nasty between these two zombie kings. After that, it was Gu Evening Qin who went from that place and found out that the king in this city had been replaced with another zombie. That's why she had the idea to get in touch with Shi Xingyu. Right? Forget it. She couldn't guess even if she guessed. Maybe she would slowly find out later. The Tyrannosaurus Rex brought Yu Qingliang to a small city. And Yu Qingliang took a look and realized that she had already arrived in Q province. But there was still some distance to the lake that was known as the Pearl of the Highlands. After Yu Qinxiao entered the city, she found that the zombies had become a little more active. She took out her mobile phone to look at the temperature and found that the current temperature had risen more than 10 degrees from before. It was still bitterly cold for humans. But it was also much better than before. Yu Qingliang reached out and waved the air, feeling no temperature. After not having a sled, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was much lighter. And even if it went towards a place full of zombies, it wouldn't be hurt by the zombies at all. Even when Yu Qingyang was lying on the window full of cracks to look at those clothes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was like it had arrived at a playground. Running a little here, jumping a little there, watching those zombies wailing and chasing after it. Even when those zombies couldn't catch up with it, it backed up and waited for those zombies. Yu Qingyang looked at its happy appearance. So he grabbed the camera and took a picture of it. Those zombies were really fooled by it. Chapter 113, because explaining it is really troublesome. Yu Qingyang took the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the pet hospital again, even though she couldn't do the examination at all. But still, she let the Tyrannosaurus Rex get on the scale to weigh it. When Yu Qingxian looked at the weight on the scale, she couldn't help but look at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You're surprisingly over 200 pounds. So you're not just falsely fat. Yu Qingyang reached out and rubbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's big head. Indeed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex now looked mostly bigger than himself. Just like a small car. Especially with its white dog hair. It looked even bigger. Yu Qingyang took a ruler and measured its height. It was 1 meter 6 from head to ground. No wonder when it was crouching and sitting on the ground, he could completely hide behind it. And the distance from its back to the ground was a little less than 1 meter 3. But it was considered exceptionally tall. From the nose to the tail, there was really nearly 2 meters. Yu Qingyang used to think that it had 2 meters because he thought it was really big and exaggerated. But when he really used a ruler to measure it out, Yu Qinxiao was still taken aback. It was already completely like a half-sized calf. Yu Qinxiao looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. So he took some insect repellent and dotted it on the back of its neck. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was quite cooperative. It was just that she didn't know if that small amount of medicine worked or not. So she ordered several more. She watched the T-Rex for a while. And when she saw that it was not reacting, she started to look for dog food. But a lot of the dog food had actually expired. And there were some that were still within their shelf life. Yu Qingyang wasn't sure what was wrong with the Tyrannosaurus Rex eating these expired dog food. It was just that in a city like this right now, this was the only place where one could find food for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The stuff in those supermarkets had also expired long ago and were inedible. So usually, a year after the end of the world, there were fewer people in the city who came to look for supplies. This time of year it's all about going out into the wild to hunt mutated animals, to see if there were any fruits and such. However, Yu Qinxiao felt that with their country's cultivation techniques, they were actually more competent at eating. After all, their ancestors had starved hard, causing their descendants' bones to be filled with a gene for farming. Even autistic kids like Yu Qinxiao would think about planting flowers and plants on their balconies. It even felt that it was okay to plant some vegetables, some of which grew or were appreciated, even if today's soil and water were contaminated by the virus. Humans had been living for over a year. The body also had resistance. And those plants that were mutated and zombified, it would be fine to just pull them up, just because the process was more trivial. It was more suitable for people with patience. Yu Qingyang thought so, and looked down to see the Tyrannosaurus Rex himself going to get the dog food. Obviously these dog food had been kept at a low temperature level, preserved relatively intact, and there was absolutely no sense of deterioration whatsoever. Yu Qingyang couldn't smell it either, so he could only let the Tyrannosaurus Rex pick it out himself. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex dragged out a few bags, it stopped moving. Yu Qinxiao then loaded these several bags of dog food onto the cummerbund on its back, because he was afraid that the heavy objects would hurt its waist. The cummerbund was placed on its shoulders. Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very large, so it could barely put down the nearly 100 kilograms of dog food. Then Yu Qingyang went out and got quite a few ice cubes back. She didn't turn it into water and bottle it, but slowly extracted distilled water. This extraction of distilled water was day and night. Yu Qinxiao was afraid that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be too annoyed, so he removed the cummerbund and let it play with the zombies on its own. But it seemed like the Tyrannosaurus Rex could also maintain its strength and vigor through the crystal cores, so Yu Qinxiao told it to get some more. Then this dog food could also last a while longer. So after Yu Qinxiao let the Tyrannosaurus Rex out, the city started to fly. One moment, the zombies were chasing the Tyrannosaurus Rex through the door. And the next moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was chasing the zombies through the door with all the electricity. It was all a kind of endless bullishness. And Yu Qingyang got tired of watching it while sitting on the sofa. After a few days, Yu Qixiao was able to get a few bottles of distilled water. After packing up, Yu Qixiao was ready to leave the city with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Of course, it was also this time that Yu Qixiao received a message from Lun Yin. Good New Year. Good New Year for the dog too. Yu Qixiao opened his calendar and realized that today was New Year's Eve. Time had flown by really fast. It made Yu Qixian think of last March when she was setting off fireworks in the eastern city. Other people didn't dare to set them off. But she did. Lun Yin didn't receive a reply from the other party. And naturally her heart was a little worried. She sent several more messages over in succession. Finally the opposite party sent a message over. Happy New Year's Eve. Want to see fireworks? Lun Yin stared at this message for a while, naturally surprised and delighted. But as soon as she thought of the current era, Lun Yin replied, although I want to see it. The sound and light will attract zombies and zombie animals. I can secretly search for previous videos to watch. It's okay. When Yu Qingyang saw the message, he thought that Lun Yin was really a good kid. At 7 years old, she already had to think so much. But she really isn't afraid of zombies or zombie animals. It felt like in today's post-apocalyptic world, she was the only one who could carry a stereo around. Right? Yu Qingyang didn't reply to Lun Yin's message. Instead, he took the Tyrannosaurus Rex and went to look for fireworks. He didn't know if the fireworks could still be set off today. After finding them, Yu Qixiao even tried them first. It was found to be okay. On the contrary, it was the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was scared by the firecrackers. It couldn't be helped that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's sense of hearing was also very sensitive. Yu Qixiao was afraid that some of the fireworks would be damp. So he even built a fire on the roof and roasted it. Then he just sat on the roof and waited for it to get dark. After waiting for it to get dark, Yu Qixiao started dragging the pile of fireworks over and lit them. Although they weren't as pretty as other people's professional ones, Yu Qixiao thought they were pretty good. She put her camera aside to record, and her mobile phone also recorded a video. Almost every firework recorded a video. Finally, she chose the most beautiful one and sent it to Lun Yin. When Yu Qinxian set off the fireworks, naturally, the sound was heard in the empty valley. A dense crowd of zombies gathered downstairs. There were even some secondary and tertiary zombies climbing up from the outer wall. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had long since run away, and this place was only by itself. When she saw a level 2 zombie climbing up, she even smiled and greeted the other party. Happy New Year's Eve. You come to see the fireworks too? And that zombie looked around and saw that there was no living thing around it. So it felt that it had been tricked. It stood on the roof of the building and cursed Yu Qingyang for a while before jumping away. Hey! I'm the one who showed you the fireworks. How can you call me a psychopath? Yu Qixiao said. So she picked up a firework and lit it up and took a shot at its back. Everyone was a zombie, so she wasn't worried about anything. After all, zombies were only interested in food. It wasn't like they would stare at themselves or look at themselves with measuring eyes. Much less would one need to take the initiative to talk to it or even try to please it. In short, getting along with people was the world's #1 problem for Yu Qingyang. Getting along with zombies was much simpler, because Yu Qixiao, as a person, was really worried about how others would think about her actions. Even when she was chatting with others on the internet, she had to deliberate for a long time when she sent a paragraph. To the point where she just gave up. It was because she found that no matter what she said, it was going to be misinterpreted. From the beginning, she would also express her own opinion, to the later pointing a like and scratching away. There were quite a few things in her heart that she wanted to say. But in the end, she just felt like forgetting about it, because explaining it would be really troublesome. Chapter 114, this kind is probably the genius of geniuses. When Lun Yin received Yu Qingxiao's video text message, she was naturally a little shocked. She didn't think that the other party could actually set off fireworks. And it was still at night. You have to know that at night the hearing and vision of the zombies are exponentially increased. There were also various zombie birds as well. The zombies can still be fenced off, but the zombie birds are not okay. Nowadays, human beings are researching to install a cover-like thing in the sky above the base. If the zombie birds attack, they can activate the cover. But this kind of cover can be used in a small area. But a base, that cover would be too big. With the current technology, there was no way to reach it. But her sister said she would try. So Lun Yin thought that when she grew up, she would also try to develop it. She also wanted to be a scientist. Yu Qingyang received a text message reply from Lun Yin. The little girl first thanked Yu Qixian, and then also said her New Year's wish, and also told her to be safe, because Yu Qishao did not state her age and gender. So Lun Yin directly called out her brother, sister, uncle, aunt, uncle and aunt. This made Yu Qishao feel funny. Of course, Yu Qishao just returned a cheer and said nothing more. After Yu Qishao got the fire on the roof extinguished, he was ready to go downstairs, and a few zombie birds flew from the roof of the opposite side of the building, and seemed to have squatted upstairs without seeing anything alive. Yu Qishao went downstairs and took out his mobile phone to check the temperature. It was found that the temperature had risen some more. Thinking so, this cold spell should be almost over. It was just the beginning of the new year, and Yu Qishao of course hoped that humans would live better and better. But the reality was of course impossible. When it was around 4 in the morning, Yu Qishao saw a bright light in the sky coming down from overhead. It shouldn't be considered to the extent of a meteor. It should be a meteorite. It was just unknown where this meteorite landed. Yu Qishao watched as the bright light streaked towards the eastern sky and disappeared into the horizon. However, she didn't hear the sound of the meteorite hitting the ground. It was thought to be really far away. Just as Yu Qishao felt that her life would be considered complete if she could see a meteorite smashing on the ground. Of course, it would be best if it smashed in a place where no one was. But when the second and third one smashed down, Yu Qishao felt that things were not that simple. One in particular felt like it was pressing down on the top of his head. It was just that even though it looked like it was coming down on top of her head, it passed by where she was and headed towards the north, until that meteorite disappeared. Yu Qingyang wasn't sure if it would land on domestic territory, but it looked like it shouldn't be too big. It was almost 20 minutes or so before Yu Qishao felt the ground shake slightly. It was followed by a strong gust of wind, and then it was instantly quiet again. Yu Qingxiu's mobile phone also rang at this time. It was found to be a message from the official. It said that 18 meteorites were detected to have landed on Earth. One of them landed on the northern border of the country, and currently there were no casualties in the country, and the signal was not affected for the time being. As for whether the meteorite would appear again in the follow-up, it had not been observed for the time being. Yu Qingyang thought of something. She took out her map book, then shrunk the map, and then shrunk it again, and she saw the global map. There were 18 red exclamation marks marked on it, indicating that these 18 places should be the places where the meteorites fell. And among them, the meteorite that fell in the country was almost 400 kilometers away from her. In other words, she was probably the closest to this meteorite. Thinking of something like that, Yu Qingyang naturally wanted to go and take a look. But with this kind of meteorite falling on the ground, the officials would definitely take action. Yu Qishao didn't know how big the meteorite whose residual power could spread over 400 kilometers was. But the strong wind that reached this city was estimated to be as strong as 7 or 8 winds. As for the temperature, Yu Qishao wasn't really able to feel it. But when she stepped out of the house, she found traces of melting snow and ice on the ground. So that meant the temperature should be quite high. Yu Qishao took out her mobile phone and glanced at the temperature, which was probably around 3 degrees at this point. In other words, the hot wind that came out from the impact of this meteorite instantly made the temperature in this vicinity pull up by 20 to 30 degrees. However, after the wind blew, the temperature was dropping. About 10 minutes it dropped 6 or 7 degrees. By the time 5 o'clock rolled around, the temperature had dropped again to about 20 degrees below zero and didn't drop any further. Yu Qingyang looked at the temperature for a while and immediately went to look for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When she saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she was relieved to find that there was nothing wrong with it. It was just that right now, Yu Qingxiao couldn't see what effect it had on it. Yu Qishao then brought it around the house for several hours to make sure that nothing seemed to be wrong with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Yu Qishao was still relieved. After all, some things didn't react in just a few hours. Like many of the videos she had watched, they all changed slowly, or the offspring had problems. But Yu Qingyang just observed for a few days, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't feel uncomfortable, and the temperature did rise as the meteorite landed. From the minus 20 degrees before, it was now 1 or 2 degrees above zero. Those ice that probably hadn't melted for half a year were also slowly melting. Yu Qingyang looked at his snow boots and finally went to change into a pair of rain shoes, because the ice was melting now. Wherever there was a low-lying area, there was a layer of water. Yu Qishao was also a little worried about whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet would have problems if they kept soaking in the icy water. But fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very smart and always went to the high places, trying not to let their feet soak in water. Plus, this place was already pretty high up, so all this water went down the river. With so much ice melting into water, Yu Qingyang felt that the lower reaches of the river were probably going to have another flood. But the officials should have been able to anticipate some of this as well. Looking at the locations of the bases on the map, none of them were in low-lying places that were prone to flooding. When it was almost March, Yu Qingyang really saw the official convoy in the direction of the meteorite landing. Both Yu Qinxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex avoided walking, but because the closer they got to this place, the more people they encountered from the officials. Because Yu Qinxiao was already out of the signal range of the base, he couldn't receive the information, so it was unknown just how many people came to this place. It wasn't until March that Yu Qinxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex arrived at the place where the meteorite landed. This place was at the junction of Q and N provinces. However, she had expected it to be like any other meteorite, where only a crater could be seen. And as for the meteorite, it had shattered. After all, crashing down from such a high place, it was bound to shatter into pieces. And when she saw that dark meteorite lying in the crater in good condition, there was that moment of brain downtime. This was out of order. But when he thought about the fact that he had turned into a zombie and still maintained human consciousness, he felt that this world no longer needed the common sense of the past to judge. So this kind of meteorite, for good reason, didn't turn into debris and fly everywhere. Yu Qinxiao didn't dwell on it. Yu Qinxiao looked around with his binoculars and did not see Gu Eveningqing. She didn't know if she hadn't come, or if she had already come and left. But she saw one of these people who seemed to be in a position of leadership. A young girl who looked very young, appearing to be only 18 or 19 years old. Even though she was young, the people around her seemed to listen to her, and didn't have any reluctance to be commanded by someone younger than themselves. Yu Qingyang thought to himself, this kind is probably the genius of geniuses. Chapter 115. Work is work. Life is life. Yu Qinxiao originally thought that she had arrived at this place, and was already outside the range of the base's signals, so she shouldn't be able to receive any messages. But her mobile phone dinged in her pocket. This made Yu Qinxiao immediately understand that it was because there was a signal here, and the source of the signal was the distant garrison. She picked up her phone and tapped on the messages. Surprisingly, there were dozens of them. 2 of them were official, and the rest were all from Lunyan. There were 2 or 3 every day, just like clocking in. Even if Yu Qingyang didn't reply, the little girl was still able to send her a message. She was really patient. Lunyan said that she hadn't seen her sister for most of a month. Nowadays the people who take care of her life are the official people, saying that in the capital base, life is a lot better than before. But she is not that idle now, because she has to attend classes now. And nowadays the study of culture and martial arts classes together, just like those who like cultural lessons, then professional cultural lessons. Just that the cultural lessons nowadays are different from the previous ones, and they need to start touching the experiments. As for martial arts classes, then it's very simple. Need to exercise their physical strength. In the future, definitely want to enter the official team or the alien war team. But even so, students who chose different directions still had to learn cultural or martial arts lessons. It's just that the focus is different. On the other hand, Lunyan wanted to become a scientist, so naturally, he had to choose the cultural lessons. Then there were all the daily routines, and Yu Qingyang had read them all, until the message that was sent 3 hours ago made Yu Qinxiao more concerned. That was that Gu Eveningqing seemed to have had a quarrel with her leader, which she had accidentally seen. As for what the quarrel was about, Lunyan couldn't hear it too clearly. It was just that after they had quarreled, they even went to the canteen to eat together. This made Lunyan very shocked, because she and her best friend quarrel are several days do not care about each other. But it was clear that these two were arguing 1 second. But the next second, they were able to have a dinner date. Yu Qinxiao saw this message and thought that Gu Eveningqing had a clear distinction. Work was work and life was life. It seemed that Gu Eveningqing's leader was also a clear-cut one. It was true that protagonists were not ordinary people, and protagonist leaders were not ordinary people either. Even if it was because of the work quarrel, Yu Qinxiao felt that she couldn't afford to eat with the other party after work. She had to be angry for a while anyways. Of course, Yu Qinxiao only thought she would be like this. But in fact, she didn't have much work experience. There were friends on the internet, but then they were also cut off because of a momentary thing. Now that she thought about it, She didn't know how that close friend was doing now. Thinking of this, Yu Qixiao withdrew his thoughts. In fact, Yu Qixiao was more curious about what Gu Evening Qing and her leader were arguing about. Being able to argument that what Gu Evening Qing wanted to do was indeed very bold. Yu Qixiao just replied back to Lun Yin that there was no signal before. Of course at this time, the little girl was probably in class, so she didn't reply to her message. Yu Qixiao used his binoculars to look at the people who were stationed there. Looking at these people all went to study that meteorite. Then everything was sent to the tent where that little girl was staying. Obviously, that little girl was also the one who was hosting this meteorite detection this time. What kind of person is that? To be so powerful. How did the brain grow? Can it be that it's Tianshan Tongmu? In fact, she is a bit old, but just looks young. Yu Qingyang so thought and gave himself a slap. Cannot judge people by their appearance. But with so many people here at this meteorite, there was definitely no way for her to look at it. She just took out her camera and took a few pictures and left. Although Yu Qixiao said that she would let the Tyrannosaurus Rex lead the way. And she followed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But occasionally, it was still Yu Qixian who decided where to go. This time, coming towards the meteorite was also what Yu Qixian wanted to see. At the beginning of March, the temperature officially warmed up. In fact, Yu Qixiao was a little worried about the next temperature. Whether it would be a constant high temperature. After all, most of the previous half of the year had been freezing cold. If it suddenly became hot, there was no telling if the human body would be able to withstand it. When the temperature entered 15 degrees, Yu Qixiao took off the pile of down jackets and coats on her body, and changed into a lightweight little dress. Yu Qixiao noticed that her skin wasn't green anymore, but it had returned to its initial color. It was still greenish-gray. As far as her current appearance was concerned, she wouldn't stand out when mixing with the zombie horde, because everyone was one color. Other than her being cleaner, there wasn't much of a difference. Yu Qingyang knew at this point that her turning green was indeed due to soaking in too much potion. Next time, she would look for something to repel insects that she could put on her body. That way, there would be no need to soak in medicine. As expected, once it was a hot day, Yu Qixiao was worried about his body getting worms. Because even if there was a wound on her body and a fly laid eggs in it, Yu Qingxian wouldn't be able to feel it. That was what worried her. As the weather became hotter, not only did Yu Qingxiang not want to go out and move, even the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't want to go out and walk. The zombies on the streets were also somewhat wilted by the sun. Although the zombies could overcome the bitter cold, there was no way to resist the heat of the sun. The temperature wasn't particularly high right now, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex already didn't want to go out. I really don't know how it got through such a hot summer last year. Or is the T-Rex being pampered by itself? I don't know if the Tyrannosaurus Rex sensed Yu Qingxian's doubts. But it even got up and left the house. Yu Qixiao could only put on his umbrella and followed. The big white dog was basking in the sun. And surprisingly, it was somewhat reflective. This big white dog could be seen from afar. But she looked at her parasol and felt that she couldn't go any lower. What kind of zombie would wear an umbrella? Forget it. No one would see it anyway. Yu Qingyang followed behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex, wandering around without a purpose. They walked out of the city and followed the road to the east. The mountains on both sides were loaded with white clouds. It was beautiful. Yu Qixiao raised his camera and took a few more pictures. Then he took a few more shots at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The road was a bit dilapidated at this time, and the surrounding yellow hills looked different. It was just that I didn't know if this extreme weather today would make plants grow on these deserts. Of course, whether plants would grow or not, Yu Qixiao was not sure. But she was now clear that she heard the sound of a car. No, there was even a car in this kind of off-the-beaten-track place. She immediately ran to the side and hid behind that small hill. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also immediately jumped behind her and lay down. And it should have heard the sound. After all, its ears were perked up. Yu Qingyang also didn't know why now that the entire planet was 90% less people. She could still meet people in this kind of great northwest where there were fewer people. It was true that he really couldn't be idle. When Yu Qixiao opened the map and realized that she wasn't too far away from the northwest base, she knew that she was wrong about the humans. Now that it wasn't cold anymore, of course she had to go out and look for supplies. And the place to look for supplies was naturally the city. Although a lot of food with a shelf life had already been eaten, things like those in some rice and grain shops should still be edible. So it was normal for people to come out to look for food. Yu Qingyang crouched on the dirt slope, trying to hide her presence as much as possible. She waited for a few cars to pass before she relaxed. It suddenly occurred to her that she seemed to be playing the desert map of the chicken game with her friend. Two people hid behind a hill and prepared to sneak up on each other, realizing that the other party was a 4-member full formation, and immediately acted as if nothing had happened. The current her and Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to be in this state. Chapter 116. Why don't we pick a new one? Only when the caravan completely left did Yu Qingyang then continue onwards. Since she would encounter the caravan if she took the road, she would take the desert. Crossing the desert was fine. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't have any objections either, so they planned to cross the desert. Yu Qingyang was fine. She was just a little worried about the Tyrannosaurus Rex's rations. But once she thought that there should be animals in this desert. An alien dog. It couldn't starve itself to death. Of course. After Yu Qinxiao watched the Tyrannosaurus Rex catch a mutant bird from somewhere, she was sure that even in that kind of desert, the Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't be able to starve itself. What Yu Qingyang was more curious about now was what Shi Xingyu and Gu Evening Qing were working together on. So she did want to ask. But then again, she felt that it was Shi Xingyu's own business, and there was no need for her to care about the other party. What she should do now was to find a small courtyard in the countryside, plant some flowers, and then give the Tyrannosaurus Rex his last rites. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex had reached the end of his life, she would be almost ready to leave this world. But once, she didn't have that particular thing she wanted to do. Yu Qingyang really wanted to swing, because the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't a dog that couldn't live without itself. Furthermore, Yu Qinxiao felt that she could entrust the Tyrannosaurus Rex to a human, like the two of them, Wen Chong or Gu Evening Qing. With their strength, they could definitely afford to raise this dog. Yu Qinxiao looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was gnawing on the bird's fur on one side, so she couldn't help but say, Tyrannosaurus Rex, if one day I give you to someone else to take care of, will you hate me? At this moment, Yu Qinxian did have some regrets. She was not a responsible zombie, and when she chose to take care of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was only because she wanted to try skiing. Later on, it was also because she thought that with the Tyrannosaurus Rex around, she would be faster. Now that there was nothing left to do, she wanted to send the Tyrannosaurus Rex out instead. It was true that if she was like this, she wouldn't be suitable for a pet. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex heard Yu Qingxian's words, it became anxious. It obviously didn't want to leave Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian looked at its anxious appearance, so he reached out and patted its head. I'm not leaving you behind. As you know, I'm a zombie, and I don't know when I'll die. What will you do at that time? Yu Qinxiao rubbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's big head and couldn't help but try to reason with it. In fact, Yu Qinxiao had been thinking about this all along. Even if she avoided the humans, sooner or later, she would meet them head-on. The fact that she was a zombie was something that could be seen at a glance. Not everyone was like Gu Evening Qing and Court Lady One, who wouldn't lay their hands on her if they saw her. She didn't mind if she died at the hands of a human. She was just more worried about the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex used its head to arch her body, placing its large head in her arms. Yu Qingyang smiled when she looked at its clumsy movements. It's fine. Maybe it's changing seasons, so there are some emotional problems. In fact, she hadn't been in such a negative mood for over a year. Perhaps it was because she had purposefully wanted to go, and now that she had suddenly traveled all over, she didn't know where to go for a while. That's what caused her to be overwhelmed. It was really an old habit that had returned. When Yu Qinxiao was guilty, she really didn't care about anything. Now that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was suddenly rubbing around in front of her eyes, it had brought back a trace of her popularity. She suddenly felt that if she was under a disease with non-violent symptoms, having a cat or dog was indeed quite healing. At least when you want to die. Suddenly back to God if you die. What about your puppy kitten? Even if you do meet a kind person. But what if you don't? It's just like the original self. I want to finish the novel before I die. Now Yu Qingyang is also this kind of idea. Want to die also wait again. Gathering up his mind, Yu Qinxiao then reached out and rubbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. What I just said. Consider it as if I didn't say it. Alright. Let's go! Yu Qinxiao stood up and tidied herself up. Just as she stood up, looking at the wilderness in front of her, she just stood there with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There was no telling where to go. Yu Qinxiao and the Tyrannosaurus Rex stood on the wilderness like fools for half an hour. It was only when the sun was unbearable that they moved to a shady place. With the sun at his back, Yu Qixiao then took out his map book. Tyrannosaurus Rex. You pick the place? Pick anyone and we'll go there. Yu Qixiao pointed at the map book. It was true that she didn't quite believe in her luck. So it was left to the Tyrannosaurus Rex to make this fate-determining choice. The Tyrannosaurus looked at the map book Yu Qixiao handed to it, and instead of picking it up with its front paws, it used its nose to point. Yu Qixiao was narrowing it down to the whole country, and then letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex point at random. As long as the Tyrannosaurus Rex touched it, then it would be zoomed in. Yu Qixiao watched the Tyrannosaurus move away before she inclined her head to look at the place. When she looked at the place, she looked up at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Should we pick a new one? Yu Qixian felt that the Tyrannosaurus Rex really liked to follow her. And places that were messy weren't too good. This city, if Yu Qixiao was right, was the city where Shishingyu stayed. Right? It seems like we are both the same. Our luck is limited. Forget it. Let's go. Let's go find your brother one more time. I'm also curious as to why he wants to work with Gu Evening Qing. Yu Qingyang stood up and headed towards the east. But since she didn't have a sled or a suitcase right now, she could only go on foot. From her location to the city where Shishingyu was, it was roughly 1,400 kilometers. She didn't know how long she would have to walk on her two legs alone. Never mind. She could always walk slowly. However, she and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had only walked out a few hundred meters when Yu Qixiao felt the ground shaking slightly. Although the vibrations were not big, Yu Qixiao knew that the vibrations that could be hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away were definitely big. It was also at this time that Yu Qingqi's mobile phone rang. She picked up her phone and looked at it, and found that it was an official message. Sure enough, it was an earthquake. The current estimate was a magnitude 10. In other words, the epicenter of the quake had probably already become a ruin. But the good thing was that there was no base in which place. After all, originally the area used to have frequent earthquakes before. So when the base was built, it was chosen to be in a spacious place. And the officials seemed to have anticipated this problem. So later on, the houses and walls of the base were earthquake resistant. Although he might have expected earthquakes, Yu Qixiao was still the first time he had encountered such a large earthquake since he was a child. Previously, he had only seen such a large earthquake on the news. Therefore Yu Qixiao was a little worried about the survivors in that neighborhood of the earthquake. It should be fine. As for the previous skyscrapers, Yu Qixiao felt that it was very likely that they would collapse. Because of the cold and hot temperatures in the post-apocalyptic world, many buildings in the south simply couldn't withstand the fallout. Plus, after there was no human life, plants grew like crazy. There were even some high-rise buildings that had been broken off by plants. In the end times, concrete and steel bars were not even comparable to mutated plants. If humans were still living in such high-rise buildings, then this earthquake would have caused very serious casualties. Yu Qingyang thought. Humans don't live in the city, but zombies still live in these high-rise buildings. How to say that these zombies were also considered to be her own kind? Yu Qixiao didn't know how to describe her feelings. She could only pray as well. After all, Yu Qixiao had no way to go and right the skyscrapers that were going to fall down. Chapter 117. Where in this world are the zombies that don't eat people? Yu Qixiao headed to the east. In the period of time after that, there were many tremors, big and small. At first, Yu Qixiao would be so scared that she would find an open place to stand still. Later, even if the ground was shaking, she could still calmly walk forward. This was probably growth. Before every earthquake, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was very alert. Apparently animals do have a sense for such sudden changes. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Yu Qingyang were different. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was very alert every time. Even when it saw Yu Qixiao still sleeping in the house, it would carry her out of the house, fearing that she would be killed by a falling brick. Although Yu Qixiao felt that she wasn't that vulnerable, but she also didn't want to let down the Tyrannosaurus Rex's good intentions. So as long as the Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted later on, she picked up her backpack and followed the Tyrannosaurus Rex to run outside. Although none of the earthquakes behind her were particularly big, Yu Qingyang still saw the houses tilting and collapsing when she passed by some small towns. To say that the city before was just an unoccupied city, it didn't look like a deserted city from the outside. But now that a year and a half had passed since the end of the world, because of the sudden heat and sudden cold temperatures, some of the glass had shattered while the walls had cracks. coupled with the fact that no one was living in the house. It was naturally badly damaged. Yu Qingyang passed through small towns or counties at first. When she arrived at the first big city, she looked at the slightly dilapidated and even crawling with green vine plants. Yu Qishao didn't quite recognize these plants. Unlike petunias or creepers, she came downstairs, wanting to see what kind of plant the vines were. When she saw that the vine was stuck into the concrete like a steel bar, even the vines looked sturdy and had dense little thorns on them. There was red powder on top of the small thorns. Even if Yu Qingyang didn't recognize it, he knew that this vine must be poisonous. If one fell on this kind of vine, they might really be poisoned to death. It was also unknown if this poison could poison zombies. Yu Qingyang reached out to touch it, but her hand retracted when she was about to touch it. She looked around and was about to pull a zombie over to try. But that zombie was unwilling to come over, and Yu Qinxiao was still tugging on its hand. As a result, Yu Qinxiao yanked off the person's entire arm. She held that zombie's arm and was first shocked, after which she tried to apologize to the other person. But that zombie didn't care about the arm either, and directly ran away. That? Your arm. Don't? Before Yu Qingyang could finish his words, that zombie turned a corner and disappeared. It was as if by walking slower, Yu Qinxiao was going to rip off its other hand. Yu Qinxiao looked at the corner where the zombie ran away, and then looked down at the arm in his hand. Yu Qinxiao looked at the blood dripping on the ground, and then looked at the arm in her hand. This zombie's hand was actually bleeding. It was completely different from herself, because even if she was injured, this blood was like that chocolate-thick syrup and did not flow. This zombie's blood was thicker and darker than a living person's blood though. But it was flowing. Yu Qingyang picked it up and smelled it. The flavor. Let's not mention it. Yu Qinxiao took the zombie's hand and touched the vine's small thorns. But there was no change in the zombie's arm. He didn't know if the poison didn't work on the zombie, or if it didn't react because he was using a stump. But even so, Yu Qinxiao subconsciously felt that this vine was definitely poisonous. After Yu Qinxiao was sure that this vine was poisonous, she carried this arm again to find that zombie. If the other party still wanted the arm, she could help them sew it back on. Only when she went after them, she didn't find the zombie. Yu Qingyang could only put the arm on the ground. Hopefully that walker would come back for it, and she would never tug on a zombie's arm again. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also didn't know where it had run off to. When she came back to her senses, the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't even by her side. She also didn't smell the Tyrannosaurus Rex's scent, which meant that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had left her range for 3 kilometers. It had been nearly a year since the Tyrannosaurus Rex had left itself at such a distance. She immediately went to look for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Until more than 20 minutes later, Yu Qinxian smelled the scent of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And of course, the scent of another living creature. Yu Qinxiao could only lie down behind the scrap car and observe, because this scent was familiar to her. It was the little sesame seed biscuit that followed Gu Evening Qing around. It was just that nowadays, the only scents here were him and another person. The other scent, Yu Qinxiao hadn't smelled it before, but based on the aroma, the other person was definitely a shifter. The fact that Sesame Seed Cracker was able to leave Gu Evening Harvest and act alone was something Yu Qinxiao did not expect. It was just that Yu Qingxi's attention at this moment was not on Little Biscuit, but on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had obviously been circling around itself, but now it even squatted down in front of that Little Biscuit with a smiling look. Yu Qing felt that the Tyrannosaurus Rex should not be that kind of ungrateful dog. But she saw it all. Pei Yuan glanced at the place where Yu Qing was idly hiding, and then withdrew his gaze, pretending that he hadn't noticed her. Instead, he bent down and reached out to touch the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. You've been raised quite well. It seems like she really doesn't eat living things, and can really tolerate it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex listened to Pei Yuan's words, and also turned back to look in the direction Yu Qingxian was hiding in. When Yu Qingxian saw that this stupid dog was actually looking in his direction, he immediately shrank back. This dog couldn't be a trap. Right? That shouldn't be the case. After all, if the Tyrannosaurus Rex almost being strangled to death was all by design, then she would have to curse. But Yu Qingliang's eyes moved from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body to Little Biscuit's, and ducked back to the person standing in front of the car. The other person was good looking, and looked a bit similar to Little Biscuit. That would be a brotherly relationship. Although the teenager had long hair, he had a flat chest, and was bony enough to be a man at first glance. Compared to Cookie, who always had a smile on his face. This teenager was a bit fierce. Those eyes, staring anywhere, felt like pressure everywhere. "Brother, what are you talking to a dog?" The teenager looked around the circle before looking at the big dog. Obviously, he didn't understand why his brother had the patience to talk to a dog. There weren't many zombies around, but they would soon be surrounded. He also didn't know why his brother came all the way to this place and talked to a dog. Was his brother familiar with this dog? Nothing. It's just that this dog doesn't follow humans to survive, Pei-Yuan replied. After saying this, he signaled the Tyrannosaurus Rex that he could go back. As for the fact that he had found out about Yu Qishao, he didn't say anything to his brother either. Only after Pei-Yuan got into the car did he ask his brother, "Qingmu, do you believe that there are zombies in this world that don't eat people?" Pei Qingmu listened to his brother's words. So he glanced at Pei-Yuan in the back seat through the rearview mirror before withdrawing his sight to start the car. Team Gu has been arguing with Dad over this matter. I haven't really seen a zombie that doesn't eat people. Team Gu's idea is too naive. People that have turned into zombies have long since stopped being human. Pei Qingmu felt that Team Gu had spent a lot of time with his own brother, and his brain had been influenced by his own brother to become strange. Where in this world were there zombies that didn't eat people? It's also true that it might eat it at some point. Pei-Yuan looked at the bite marks on his wrist, and looked out the window again. Chapter 118. Shixingyu is indeed the most suitable choice. Pei Qingmu was a little curious when he watched his brother keep staring at his wrist, because there was nothing on there. His brother had become godly since 4 years ago, when his body suddenly became much better. Sometimes he would say things that no one could understand. He also liked to stare at the sky or stare at his wrist. And he also talked to his dad about letting Gu Evening Qing protect him. Obviously, as long as he stayed in the base, he would be safe. But he preferred to follow Gu Evening Qing around. It was also puzzling that he suddenly had to bring him out on his own a few days ago. But Pei Qingmu brought him out anyway. Where did he know that he had come to find a dog? The situation everywhere was grim lately, and he still had the heart to wander around. However, we have to agree to Gu Evening Prim's proposal. Pei-Yuan made a rare serious remark. These words caused Pei Qingmu to be startled. Just now his brother had agreed with him, saying that there were no zombies in this world that didn't eat people. How come he was now going to agree with Gu Wanqing's proposal? But father would probably agree with his brother as well. After all, his brother looked nervous. But all the decisions he had made in these 4 years had been correct. Yu Qingyan looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex when it came back, and then looked at it with exasperation. It was clear that he had raised it for almost a year. But in the end, he left himself and ran away with someone else. But as it looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's cautious appearance, it felt as if this image had been there before, only in reverse. Thinking about it this way, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was bound to have bitter feelings. It couldn't be that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was looking for help from a human because he was suddenly depressed before. Right? But when she thought of the breed of dog, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, that could rush up and giggle at people when they saw them, she thought it was unlikely. Still, she forgave the T-Rex. She had dropped the Tyrannosaurus before, and now that the Tyrannosaurus had dropped itself to find someone else, it was even. But as her eyes swept past the Tyrannosaurus Rex's cummerbund, she noticed that there seemed to be something extra inside. A letter was placed inside. She picked it up and looked at it, then realized that it actually had her name on it. This caused Yu Qingyan to be startled. Other than Shixingyu, there was no human who knew her name, so it was written on it for her to personally open. It was obvious that that sesame cookie knew that she was raising a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the other party also knew his name. And it wasn't a pronunciation. He could even know which word his name was. It seemed that this sesame seed cracker probably knew himself a long time ago. Yu Qingyan opened the envelope and looked at the text on it. There was a self-introduction at the beginning. It was quite frank. It turned out that the little sesame seed cracker's name was Pei-Yuan. Well, never heard of it. Don't recognize it. After Pei-Yuan finished his self-introduction, he went straight to the point after that. I know you want to die, but don't die yet. Yu Qingyan. Even she knew that she wanted to die. It seemed that this little biscuit really wasn't simple. And the words that followed shocked Yu Qishao even more. This little biscuit had actually told her all of Gu Evening Qing's thoughts. In other words, what Gu Evening Qing wanted was to help the zombies find their sanity and suppress their desires. And although it was possible that such a thing was indeed quite whimsical, Gu Evening Qing could indeed do it. It was just that Gu Evening Harvest still needed some help. Because once upon a time, Gu Evening Harvest had failed. The biggest reason was that she didn't find a zombie that could suppress her desire to not eat people. And now, Yu Qingyang was that variable. Most importantly, there were several countries that were doing secret experiments. They were choosing a zombie king, and then taking advantage of the end of the world to try to take over the world. It seems like what wasn't done nearly 100 years ago is trying to make a comeback. The reason why the zombie virus had spread so quickly was due to the fact that these countries were behind it. Yu Qingyang finished reading the first half of the story. All about some classified important news. She felt as if she had nothing to dabble in. The back, on the other hand, was starting to dip into it. I know that you and Shishing know each other. He has already agreed to cooperate with Gu Evening Harvest and accept Gu Evening Harvest's transformation. Gu Evening Harvest also wants to create a king that is uniquely ours. And Shishing is indeed the most suitable choice. Yu Qingyang had originally wanted to go and ask what kind of cooperation Shishing and Gu Evening Qing had reached. As a result, she hadn't even met Shishing yet. And Shishing's thoughts were all shaken out by Pei Yusapi. Yu Qingyang felt that it was justifiable for Shishing to go and become this king. But what exactly was Shishing's reason for agreeing to this condition? To become the king? But after cooperating with the humans, he can't prey on them at will. Can he really let go of the temptation of humans for him? Or did he choose to accept the experiment? Become king and then kill the humans? The youngster's idea was great, but she felt that the possibility of realizing it wasn't too great. It was impossible for Gu Evening Qing to really be unprepared at all. No matter how powerful and intelligent the zombies were, they still couldn't fight humans. The rules, more often than not, were in the hands of the higher-ups. When Shishing promised Gu Evening Qing that he was willing to undergo the experiment, he was already in a passive position. Sure enough, no matter how much the lad evolved towards intelligent zombies, he still didn't understand how complex humans really were. Humph. At this point, he had excelled himself. Yu Qingyang smiled to herself for a while, thinking that Shishing wouldn't actually be at too much of a disadvantage if she worked with Gu Evening Qing. This was because what she needed was to gather Shishing's heart, and thus wouldn't be watching Shishing too closely. Perhaps it was because of this that made Gu Evening Qing argue with the higher-ups. Indeed, a zombie king, if it didn't wear a muzzle, then it would bite at any time. But actually, Yu Qingyang didn't care that it didn't matter how the cooperation between Gu Evening Qing and Shishing was reached. What was important was how exactly Gu Evening Qing was going to do the experiment to suppress the zombies' desire for humans. In fact, advanced zombies, like Shishing and the others were actually able to suppress it slightly. So there was a need to amplify their sanity. But the only ones who could suppress their desires were intelligent zombies. Ordinary zombies never cared. For example, the one that Shishing killed. I guess that one is not considered an intelligent zombie. So it will go on a killing spree, and will not think about it. If it continues to kill like this, humans will naturally find a way to deal with it. If it continues to kill like this, the humans will naturally find a way to deal with it. But anyone who is a bit intelligent will not kill the humans too fast. Not to mention the human beings killed anxious. Those senior zombies will also be anxious. Everyone wants to take the lead, and no one wants the other to take the lead. Therefore, the death of that zombie king was a foregone conclusion. Even if Shishing didn't clean it up, Gu Evening Qing or someone else would clean it up. It was just that what it did made Shishing use it as a ladder to step up. Thinking about it this way, Night became the zombie king before Shishing. But Night didn't cooperate with Gu Evening Harvest. However, Yu Qingyang also felt that Shishing was more suitable to work with humans than on Night. After all, he himself had taught Shishing a lot of human terms and ways of thinking. On Night was too simple. And even if he was stronger, he would still be easily deceived. Thinking about it like this, Yu Qingyang wondered if he needed to visit on Night. Tell him to avoid Gu Evening Qing even when he saw her in the future. Don't ever learn from Shishing, who greeted him when he told him to avoid walking away. Chapter 119 Occupational Diseases Really Mustn't Be. Yu Qingyang retrieved his wild thoughts and continued to read down again. Obviously the content of this letter was not just written, but written before. In other words, the other party knew that he was in this place? Perhaps the other party was deliberately coming to find himself, then smiling at himself before. That was on purpose. In fact, he knew himself a long time ago. But even though Yu Qingyang used to write novels, she wasn't famous enough for others to know her third dimension name. Even if she had fans, It was impossible for her to be recognized. And she wrote female-oriented novels, and didn't have any male fans. Someone like Pei Yuan shouldn't be able to read her own novel. Then, there was another reason. He even knew the purpose of some countries. It was also known that Gu Evening Qing's idea was the optimal solution. An exclamation mark instantly appeared on Yu Qingyang's head. This little sesame seed biscuit was reborn. Of course, this was just her guess. Yu Qishao slapped her head. Her novel-writing problem was back. It couldn't be helped. In the past, she liked to look for material all over the internet. And sometimes when she was really uninspired, she would boldly squat in full armor at the roadside in front of the neighborhood to observe the pedestrians. So it will brainstorm what kind of character these people would be if they were in a novel. Especially this letter written by Pei Yuan is like standing in God's perspective. And the only person who could have God's perspective, other than being reborn, would be wearing a book. Of course, one couldn't rule out this person having precognition. But Yu Qishao was more inclined to whether Pei Yuanyan was reborn or not. As soon as he thought of this, Yu Qishao immediately took out his own mobile phone and then adjusted Pei Yuan in the memo from the position of the male second to the place of the male lead of the reborn text. When Yu Qishao looked at the memo in her mobile phone, she couldn't help but cover her head. In short, occupational diseases really should not be avoided. Even after turning into a zombie, she didn't forget to collect material. Now looking at the huge pile of material in her hands. But she had no place to publish it. It made Yu Qishao feel like a complete waste. Yu Qishao squatted on the ground and shut herself up for a while before she stood up. Forget it. None of this mattered. What mattered was why Pei Yuan was looking for herself. And of course, he didn't say it directly to himself. Using the method of a letter. At the bottom, he also left his own contact information. This made Yu Qingyang a little surprised. Because the fastest way to talk to her about things was to use words, to communicate rather than talking face to face. Yu Qishao folded up the letter and put it in his backpack, saving Pei Yuan's number into his mobile phone. Although she didn't know if she wanted to contact Pei Yuan. It was just that Yu Qingyang felt to have some good feelings towards Pei Yuan. Of course, it was only because the other party didn't come to speak to himself directly, but instead passed the message through the Tyrannosaurus Rexes. He also let himself contact the other party by way of a phone call. So it was because of himself that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would meet Pei Yuan. Then Pei Yuan was clearly coming for himself. But Pei Yuan said that Gu Wanqing's plan had once failed. And Gu Wanqing needed a zombie that wouldn't eat people. This zombie that wouldn't eat people couldn't be referring to himself. Right? That's why Pei Yuan's first words were to tell herself that she knew she wanted to die, but told her not to die yet. In other words, she was once really in the ground? Sure enough. On second thought, if Pei Yuan was wearing a book, then she herself was also a character in the book? But a zombie like herself, who wandered off the edge of the plot, wouldn't be a prop on the heroine's path to success. Would it? Of course. Regardless of whether Pei Yuan was reborn or wearing a book, he himself seemed to be a very important prop. But the zombie that doesn't eat people. She knows, doesn't Xiao Ji not eat people? Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang didn't go looking for Shi Xingyu. Turning her head, she went to look for Xiao Ji. Moreover, Xiao Ji looked like he wanted to turn into a human. So Yu Qishao thought that Xiao Ji would be a good fit. Thinking of this, Yu Qishao sent a message to Pei Yuan. Zombies that don't eat people. I know them all. I'll go look for them first. I'll let you know when I find them. Pei Yuan was indeed a bit surprised when he received this message from Yu Qingxian. He did know about a zombie that didn't eat people from the mouths of some high-level zombies in his previous life. And that zombie had suppressive power over all zombies. Only that zombie had found a mountain to bury itself in the summer of the second year of the end of the world. Thus leading to the fact that Gu Evening Qing's experiment did fail at the back. A zombie that didn't eat people was barely found. It ended up giving him a bite on the third day of the experiment. Pei Yuan looked at his bare wrist. In the past, there was a deep teeth mark in this place. Even the most sensible zombies had no way to maintain their sanity in front of him. In the words of 10 years after the end of the world, it probably meant that his flesh and blood had a fatal attraction to the zombies. And wherever he stayed in his previous life, he would attract a large number of zombies. It wasn't until he met Gu Evening Qing later that he barely avoided being chased by zombies. It was only when his own father annoyed Gu Evening Qing in his previous life, or Gu Evening Qing was a bit more atmospheric, after all, for the sake of the country, that he rejoined the official post in the 8th year of the end of the world. And when he was reborn back 4 years ago, It was also half a month after Gu Evening Harvest was admitted to the lab. Thus he naturally had no way to make his father do what he did in his previous life again. Even if he felt that his father was doing it for the good of all the survivors in this country. It was just that Pei Yuan felt that Gu Evening Qing's approach was a bit more appropriate. Therefore Pei Yuan felt that he should do something for this country. But there wasn't much he could do. Probably apart from his concentration and patience. Pei Yuan felt that he was useless. Even after being reborn. He didn't know what he could do. Perhaps it was because he didn't turn into a zombie after being bitten by a high-level zombie in his previous life. Which in turn gave him the supernatural ability to be able to tell the strength of a zombie. After being reborn, this supernatural ability had in turn evolved a bit. It could even tell if a human was capable of being infected with the zombie virus. If they were going to zombify. Or if they were going to turn into an alien. Gu Evening Qing didn't have any objections when she knew she was going to be a bodyguard for herself. So he wouldn't have any complaints when he followed Gu Evening Qing around. But how could he not have thought that he would have encountered that legendary zombie? As for the reason Pei Yuan didn't talk to Gu Evening Qing, it was naturally because he heard that the zombie was a social terrorist. But Pei Yuan didn't think that there were two zombies in this world that didn't eat people. Most importantly, he had left his phone number, and was only testing to see if Yu Qingxiao could really read human writing. In other words, the other party was really able to read, and even use human things. Then a lot of strange things could also be answered. But how could Pei Yuan not expect that this little social terrorism zombie's necrovein was quite wide? It was already very difficult for them to find a zombie that didn't eat humans. But after finding Yu Qingyang even knew other zombies that didn't eat humans. This shocked Pei Yuan. Only, the zombie that Yu Qingxiao knew really didn't eat humans. Chapter 120. She has never favored humans. H City. At this time, Xiao Ji's restaurant was also doing well. Opening a restaurant in a place full of zombies like this does have some inconveniences. Like in the beginning, the ingredients need to be found by themselves. After receiving the first guest, the system's ingredient storehouse could only be opened. Nowadays, she had already received quite a few guests. Until after the door was knocked once more. She smiled and said, "Welcome." The little girl wasn't very old. But she cooked well. Of course, there was also the added benefit of the system is all. As long as you complete a mission, you can obtain all sorts of things. It was just that Xiao Ji was a bit surprised after seeing that what walked in was a big dog. The guests she received were both zombies and humans. It was still the first time she received an animal. Wow. Surprisingly, it's a big dog. May I ask what you want to eat? You can just open your mouth and bark. I can understand. Xiao Ji had an apron tied around her body. And looking at her, her eyes were no longer red, but close to human brown. Obviously, Yu Qingliang's hunch was good. This Xiao Ji really did want to turn back into a human. If Xiao Ji really turned into a human, then it would naturally be of great help to Gu Evening Qing. It was just that Yu Qingxiao was right at the door, and did not enter the house. This was because she was afraid that the smell of cooked food in the house would make her want to vomit. But strangely enough, just now when the Tyrannosaurus Rex pushed the door, although the aroma of the meal came from it, strangely enough, it didn't have that nausea that cooked food gave her. Still, she crouched outside. The surrounding houses were all dilapidated. Only this restaurant looked clean and gorgeous. There weren't even many zombies around. It was enough to show that this place was frequented by people. Just can Xiao Ji understand the words of the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Yu Qingyang squatted outside and looked at the sky in a daze. It was already May now. Time had passed quite quickly. It was just that she had previously told Pei Yuan that she had come to find zombies that wouldn't eat people. But now it seems that Xiao Ji doesn't look like a zombie anymore. Right. And has already recovered into a half-human. And also opened a food shop. When Yu Qingyang thought of this, she immediately took out her mobile phone to record it. She had also read the novels about opening a shop in the post-apocalyptic world. So Xiao Ji wouldn't actually not be the zombie heroine in the post-apocalyptic text, but actually the shop owner heroine in the post-apocalyptic text. But Xiao Ji had said that she could command the zombies. It seems that this Xiao Ji is not very old, but very capable. Thinking so, Yu Qingyang made a note on the memo. What is sister doing crouching outside the door? Want to come in and sit? Xiao Ji pushed open the glass door, and saw Yu Qingxian crouching in the doorway. Yu Qingxiao suddenly heard Xiao Ji's voice, and was so scared that she shoved her mobile phone into her arms. After all, the contents on her phone were not to be shown to others. She turned around, and saw Xiao Ji lying in the doorway staring at her. Xiao Ji seemed to have thought of something when she saw Yu Qingyang looking at her. It's fine. I'm the only one in this shop. There's a big dog here. You don't have to be so nervous. Xiao Ji's tone relaxed a bit. Then walked out and reached out to pull Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian was grabbed by Xiao Ji and didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, she thought of the zombie that she had been tugging at earlier. She could finally feel what that zombie felt. Yu Qingxian promised that she would never force another zombie again. It was just that Yu Qingxiao had something to ask Xiao Ji for in the first place. So she was dragged into the restaurant by this little friend. After entering the restaurant, Yu Qingxiao didn't feel the food destroying her sense of smell at all. She could even feel that the food should be delicious. And by now, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already eaten. Yu Qingxiao could only sit on the sofa at the entrance in a hasty manner, watching Xiao Ji busy herself. What does sister want to drink? Or something to eat? Xiao Ji opened her mouth and pointed to a refrigerated cabinet next to her. Yu Qingyang's eyes looked over and saw that the drinks inside were all red, but labeled with what type of blood it was. Yu Qingxiao. So this little girl was also in the zombie business. She really underestimated this little girl. No need. I'm not hungry. Yu Qingxiao rejected Xiao Ji's good intentions. However, Xiao Ji still took a bottle of water from behind her and walked out with a tray. The things inside looked delicious. Very much like watermelon and strawberry fruit. But not exactly like it. These things zombies can eat. After all, the food here are not the food on Earth. But this is something I will only talk to my sister about, Xiao Ji said and sat down opposite Yu Qingyang. She picked up a fork and speared a fruit and handed it to Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxiao could only take it, but did not stuff it into her mouth. On the contrary, Xiao Ji was unceremonious and stuffed 2 fruits into her mouth. Yu Qingxiao also boldly stuffed the fruits into her mouth. She was supposed to eat these things without any flavor, but when she felt the sweet and silky flavor spread out in her mouth, she was a little surprised. She was actually able to eat the flavor. It seemed that this fruit really wasn't an ordinary fruit, nor was it a creature from Earth. It was probably something from Xiao Ji's restaurant system. After that, she tried something else, and it was surprisingly delicious. It's just that after these things were eaten, they didn't go down the esophagus and into the stomach, but instead turned into energy that filled her limbs as she swallowed it. Tasty, right? Don't worry. I know that my sister is a zombie, so I won't take things for humans for my sister to eat, Xiao Ji said. Yu Qingyang was a little surprised when she heard Xiao Ji's words. So there were things specifically for zombies to eat. It seems that this Xiao Ji was doing business with both zombies and humans. Actually, I came to find you this time for a reason. Yu Qingxiao was so tangled up that his fingers were almost twisted together before he could get the words out. What's the matter? If I can help. Xiao Ji tilted his head and looked at Yu Qingyang. How could she say that she would bind this system? And that she knew what she really wanted from Yu Qingxian. She still wanted to become human. So God had given her a chance. Xiao Ji was of course grateful to Yu Qingxian and looked forward to seeing her again. It was just that when they saw each other again, the high-level zombie by her side was gone, replaced by a big dog. Yu Qingxian also did not expect Xiao Ji to agree so quickly. She didn't want to hide it from Xiao Ji, so she told her what Pei Yuan had said. Xiao Ji nodded in understanding after hearing this. So that's how it is. The officials are looking for zombies that won't eat people. And it's true that I don't eat people. But now I don't exactly count as a zombie. In other words, she wasn't sure if she could help. When Yu Qingyang heard this, she looked at Xiao Ji. Indeed, from the looks of it, she didn't have the slightest bit of a zombie's appearance anymore. If one were to say to others that Xiao Ji was a zombie, I guess no one would believe it. So in the end, the zombie that doesn't eat people is still herself. Huh? Then she had traveled for nothing. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyang looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the ground again, and again felt that it wasn't a wasted journey. Xiao Ji, do you like dogs? A single sentence caused the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Xiao Ji to suddenly look at each other. They seemed to know what Yu Qingyang meant by those words. Of course I like it. I just don't know if it's willing to stay. Xiao Ji opened her mouth. Of course she loved dogs. And it was such a beautiful exotic dog. The Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't lying on the ground anymore. It walked over to Yu Qingxiao's side. Yu Qingxiao reached out and stroked its big head and said, I shouldn't be able to take care of you in the future, so you should follow her. She's someone I can trust. She had made her own decision after knowing that Xiao Ji was no longer considered a zombie now. Her own mind had long been spoken by Shixingyu. She had never favored humans, even if she was not good at getting along with humans. Chapter 121. This is the heroine's signature. Yeah. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was well behaved, but sometimes a bit stubborn. Like when it was told to stop following it. It seemed to be hurt. Yu Qixiao didn't get angry and tell it that she was doing it for its own good. Rather, she felt that Xiao Ji could take good care of it. Can I stay here for a few days? Yu Qixiao patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head and looked at Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji was naturally happy to hear this. Of course. You can stay for a year or 3 if you want. Xiao Ji nodded her head repeatedly. For Yu Qingxiang to live in this place? She was of course very willing. Yu Qingxian also didn't expect Xiao Ji to be so enthusiastic, but smiled slightly as he looked over towards her. Sorry to trouble you. Xiao Ji looked at Yu Qingxiu's smile, but her heart was inexplicably peaceful. She was a little curious as to how the Yu Qixiao used to live in the past. For the next few days, it was Xiao Ji who took the Tyrannosaurus Rex out for walks. Yu Qixiao just sat by the window and read a book. Every time the Tyrannosaurus Rex came back, he came to her first, as if she could really run. It was true that Yu Qixiao would leave, but she didn't think of leaving without saying goodbye, because she was a polite zombie. The relationship between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Xiao Ji was pretty good now too. Like the Tyrannosaurus Rex's 3 meals a day and going out for a run every day were all handled by Xiao Ji. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to realize Yu Qingxiang's reason for doing so. But how to put it? The Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed an understanding puppy. When Yu Qingxiao said goodbye to it, it didn't rush out, but followed Xiao Ji and stood at the door to watch her leave. Xiao Ji was holding a picture frame that Yu Qingxian had left for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She seemed to have thought of something, so she immediately spoke in a loud voice. Sister Yu, don't worry. I'll take care of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And I'll keep your photo. Xiao Ji was also sad about not being able to help Yu Qingxiang, but she knew that if she was sad, Sister Yu would be even more uneasy. It was June when Pei Yu had received another message from Yu Qingxian. I'm in the city. Bring Gu Wanqing to me. When he showed this message to Gu Evening Qing, Gu Evening Qing had just come out of the lab. What's this? Gu Evening Qing took off her mask and glanced at Pei Yuan's mobile phone. She didn't know who it was from. It was only when she was washing her hands that she seemed to think of something and looked directly up at Pei Yuan. A message that could make Pei Yuan show himself was not ordinary. Shixingyu had already entered the base. And as for who told him his name and what he had done, Shixingyu wouldn't say. So now that Pei Yuan could show himself this message, it meant that the other party was one that he cared about. The only thing he cared about was the zombie that had once stayed by Shixingyu's side and still didn't eat people. Found it? Gu Evening Qing's tone wasn't as excited as she had imagined. But Pei Yuan looked at her slightly trembling hands and knew how excited she was at this moment. Anyone else would probably have been so excited that they would have fainted. But Gu Evening Qing was still able to calmly ask a question and then deal with the matter at hand. Pei Yuan didn't answer, but Gu Evening Qing knew the answer. However, before leaving the base to go pick up Yu Qingxian, Gu Evening Qing still went to find Shixingyu. She had only said Yu Qingxian's name, and Shixingyu's reaction made her certain that the one who had taught Shixingyu those things was Yu Qingxian. When Gu Evening Qing left, Shixingyu only came over from the side. She injected a syringe into Shixingyu's arm before she spoke. You reacted too much. It was true that Shixing did not expect that she would see her brother again. Moreover, her brother and the female zombie who gave her the picture knew each other. This made Shixing not know how to be grateful to Yu Qingxian. But at least, she could help now. And there was hope for the future. Yu Qixiao sat on the gravel head. In less than 2 days from sending the message over, Gu Evening Qing's SUV appeared in front of her eyes. It was fast, and the car was dirty, with blood stains. It was obvious that Gu Evening Qing had driven over quite a few zombies, even though Yu Qingxiang had given herself several days of mental construction. But when she was facing Gu Evening Qing directly, she didn't even know where to put her eyes. Her hands gesticulated in a bit of panic. Finally, she stifled out a few words. Hello. Please give me your autograph. Gu Evening Qing. When Qingxing on the passenger side. What was this zombie talking about? Yu Qixiao also reacted to what he had said only after he had finished speaking. But the words had been said. It wasn't appropriate not to have a signature. She immediately fished out her pen and paper from her own backpack and handed it over. Although Gu Evening Qing didn't understand why Yu Qingxiang wanted her signature, she still cooperated and took the book Yu Qingxiang handed over and signed her name for Yu Qingxiang. However, Gu Evening Qing unintentionally glanced at what was in front of her, and even though she didn't read it, she didn't say anything, but handed the book and pen back with both hands. Do you think this is okay? Gu Evening Qing softened her voice a bit as well, afraid of suddenly startling this little zombie in front of her. Yu Qingxiao took the book handed over by Gu Evening Qing and looked at the 3 big characters on it. Very satisfied. This was the heroine's signature, yeah. As an author, to be able to get the signature of the female lead, Yu Qingxiao felt that he was really super awesome. Yes. Thanks. Yu Qingxiao gave Gu Evening Qing his thanks. Gu Evening Qing did not stare directly at Yu Qingxiao. Her eyes should be false in the other party's eyes. It wouldn't give off pressure. And it was true that Yu Qingxiao did not feel pressure from Gu Evening Qing's body. This made Yu Qingxiao think of Shi Xingtian. That person didn't feel pressure from her either. This made Yu Qingxiao also be able to feel that it was actually not that stressful to get along with people. Of course Yu Qingxiao did not feel strange, because it was the other person who had compatibilized herself downwards. Yu Qingxiao put the signature in his backpack before he looked at Gu Evening Qing. Let's go! Until Yu Qingxiao got into the car. When Qingsheng had been staring at her, Yu Qingxiao then pulled her hat downwards, blocking Wen Qingsheng's line of sight. In fact, Wen Qingsheng really wasn't sure that there were really zombies that didn't eat people in this world. But since Sister Qing had said so, Wen Qingsheng would just believe it for now. When he thought about how this zombie had even laid on the ground and pretended to be dead, he even let Sister Qing personally bury her. Now that he took a closer look, he found that the cracks on her face had already been sewn up and were not so scary anymore. The dress on her body had also been changed, and it was clear that she was indeed living like a human. When Qingsheng wanted to talk to Yu Qingyang, but was stopped by a look from Gu Evening Qing. He also had no choice but to touch his nose and didn't open his mouth. The car was quiet, and even though Gu Evening Qing drove fast, the car was smooth. When she entered the capital again, Yu Qingxiu's eyes looked towards the city. She suddenly thought of a night. She didn't know if that kid was still alive. Gu Evening Qing saw Yu Qingxiao lying on the car window glass looking outside from the rear view mirror, and didn't say much. Although she knew what Yu Qingxiao was looking for. That senior zombie had indeed been attacking the base before, but then changed its mind. It was obviously because of Yu Qingxiu's influence. Chapter 122. How did it run into the pile of people? Yu Qingxiao also didn't ask Gu Evening Qing about On Night's situation, but thought that On Night shouldn't die so easily. When the car entered the base, it was necessary to swipe the identity card. At this time, Yu Qingyang kind of knew how to record the number of humans. That is, as long as they were alive. They would use their mobile phones to determine their identity cards within 24 hours. If the identity card was lost, then it could be lost with the mobile phone. If the mobile phone is lost, it can also be determined with someone else's mobile phone. If the identity card was not determined within 24 hours, then it would be judged as dangerous. And if the identity card was not refreshed within 3 days, then it would be judged as dead. This was also the reason why Yu Qingyang had watched Gu Evening Qing and Wen Qingsheng swiped their identity cards in the past 2 days. As for her, Gu Evening Qing just said, she doesn't need to brush it. She's new. After that, Yu Qingxiao followed this car and directly entered the base. Nowadays, this base had expanded another area towards the outside. The tall black wall that she had seen before was now the inner wall. Yu Qingyang had thought that she would enter the inner city, but she didn't. Gu Wanqing drove the car around a corner and headed towards a building. That place looked a lot like a hospital before the end of the world. She followed Gu Evening Qing into the place. Yu Qingxiao then tried to follow Gu Evening Qing's example of being examined. But no. She was sent to a room with everything in it. You can stay here for now. By the way, Shi Xingyu lives diagonally across from you. Gu Evening Qing opened her mouth. And as she said that, she also pointed to the door of the room diagonally opposite. It was just that the door of that room looked specially made, and was a bit different from his own ordinary-looking door. However, Yu Qingyang also knew why Shi Xingyu was given special care. Anyways, he was also a zombie king. And even if he agreed to work with humans, the humans would still be on the defensive. Here's the key. Gu Evening Qing handed a key to Yu Qingxian as well. Yu Qingxiao looked at the key in her hand, and thought that this Gu Evening Qing really trusted herself. and wasn't afraid that she would run away with Shi Xingyu in the middle of the night. She nodded at Gu Evening Qing before entering the room. There was a large wardrobe in the room, which was full of pretty little dresses, and Yu Qingxiu's eyes glistened when she looked at them. She immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash up. After cleaning up, Yu Qixao took the key and sneaked towards Shi Xingyu's room. When she opened the door to her room, she saw Shi Xingyu sitting at the desk by the window. He turned around when he heard the sound of the door opening. Upon seeing Yu Qixao, he was a little surprised. His eyes then looked out the door. There was no one there. Didn't I tell you to avoid her and go away? Why did you run away from people? Yu Qingyang said and walked over, inquiring with some confusion. What Shi Xingyu had on his desk at the moment were all his photos. And the photographer was Yu Qixao. You too? Shi Xingyu replied. Of course. As for him looking at his own photos, while the one who took the photos for him was right behind him. Shi Xingyu wouldn't have any sense of shame. Even though in the past few months, the person who claimed to be his sister had talked to him about many things in the past. But he didn't have the slightest impression. But judging from the group photo she was holding, the other person wasn't lying. I took a good picture. Didn't I? Yu Qixao came over with a smug look on her face. Shi Xingyu nodded his head in a rare moment. The shot was indeed good. Before, Shi Xingyu had no feeling at all. But now that he looked at so many photos, he realized that he had indeed been to many places. Especially that person who called herself his sister always cried every time he talked to himself about his former self. He couldn't feel why the other person was crying, nor could he understand their feelings. But he didn't resent the other person. You said before that I shouldn't mess with her. But you also said that you would bet on humans to win. But I don't want to die just like that. So the best way is to accept the other party's terms of cooperation. Shi Xingyu looked at the photo in his hand. It was the first time Yu Qingyu took a photo of him. It was in an underground passage with a zombie fish behind him. And because of that, that's why Yu Qixao came to such a place, wasn't it? Yu Qixao was a little surprised when he listened to Shi Xingyu's words. She didn't realize that this kind of thing was something that he had decided on after serious thought. She had thought that Shi Xingyu was trying to enter human territory and then secretly eat people. It turned out that she was the one who thought too badly of the zombies. What about you? So afraid of contact with humans. Yet you're sticking your head in the piles. Shi Xingyu put the photo down before he stood up. He wore a monitoring anklet on his ankle. It was something designed to stop him from moving at high speeds. But for this, Shi Xingyu didn't care. Since he had chosen to work with humans, he naturally didn't care about this. What he wanted to do was to become the zombie king that humans trusted. I signed up to donate my body. So there's nothing wrong with me donating my body to the country. Yu Qingyan did not care and said. After saying this, Yu Qingyan also went through the photos on Shi Xingyu's desk. The negatives of these photos were all in her hands. Although Shi Xingyu didn't understand what Yu Qingyan meant by this, he still asked her, "What about your dog? The Tyrannosaurus Rex? I gave it to a worthy human. Dogs are meant to live with humans." When Yu Qingxian thought of Xiao Ji, he felt that that little girl was not very old. But she was very dependable. That was why Yu Qingyan wasn't worried about the Tyrannosaurus Rex's situation. Shi Xingyu sniffed and stared at Yu Qixin for a while, and did not say anything. He should have thought of it long ago. Never mind. He himself was in no position to accuse Yu Qixin now, because he was also considered an anomaly amongst the zombies. When he came across a human, he wouldn't just go straight for it, although other intelligent zombies would also think about each other's abilities. But in general, they would still go straight on. When you can't beat them, you can run away again. Shi Xingyu had remembered all of Yu Qingxian's words anyways. That was to not really push the humans to the brink of extinction. 1 or 2 humans were fine. If they were in groups, they would need to weigh it up a bit. And now after he entered the human base, he realized that there were many weapons that humans wanted to deal with the zombies. Just why they didn't take them out to get rid of all the zombies. There was indeed a reason. As for what the reason was, Shi Xingyu was not sure. Seeing that Shi Xingyu did not say anything, Yu Qixao turned around and left his room. "I'll come back to see you some other time." She then left Shi Xingyu's room. She looked at the door lock and then at Shi Xingyu, who was standing in the room. "Then I'll lock the door." Oh. Yu Qixao still uttered a voice to remind Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu did not respond, seeming to be used to being locked in the house. Yu Qixao left the door unlocked before he looked around and furtively went back to his room. But what Yu Qixao didn't realize was that the footage of her going to look for Shi Xingyu was all recorded, also including what she said. It was just that the communication between these two zombies was not something that humans could understand. In other words, although it was known what these two zombies said, there was no way for anyone to know what they said. So what are you doing listening in on two zombies talking? Gu Evening Qing felt a bit amused when she walked into the monitoring room with a glass of water. Watching them analyze the language between the two zombies felt a little baffling. She felt that instead of analyzing it here, she should just go and ask. Chapter 123, Can you accept it? When the people from the technical department heard Gu Evening Qing's words, they knew that Gu Evening Qing was just flirting with them. It wasn't that they felt it was a useless endeavor. Anyways, this plan was also one of Gu Evening Qing's steps. Firstly, to reach a cooperation with the zombies. Then it was necessary to know what kind of language system they had. Although it wasn't always possible to break down the words of low-level zombies. But the language between those high-level zombies was naturally something to be analyzed. No matter what one did, the first thing one needed was to understand the other party's language. If one couldn't understand anything, it was naturally similar to being deaf. Yu Qingyang could actually sense that they were probably being watched. He just didn't know if he would be watched when he took a shower. Forget about it. Anyway, they wouldn't lose a piece of flesh if they watched them. Although Yu Qixao had his own room, he actually spent more time with Shixingyu. Sometimes, he could still see Shixing Tian and Gu Evening Qing coming in to do inspections on his body. On the fourth day, Yu Qingyang came across the matter of getting Shixingyu on the operating table. So he was a bit curious and wanted to follow and watch. Gu Evening Qing and Shixing Tian glanced at each other. So they put Yu Qingxian's sterilization and packing aside to watch. In fact, they also wanted to let Yu Qingyang know that what they were doing was not hurting the zombies. Yu Qixao squatted to the side and watched, realizing that the surgical process was difficult. First of all, advanced zombies had a strong healing ability, so opening healed in less than a few seconds. But after the potion in Gu Evening Qing's hand was injected in, the wound healed much slower. Yu Qingyang stood on the side and watched, not knowing what exactly they were going to do. She wasn't a medical student and couldn't understand what these things were doing. But she still moved to the side of Shixingyu's head. Are you in pain? Yu Qixao asked Shixingyu in a low voice. It doesn't hurt, Shixingyu replied. Even if he was completely disintegrated, Shixingyu would not feel any pain. Although Shixingyu said that it didn't hurt, Yu Qixao still reached out and touched his head as a pacification. Shixing Tian's afterglow caught a glimpse of Yu Qingxian's action, and a flash of relief flashed under his eyes. Although her brother didn't remember himself, she knew that there was another sister who cared for him during the time he turned into a zombie. The surgery wasn't a long process, and it was over quickly. And after every surgery, Gu Evening Qing would give Shixingyu a bag of blood. For a zombie to heal from an injury, it all requires a lot of energy. And Shixingyu took the bag of blood and sucked on it like a human. Do you want it? Gu Evening Qing asked her when she looked down at Yu Qingxian, who was crouching on the side of the operating bed. Yu Qingxian shook her head, indicating that she didn't need it. It wasn't like she was hungry. Only after Shixingyu finished drinking and put on his clothes did Yu Qixao take him back. Gu Evening Qing looked at the back of the two of them as they left, and then looked at the one that had been Shixing Tian. Is it really okay for your brother to be so dependent on others? Gu Evening Qing opened her mouth. She didn't have any siblings, but Ah Sheng was considered her brother. Even for her, if Ah Sheng suddenly didn't remember her and was still close to someone else, Gu Evening Qing felt that she would probably be very upset. After all, that was her own brother. Shixing Tian sniffed but shook his head. There's no problem, because that one is also a sister. During the period of time that Shixingyu did not remember, it was Yu Qingyang who was taking care of her brother, and Shixing Tian was certainly grateful to her. It was enough that his brother, whether he was a human or a zombie, had a sister that he relied on. Gu Evening Qing listened to Shixing Tian's words and looked at the two zombies that had already walked away, and also revealed a smile. There were still a lot of things she should learn. Thinking of this, Gu Evening Qing then looked at Shixing Tian. Then after the work is done, is sister free to go to dinner with me? Shixing Tian smiled at his words. Sure. Shixingyu could feel that Yu Qing Leisure's appearance had caused almost all of the human surveillance on him to be withdrawn. It was as if the humans really trusted that with Yu Qixao around, he wouldn't escape. But this was indeed the case. Even if Yu Qixao didn't come, he actually wouldn't have escaped. It's just that after the human surveillance was removed, it would make him more comfortable. Otherwise, The tip of his nose was always the smell of food. And he wasn't sure if he would go for a nibble one day. Yu Qingyang took the camera and mobile phone and showed Shi Xingyu where she was going after that. She also talked to Shi Xingyu about how in the future, if he was free, he could also go to see the scenery and such. When Shi Xingyu looked at her in the photos, he felt that these photos were completely different from when he first met her. If he were to use human words, the Yu Qingxian of the past was gray, but the current Yu Qingyan was probably colored. Despite this feeling, Shi Xingyu found it harder and harder to feel Yu Qingxian's presence, even though what she had on her gave her a completely different feeling. The chirpy aura she had on her had disappeared. It was no longer like in the past when she said whatever she wanted on her lips, but her body was filled with an aura of not being allowed to not be allowed. Now that feeling was gone. Instead, staying by her side would feel warm. Shi Xingyu didn't know what Yu Qingxiang had gone through, but he knew that what Yu Qingxiang wanted to do was already presumed to have been done. Okay, I'll go and see. Shi Xingyu nodded his head in agreement, although those landscapes were nothing special in his eyes. But for the first time, Shi Xingyu wanted to understand human feelings. Yu Qingyang began to check his body half a month after arriving at the base. A young girl of 18 or 19 years old came to her. As soon as Yu Qingyang saw the little girl, she immediately recognized her. It was the person who had led the research on meteorites in the first place. It turned out that this person was also a researcher at the base. As soon as Lucy looked at Yu Qingxian, she reached out her hand. Hello. I'm Lucy. And as soon as Yu Qishao heard the word Lucy, he immediately realized that Lun Yan, who he had been chatting with during that time, was her sister. But thinking about it, Lun Yan had been brought to the capital base by Gu Evening Qing, so that meant that she was definitely at the capital base. Yu Qingyang also just nodded and didn't say that he was the zombie who was texting with her sister. Although Lucy wasn't very old, she had a good head on her shoulders. She took Yu Qingyang to do all sorts of tests. Lucy was also a person who didn't like to talk, and Yu Qingxian didn't like to pick up on people either. Therefore this person and zombie had been together for a month and had said no more than 10 sentences. It was usually Lucy who asked her to check, and Yu Qishao followed without speaking. Until the 31st day, when Yu Qishao entered the base. Lucy finally said a few more words. I'm going to perform a surgical experiment on you today. Can you accept it? Lucy opened her mouth. She knew that Yu Qishao was different from other zombies. She retained a human consciousness, so it was different from Shi Xingyu. And after more than half a month of examination, Lucy also found a problem. That is, Yu Qingxiao's body does not exist the function of fast healing. Although she can't feel the pain, and also won't be like those zombies, and the strength of her body has gone up. How to describe it? If it was said that the possibility of a zombie recovering into a human was rare, but it was not completely absent. But Yu Qingyang that was completely absent. All the functions of her body had died. She couldn't even do simple actions like swallowing. The most common zombies were able to convert blood into energy. But this kind of thing Yu Qishao seemed unable to do either. Nothing useful could be seen from the inspection anymore. So she could only look at the situation from the inside. It was just that she also had concerns about Yu Qingxia's condition, as she had no way to heal her wounds. Chapter 124, but she really did her best. Yu Qingxiang didn't have a problem with having to go on the operating table by himself. As for the question of whether the wounds would heal or not, Yu Qingxiang didn't really care. After turning into a zombie, she didn't care so much about her appearance. As long as she looked good, she was fine. Although she didn't have a problem with it, she was still a bit scared when she went to the operating table, because Yu Qingxiang's condition was a bit special. Lucy was not the only one who did the surgery. That's why Yu Qishao wore an eye mask and headphones. The songs were still chosen by Yu Qishao himself. The main reason was that she was able to relax by listening to her favorite songs. Although Yu Qishao thought about what if she fell asleep on the operating table. But when she did fall asleep on the operating table, she didn't remember how she got off the operating table at all. Anyway, when she woke up, she saw that Gu Evening Qing and Lucy were both in her house. This made her a bit surprised. Gu Evening Qing and Lucy were indeed shocked by the fact that Yu Qingxian was completely motionless and couldn't be woken up. They looked for Shi Xingyu, who wasn't worried, and glanced at them, and said that Yu Qingxian was asleep. As for the matter of zombies can sleep, it really shocked the human beings. When humans sleep, they can judge whether the other person is still alive or not through breathing and heartbeat body temperature. But Yu Qingxian had none of these characteristics. As long as she didn't move, she was completely like a corpse. This was also the reason why when Yu Qingxian first met Gu Evening Qing, she fooled Gu Evening Qing by simply lying down on the ground. Even though Shixingyu said that Yu Qingxian was just asleep. With Gu Evening Qing's and their knowledge of zombies, they were still a little unsure. It wasn't until they saw Yu Qingxiang sitting up from the bed that they did stare at Gu Evening Qing and Lucy. It turned out that Yu Qingxiao could really sleep. When Yu Qingxian woke up and saw the two people sitting in the room, he was shocked for a moment. Just this shiver from Yu Qingxiao also made the two people in the room tense up a bit. Sorry. We were just a little worried about you. Afraid that you wouldn't wake up. Gu Evening Qing didn't mean to sit in his house to scare Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian swept a glance at them and did not say anything. When Gu Evening Qing saw that Yu Qingxian didn't say anything, she took Lucy and left her room. And when Yu Qingxiao watched them close the door and go out, she lifted the quilt and pulled up the pajamas on her body that she didn't know who had changed her. Pulling the pajamas violently, she did not see the wound on her stomach. This made Yu Qingyan a little shocked. No. She had felt someone touching around in her stomach before she fell asleep. How come there wasn't even a wound now? Human medical skills had already reached this level? Yu Qingyan froze for a while before she realized that there should be a healing ability among the people who operated on her. After all, there was no way for herself to heal as quickly as Shixingyu did. She didn't know how many more times she would have to undergo surgery. But she still ran to see Shixingyu. Shixingyu was just sitting in a chair at the moment, fuming. Now he didn't have to think about food. Nor did he have to worry about being harassed by other zombies. If it was a normal zombie being locked up in one place, it would probably be very grumpy. But Shixingyu didn't feel that. His body memories made him very used to being in this kind of not-so-big room. It was just that he was a zombie, and was idle after not looking for food. Plus his nominal sister would come by every few days to give himself sedative-type medication. But Tokoyami didn't think it was the drugs that kept him quiet. It was this human who quieted him when he spoke to himself. When he heard the door open, he turned back to look at the door, and saw Yu Qingxiao catapulting in. When Yu Qingxiao saw Shixingyu looking at him, he heatedly smiled. I came to see you, Yu Qingxiao explained. You come every day, Shixingyu said. There was nothing for him to look at. Yu Qingxiao smiled. But he wasn't annoyed, and circled around Shixingyu before he said, if you're bored, how about you try learning about humans? You're so smart anyway. Shixingyu also did not expect Yu Qingyu to advise him to learn about humans. He was just about to say why should he learn. But on second thought, he thought that it would be good for him to learn about humans so that he wouldn't be bored. After that, when Yu Qingxiao had time, he would teach Shixingyu how to read. But of course, in this aspect of writing, Yu Qingxiao wasn't good, so he could only let Shixingyu go to his sister. After that, Yu Qingxian rarely went to find Shixingyu. Her surgeries were once every 5 or 6 days. Sometimes Gu Evening Qing would take her out for a walk. Of course, it was places where no one was around. But more often than not, it was Yu Qingxiao by herself in her room. About half a year later, Gu Evening Qing came into the house with a happy face. It should be that their experiments had made great progress. There was indeed big progress. They had been doing experiments all this time. That is, after Yu Qingliang's plasma was diluted and then processed by Shixingtian, and when Qingsheng and the rest of them, the first batch of vaccine had been made. It's just that this vaccine can only be used on people who have been injured by zombies for the time being. It doesn't have much effect on humans who have turned into zombies. Previously, when one was injured by a zombie, there might only be a 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000 chance of surviving. But now, because of this drug, it had been blocked at 1 in 10. Even though the possibility was still very small, this was already a great improvement. They believed that it wouldn't be long before the zombie vaccine could be produced. It was only a matter of time. Yu Qingyang listened to Gu Evening Qing's happy words. And for a moment, she didn't know how to answer her. It was true that she hadn't thought that the blood in her body could produce a vaccine. Thinking so, she was a little happy. If it's useful, that's really great, Yu Qingxian said. When Gu Evening Qing saw Yu Qingxian say this, she reached out and took her hand. We feel that the lifespan of the zombies has already broken through the human imagination. As for how long the zombies can live, I'm not sure. But I would like to ask you for one thing. After she said this, her eyes looked at Yu Qingxian seriously. Yu Qingxian looked at Gu Evening Qing with some doubt. What she wanted to do had already been done. and she had agreed to join the base to make a contribution because of the application she had signed during her lifetime. So she originally wanted to have Gu Evening Qing burn her in a fire, then make her a runny linen urn and bury it in a place full of pretty flowers. It was just that she hadn't expected that she would be asked for things. Yu Qishao didn't answer, and Gu Evening Qing knew that her saying so was a bit forceful. But she knew that nowadays, she could only ask Yu Qixien for things. I don't know what kind of things you're going to ask me for, but I want you to respect my idea. Even though I might be a corpse now, my dream is to find a place to bury myself after traveling. I can make it this far. I'm already super awesome. Yu Qishao interrupted what Gu Evening Qing wanted to say. If in case Gu Evening Qing had to please herself to live for tens of years or hundreds of years, then she would die of exhaustion. What if the zombies could live for a long time? It wouldn't really want her to live until thousands and thousands of years from now. She was 30 years old. Couldn't she be a bit more capricious? Gu Evening Qing looked at Yu Qixien like this and didn't force her. She just got up and left. After Yu Qishao saw Gu Evening Qing leave, she stood up and touched the door, opened the doorway, and looked at Gu Evening Qing's back as she left. She didn't know what to say, but she had really tried her best. Chapter 125. I'm going to see the Spring Flowers grand finale. But then Gu Evening Qing would take her to see the test fields in the base from time to time, and also the underground farm. Even though it was underground, she didn't feel it at all. The light above her head was simulated daylight, and it would also simulate 24-hour light changes. And the temperature and humidity and such were all controlled. Yu Qingyan was like a country bumpkin, staring blankly, only exclaiming her shock with flowers and birds in her mind. In the third year of the end times, she saw the underground world created by humans. But human technology, it was developing too fast, until Yu Qingyang saw familiar people in the underground farm. Court Lady Wen was holding an electronic light screen in her hands, and was debugging the data. It seemed to be dealing with a new area. How could she not expect that Court Lady Wen would be in this place? Court Lady Wen wasn't surprised when she saw Yu Qingyang. She just glanced at Gu Evening Qing. Why did you bring her here? After saying this, Court Lady Wen looked at Yu Qishao. At this moment, Court Lady Wen looked a lot more mature than before, and her long hair had been cut short. It looked a lot sharper. It was just that Yu Qixien didn't know why Court Lady Wen was so obsessed with herself. She was wondering if she owed her money at some point. After that, Court Lady Wen explained why she had appeared in this place. It was because they had met a zombie king unexpectedly earlier. Although she killed the other party back, Qinan was paralyzed for saving her, even though Qinan said that this incident had nothing to do with her. However, Court Lady Wen knew that at that time, she had the ability to keep both herself and Qinan unharmed. But because she didn't want to expose her system, she had been trying to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. But obviously, reality had slapped her hard. If she didn't care about others and didn't have to hide herself, then Qinan wouldn't have been unable to walk for the rest of his life. It was also at this time that Gu Evening Qing found her, bringing her to the base. Court Lady Wen also felt that there was no need for her to hide anymore. If she showed her abilities, then many people could avoid being like Qinan. That was why she had borrowed the system's ability to create this underground farm. What she had been worried about was that someone would covet her system. But Gu Evening Qing had promised her that there wouldn't be anyone who would dare to hit on her. For the past 6 months, Gu Evening Qing had fulfilled this promise very well. And she was also trying to find a way to cure Qinan. It was only a few days ago, when she was having dinner with Gu Evening Qing, she learned about Yu Qishao from Gu Evening Qing's mouth. Of course, at first, she didn't know who Yu Qishao was. And it wasn't until Gu Evening Qing said later that it was the zombie that wouldn't eat people traveling around that she reacted. However, Court Lady Wen was not in a hurry to meet Yu Qishao. Earlier, Yu Qishao had let that high-level zombie convey to her that she should not follow her. And now, Yu Qingshu's energy value had dropped some more. There was no telling what the reason was. Other zombies would get stronger and stronger, but Yu Qishao was getting weaker and weaker. Although Court Lady Wen was a little concerned, she didn't say anything more. She just gave Yu Qishao the current plan in hand. The ground was easily infected by the virus, and the underground environment was better. At least it wouldn't suddenly cool down or warm up. Yu Qixien had been inside for most of the year and had not gone out, so she didn't know about the temperature or anything. But she did see it snowing. As for the high temperature, it wasn't too good to feel. Obviously the temperature of the rooms in this experimental building was well controlled. It seemed that the weather outside was still extreme. Yu Qingyang followed Gu Evening Qing around and went back. The days went by like this day by day. Yu Qingxian's time on the operating table was also getting longer. But the number of times was also getting less and less. She didn't feel uncomfortable. It was just that her perception of time was getting weaker and weaker. By the time she came back to her senses, 10 years had passed. She had been staying in this base for these 10 years. And the people in this base had already moved away. Those who remained were all official people. Shixingyu had left 3 years ago. He had the official locator and monitor on him. So the officials had been in control of Shixingyu's plans. Most importantly, his body had been completely transformed. Slightly able to digest some cooked food now. His desire for living things had dropped quite a bit. However, it still favored eating fresh flesh and blood. The broken right hand was reinstalled with a mechanical hand, with the help of Gu Evening Qing and the base's researchers. The strength was set according to the strength of his body. She even went to squat and watched Shixingyu's rehab activities. Smashing and flattening an armored car with a single punch made Yu Qingliang's hair stand on end as she watched. And when the officials let Shixingyu out, they weren't letting him go out and hang around. It was for him to beat up those high-level zombies first, and to relocate all of them to one place, so that it could be managed in a unified manner. Officially, they wanted to create a world where humans and zombies could live together. It was naturally unrealistic to want to kill all the zombies. The manpower alone was completely insufficient. And for so many years, although the world had held several general meetings to ride out the storm together, but every time, there was a country backstabbing. As a result, for 10 years, there was no agreement on the matter of unifying goals. However, some of the smaller countries around their country had attached themselves to their country. In this, the official personnel led by Gu Evening Qing really contributed a great deal of power. And now the vaccine against the zombie virus had been researched. Of course, the emergence of the vaccine also suppressed the emergence of the aberrants. In the past, when an ordinary human was injured by a zombie, there was still a certain chance of turning into an alien. It's just that humans injured almost always turned into zombies. So it didn't matter if they didn't turn into an alien. 10 years had passed since the end of the world. In fact, many of the survivors of the base had already lived a normal life. And in 10 years, technology had taken another big step forward. For example, the airborne electromagnetic track that was designed nowadays could detach from the ground and travel quickly through the air. The track connects 15 bases and is very fast. The fastest time to arrive is 2 hours, and the latest time is only 7 hours. In short, the current technology is developing rapidly, although a bit sorry for other countries. But during this decade, protective walls were indeed built along the border line. Of course, it was used to keep out the zombies. It was really the lack of cooperation from those countries that caused the zombies to keep pouring into their countries. Of course, whether the zombies were unconscious or conscious, then no one knew. Nowadays, the residents in the base had already lived normally, but it was naturally very difficult to make the zombies regain their consciousness. Still, during the 10 years, the officials didn't have any thoughts of giving up, because it had once succeeded. Because there had once been zombies that were carrying human consciousness. That was why the officials had never given up on the possibility. But Yu Qingyang had thought that he would only stay here at the base for a few months. He just didn't realize that it had been 10 years in the blink of an eye. During the 10 years, Xiao Ji had brought the Tyrannosaurus Rex to visit her once. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was already a mutated dog, the upper limit of a dog's lifespan was placed there. The veterinarian had also examined it, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was estimated to be 7 or 8 years old when he met Yu Qingyang. Now that it had lived for another 10 years, it was considered a high life expectancy dog. Of course, in the words of the veterinarian, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could almost live to be 30 or so years old. Moreover, the relationship between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Xiao Ji had become very good. After a few years of not seeing each other, Xiao Ji had also grown into a big girl. Of course, after Gu Evening Qing learnt from Xiao Ji's mouth that she was a zombie who had become a human, she decided to keep Xiao Ji in the base. As a result, Xiao Ji ran away in the middle of the night, and Gu Evening Qing went to chase after her. She hasn't come back for half a year. Yu Qingyang was now free and clear. No one came to bother her. So she changed her clothes, rummaged through a backpack, asked the staff for a camera and mobile phone, and secretly left the base. When Gu Evening Qing returned, She only found a note in the house where Yu Qingxiao used to live. I'm going to see the spring flowers law. Don't want to die for a while. But don't look for me. The writing on it was crooked. But it was clear enough to see what she was writing. Look at spring flowers? Gu Evening Qing walked over to the window and looked out. So, it was spring again. Chapter 126, Extra. Shixingyu 1. After Shixingyu left Yu Qingyang, he wandered around the city, but still a little uneasy, squatting on the roof of the building to see what Yu Qingxiao is doing. Seeing that she was still royally good at packing up human corpses, and then also going along for the ride, and then watching her run away with her suitcase on top. This made Shixingyu helpless. I don't know if Yu Qingxiao can survive under the eyes of humans like this. Forget it. Anyway, Yu Qingxian wasn't something he should worry about. But even so, Shixingyu still did not leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in the city for a few more days. It wasn't until after seeing the fireworks in the distance that night that Shixingyu knew he was worried for nothing. This little zombie was having fun. Thinking of this, Shixingyu turned around and left. And during this time away from Yu Qingyang, Shixingyu was a bit uncomfortable at first. There would always be a subconscious desire to hand carry something. But he found that he no longer needed to help Yu Qingxian pull his suitcase. While passing by a shop, Shixingyu saw a fanny pack that looked good. He went in and took the fanny pack off and strapped it to his body. It was fine to use it to hold crystal cores. It was just that Shixingyu found that now that he had left Yu Qingyang, when he encountered humans again, he had a scruple in laying his hands on them. He felt that this was not a good habit. He himself was a zombie. Humans were just food. There was absolutely no need to be polite to food. And again, when he encountered humans again, Shixingyu did not rush up. It was because there seemed to be an argument between the other party. A man seemed to be threatening the mother and daughter. If they wanted them to take away the mother and daughter, then they would need to pay something. The tone of his mouth carried a hint of molestation, and his eyes were sweeping the girl up and down. The middle-aged woman immediately blocked in front of her daughter. Although she was scared, she still opened her mouth. We can trade food for it. As long as you take us out of this place. We can share all our food with you afterwards. Just not her daughters. This was something the woman did not say. The people in the car heard the woman's words, and were also a little soft-hearted. After all, there were still empty seats in the car, so it was better to help out. In times like these, it's not easy for everyone to stay alive. Only when those people open their mouths. The man slammed the car door. Don't talk nonsense. You all have to listen when Lao Zi speaks. Whoever dares to say one more word, Lao Zi will whip whoever. That man opened his mouth. After saying this, his eyes moved back to the 15 or 16-year-old little girl. Shixingyu was leaning against the wall not far away. He heard all the dialogue in his ears. Without knowing how, Shixingyu rushed over. He was so fast that he grabbed the man's neck in an instant. And when those beside him saw Shixingyu rushing out, they thought it was a human at first. But when some saw his scarlet eyes, they instantly knew that the other party was a zombie. Just before their screams could come out, Shixingyu carried the man away. And after Shixingyu finished eating, he looked at the man lying on the ground twitching and about to die. His mind was full of Yu Qingliang's words. This is ridding the people of evil. It's not considered murder. The man was twitching on the ground for less than a few seconds before his breath was broken. And in less than 3 minutes, the man struggled to stand up again. When Shixingyu looked at the man who had turned into a zombie, he pointed at the building high above. Climb up and jump from the top floor. The man who had just turned into a zombie shivered and walked towards the building with twisted and stiff steps. It had no way to disobey Shixingyu's orders. Bored and reaching out to wipe his mouth, Shixingyu casually jumped onto the roof of a car and sat down, waiting for the man to come down from the roof of the building. It was just that the man climbing the building was just too slow. 30 floors of a building. It climbed for days. By the time it jumped down, it landed on its head. And it couldn't be saved even if it wanted to. Shixingyu looked at the mess of flesh and mud before he jumped down from the roof of the car and loitered away. He didn't know if it was because of Yu Qingliang's influence. But when he arrived at some strange-looking buildings, he would stop and look at them for a few more moments. And when he saw a car, he naturally rushed up. He hadn't eaten for many days. When Yu Qingliang was around, he only ate once a month. And that was completely fine. But now that he was all alone, of course, he wouldn't be condescending. It was only when he rushed to the other car that he locked eyes with the person on the passenger side. It was the one who had been running after Yu Qingliang. Yu Qixiao had said not to mess with this person. But he felt that if these two people ate it up, then he would inevitably be able to upgrade. But Shi Xingyu only pondered for 3 seconds before jumping away again, because that little girl seemed to be about to make a move. But what Shi Xingyu didn't know was that although Court Lady Wen made her move with the idea of defense, it was more about marking Shi Xingyu. It was just that the little zombie that had been following this zombie around was not there. With a mark, Court Lady Wen was in no hurry to chase after it. As long as she wanted to chase, then she could. It was the reaction of this senior zombie that was a bit strange. It was reasonable to say that the zombie preferred the alien a bit more. This zombie was surprisingly able to take control and leave. Of course, Shi Xingyu didn't want to give up on these two prey. But every time he wanted to make a move, Yu Qingliang's words would bobble around in his head, letting him know that he couldn't make a move against these two. Shi Xingyu couldn't make a move on humans, but he could make a move on zombies. He directly lifted the skulls of quite a few zombies before leaving this place and traveling all the way north. And on the way north, Shi Xingyu naturally ate much more frequently than before. But when he intercepted a car again, Shi Xingyu locked eyes with a woman again. This person was familiar to Shi Xingyu. It was the person named Gu Evening Qing that Yu Qixiao had been chanting about. This made Shi Xingyu feel that he was really unlucky. Intercepting whoever's car wasn't. And intercepting a human who couldn't be touched. Therefore, Shi Xingyu left again without hesitation. After leaving Gu Evening Qing's car, Shi Xingyu encountered Court Lady Wen's car again. After that, he realized that little girl had been following him. This puzzled him. He had already separated from Yu Qingyan. So why did that little girl keep following him? Sure enough, she was a pervert. When the weather changed, Shi Xingyu wasn't in a hurry to rush, wanting to avoid the storm. But he realized that that little girl's shadowy spirit kept following him. He could only continue walking as well. As a high-level zombie, being chased by a human. Was that reasonable? Never mind. Wasn't Yu Qingxian also always being chased by humans? It was true that after spending a lot of time with Yu Qingxian, they had all been infected by her, with the luck of the unlucky. Shi Xingyu was trying to use the hurricane to get rid of Court Lady Wen. Even when he sensed that a level 3 zombie was nearby, Shi Xingyu deliberately went that way. He couldn't lay his hands on this little girl himself. So it shouldn't be a problem for him to use other zombies to finish off that little girl. Thinking this way, Shi Xingyu scurried over to that third-level zombie's territory. There was a strong sense of territoriality amongst high-level zombies. So when Shi Xingyu set appeared on the third-level zombie's territory, it made that third-level zombie very irritable. Along with Court Lady Wen and Qin and also followed into the territory of the third-level zombie. Shi Xingyu originally wanted to sit back and reap the benefits. But he hadn't expected the level 3 zombie to be so unforgiving at all. No wonder Yu Qingliang said that he should not mess with this little girl at will. It turns out that little girl is really capable. Chapter 127, Extra. Shi Xingyu 2. Although Shi Xingyu felt that this little girl was very powerful, she couldn't keep following him. He had thought that the rain could isolate his breath or something. So he just ran even in the pouring rain. But obviously, he thought beautifully. Even the heavy rain didn't get rid of the little girl. After the hurricane made landfall, Shi Xingyu also dove headfirst into the hurricane. It also wanted to use the hurricane to get rid of these two humans, because humans would avoid these dangers. But his thoughts were once again shattered by the appearance of Court Lady Wen. At this point, Shi Xingyu finally knew why Yu Qingxian was so afraid of this little girl. He couldn't fight it, and he couldn't shake it off. He could sort of feel Yu Qingxian's mood now. Even if he couldn't get rid of it, he still had to get rid of it. When Shi Xingyu really couldn't get rid of Court Lady Wen, he saw Yu Qingxian again. At this time, her scent was even harder to capture. As he looked at the greenish zombie in front of him, a flash of doubt flashed in the bottom of his eyes. It had only been a few months since he had seen her, but she had turned herself green. Never mind. With Yu Qingxia's thoughts that he couldn't understand. He wouldn't be surprised even if the next time he encountered it was pink. But having met Yu Qixiao, then let her go and get rid of that little girl. One couldn't just let that little girl keep following them. And after settling the matter of Court Lady Wen with Yu Qingxian, Shi Xingyu naturally had to leave. For some reason, Shi Xingyu felt that the death wish in Yu Qingxian seemed to be a little deeper. If it was before, he would have been curious. But now, Shi Xingyu was no longer so curious. In Yu Qingxian's words, she had not wanted to live in the first place. But she had also lived until now. Shi Xingyu knew that he couldn't go with Yu Qingxiang. He would be inconvenient for her if he followed her. It would be inconvenient for himself as well. After saying goodbye to Yu Qingxian again, Shi Xingyu headed towards the city where the zombie king Yu Qingxian had met was located. He certainly wasn't looking for trouble with the other party. He was just going to take a slight look around. Shi Xingyu thought that he had advanced fast enough. But he hadn't thought that there were still zombies that were faster than him. However, when he entered that city, he once again encountered Gu Evening Qing. And upon seeing Gu Evening Qing, it changed its mind again. Since Gu Evening Qing was in this place, that zombie wouldn't dare to act rashly. Maybe the zombie would be cut down by Gu Evening Qing at some point in the future. Therefore, Shi Xingyu did not look at the zombie king after meeting Gu Evening Qing on the narrow road. And Shi Xingyu knew that if he and the one called Knight met, it would definitely be a fight. First of all, he was not yet level 5. While that on Knight was already level 5. No matter how powerful he was, the possibility of victory was not very high. Not all zombies are reasonable. Even if they want to be reasonable, it is also when the other party is stronger than them and willing to be reasonable. But more often than not, the other party needs to submit. Of course, Shi Xingyu was not willing to submit to the other party. Not all zombies were like Yu Qingyang, who had no interest in ruling zombies. Moreover, for a zombie like himself, even if he did submit, the other party would not trust him. It might have lifted his own skull at some point. So Shi Xingyu turned around and left the city. The weather in the end times was always stormy and sudden. When Shi Xingyu felt that he couldn't move his body, he was in a city. First it rained for days. Then it changed to hail. And finally the air froze. Shi Xingyu was just frozen on the street. His consciousness was blurred after that. It was unknown how long it took for his consciousness to recover. And after recovering, Shi Xingyu felt a little weak. He moved his arms and legs, dragging his weak body into the house. Although he felt that a change of clothes shouldn't work. But Shi Xingyu still went to change his clothes. It was thick, like the clothes Yu Qingxiao had changed for him for the first time. He also didn't know if it was a psychological effect. But he did feel much better after putting on the thick clothes. But his body had consumed a lot of energy. So he really had to make up for it. He pulled out the crystal core from his bag. This crystal core had been carried by Yu Qingyang. And for some reason, he felt that the energy of this crystal core had not decreased in the slightest, and had even increased. Forget it. It was useless to dwell on those useless things. If he asked Yu Qingxian himself, Yu Qingxian didn't even understand. After Shi Xingyu absorbed this crystal core, he felt unprecedentedly refreshed. He knew that he had advanced. Before, he had been stuck there unable to move. No matter how many crystal cores he ate, he couldn't break through. That's why at the back, Xingyu didn't eat it. It would be a waste to eat it. He didn't expect that after being frozen for a while. After absorbing this third-level crystal core, he actually advanced. After Shi Xingyu advanced, he stayed in the house for a few days to make sure he had adapted to the current temperature before he left the room. And those zombies were still erected on the road like an ice sculpture. Of course, in the good habit of not wasting, Shi Xingyu collected all the crystal cores from those zombies that had them. It was just that Shi Xingyu had just got rid of Court Lady 1. But she was being watched by Gu Evening Qing again. She encountered Gu Evening Qing several times in a row. Humans were now staying in the base, and didn't dare to come out. With temperatures that could freeze even zombies, humans definitely didn't dare to run around. Except for the likes of Gu Evening Qing. At first, Xingyu was actively avoiding Gu Evening Harvest. But in August, Gu Evening Harvest took the initiative to block his path. Can we talk? Gu Evening Qing opened her mouth. When Shi Xingyu heard this, he stopped trying to leave. He looked over at Gu Evening Qing, a little puzzled as to what this human and a zombie of his own were going to talk about. However, he was not interested in Gu Evening Qing. Although he felt that Gu Evening Qing was very tasty food. It was just that this food could not be eaten. Since it couldn't be eaten, then there was no need to take care of it. It was just that he was a little curious as to what this Gu Evening Qing had done that would make Yu Qingxiao so afraid. Gu Evening Qing wasn't holding a weapon. But the teenager behind her had already started to draw his sword. Ah Sheng. Don't worry. Gu Evening Qing glanced back at Wen Qingsheng before she spoke. When Wen Qingsheng heard Gu Evening Qing's words, he put his long knife back into its sheath. What do you want to talk about? Shi Xingyu opened his mouth. His voice slightly hoarse. Obviously because he didn't speak often. Of course, it's about embracing you as king. Gu Evening Qing was succinct. And with just one sentence, she captured Shi Xingyu's mind. As an advanced zombie, it was natural that he only wanted to become stronger. Becoming the king of the zombies was something that all advanced zombies wanted to do. But he was a zombie, and the other party was a human. Humans couldn't trust zombies, and zombies wouldn't have trust in humans. It could be said that zombies wouldn't develop trust in any person or other zombies. Thus, even though Shi Xingyu reacted to Gu Evening Qing's words, however, Shi Xingyu only glanced at her and turned away. It was clear that Gu Evening Qing's words would not be trusted by Shi Xingyu even if his heart was moved. So Shi Xingyu left without a hint of hesitation. Gu Evening Qing watched Shi Xingyu leave and had no expression. Instead, it was when Qing Xing next to him who was a bit puzzled. Sister Qing, if you say this to a zombie, does it understand? Can zombies really communicate? And when Qing Xing's eyes, zombies were man-eating monsters. Although he also felt that Sister Qing's idea was too whimsical. But if Sister Qing wanted to do it, he wouldn't stop her. Chapter 128, Extra. Shi Xingyu 3. Shi Xingyu turned around and entered the city. But he really didn't expect that there was an advanced zombie in this city. And it was still a zombie king. He originally did not want to hitch a ride. But the other party seemed to have seen the contact between him and the humans. It didn't rush up to fight him, which made Shi Xingyu somewhat surprised. However, if this zombie did not fight him, Shi Xingyu would not be grateful to the other party. Before, he might not have had much confidence in that I am. But against this level 5 zombie, Shi Xingyu was still sure of himself now. He had only been passing by. But he hadn't expected this zombie to follow him all the way at all. At first, Shi Xingyu didn't care. Probably because he thought the other party was on guard. But it wasn't until he was about to leave that the zombie spoke. The words in it were mocking himself for even being afraid of humans, or something like that. In short, it said something he didn't like to hear. It wasn't that Shi Xingyu was afraid of humans. It was just that there were some people that he couldn't mess with. This was what Yu Qingyang said to him. He felt that this zombie was definitely going to suffer if he underestimated humans. Originally, he also didn't want to care about these words of this zombie. But this zombie just chased after him and kept talking. This caused Shi Xingyu to be overwhelmed. Even though the zombie did not have human memories, some emotions were still inherited. Especially when this zombie grabbed a dying human and threw it in front of Shi Xingyu, saying that it was for Shi Xingyu to eat. This pissed off Shi Xingyu. It wasn't like he couldn't eat humans. Not just any zombie could come and throw themselves at him. This was the dignity of being a king. Shi Xingyu finally couldn't help himself and rushed up to fight with this zombie. The level of the two zombies was about the same. And even if they used their powers, they couldn't hurt each other. Therefore, the two zombies directly fought each other. The zombies in the city were shivering at this moment, all cowering in the corners, not daring to move, because the two kings were pressing down on their heads. Gu Evening Qing was originally here to deal with the zombies here. This zombie had slaughtered several alien squads one after another in just a few months. That was why the people from the other bases could only turn to the capital base for help, wanting Gu Evening Qing to come and clean up this zombie. At this moment, she heard the commotion in the city, and from afar, she saw several buildings directly collapsing. However, there wasn't much tremor on the ground. In other words, the collapse of the tall building wasn't due to an earthquake. Then there was only one possibility. Two high-level zombies were fighting inside. And by the time Gu Evening Qing brought Xiao Yan to find Shi Xingyu, the fight had already ended a while ago. Shi Xingyu was covered in dust at this time. Half of his right hand was missing, and his clothes were covered in blood. As for the other zombie, half of its head was gone. But Shi Xingyu was badly injured. If he didn't care, Shi Xingyu would also die. It was just that the current Shi Xingyu was already somewhat unconscious. He only saw a woman walking towards her, seemingly asking about him. But Shi Xingyu could no longer answer at this point. And for some reason, the back of a woman flashed through his head. It was just that he couldn't see the other person's appearance. But the thought of this back, he inexplicably felt at peace. When Shi Xingyu woke up, he saw the ceiling. There was a fire not far away, as well as 3 people and a dog. This made Shi Xingyu immediately alert. He turned around and wanted to break the window, but one of them's words made him stop again. Didn't Yu Qingxian teach you to say thank you after accepting someone's help? Pei Yuan stared at Shi Xingyu's back before speaking. When these words came out, even Gu Evening Qing and when Qin Sheng looked at Pei Yuan unexpectedly. Who was Yu Qi Xiao? And when Shi Xingyu heard Pei Yuan's words, he retracted his legs and sat quietly on the bedding. But at this moment, he did want to eat. His golden eyes stared at Tsunami. It's not okay for these 3 people. So it's okay to eat a dog. Right? Tsunami was stared at by Shishingyu with some chills on his back. So he moved behind Gu Evening Qing. Gu Evening Qing immediately knew what was wrong with Shishingyu. She took out several bags of blood out of thin air and threw them over. This tastes better than Tsunami. Gu Evening Qing opened her mouth. Shishingyu reached out and took the bags of blood. Because it was sealed. He couldn't smell the odor until he opened the seal. And the aroma inside emanated out, leaving him refreshed. This made Shishingyu think of the level 3 crystal core that he had absorbed earlier. It was just that Shishingyu hadn't thought that this Gu Evening Qing had brought blood with her. 2 bags of blood went down. And Shishingyu's sanity returned. Those golden eyes regained their calmness. Gu Evening Qing watched as Shishingyu regained his composure. So she reached out and rubbed Satsu's head. See, as long as there's food, the zombies are able to find their sanity and not make a move on humans. Only she didn't know if she was saying this to Wen Qingsheng or to Shishingyu. Shishingyu didn't say anything. Even if this was said to him, he didn't care. On the contrary, it was Wen Qingsheng who bristled. This is only a high-level zombie. Isn't the one in the capital. Knowing that the base couldn't be attacked, it gave up. But that zombie's level of danger can be much more intimidating than before. Wen Qingsheng's words were not false. A wolf kept barking. Then humans could determine the location of the wolf. But when it suddenly stopped barking, then inevitably the wolf would have to act as a demon. This was why the capital base's shifter battle team was a bit cautious when entering and exiting. It was really too quiet. It was so quiet that it made people afraid. So of course Wen Qingsheng couldn't completely trust Shishingyu. Advanced zombies were very cunning. Very good at being patient until they reached their goal. Of course, once they had the chance, they would not hide their nature. It was like just now. Even if they saved this zombie. Even if this zombie stayed with the one that wouldn't eat anyone. But he had just tried to eat Tsunami. So how was Wen Qingsheng going to trust a zombie like this? Even if turning into a zombie wasn't something they were willing to do. But now they were already zombies. If the humans were soft on them, what about the humans who were hurt by the zombies? When Shishingyu listened to the words of these people, he also knew that it should be Ah Yi who was talking about them. It was estimated that On Night also stopped attacking because she felt that aura on Yu Qingxia's body. So Shishingyu felt that the thoughts of these few humans were a bit complicated. Although they zombies would endure. It was only for humans with that special blood. Take for example that person who knew Yu Qingxia's name. His blood also had a strong attraction to high-level zombies. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to just pounce on him and take a bite. It was just that he hadn't said Yu Qingxia's name to these people. It seemed that only that person knew Yu Qingxia's name. Did he know Yu Qingxiao? But Yu Qingxiao didn't know him, and didn't even know what his name was. You know her? Shishingyu's eyes went to Pei Yuan, who was all he cared about right now as well. He didn't know where on earth this person knew Yu Qingxia's name from. Heard of it. Don't recognize it. Pei Yuan replied. And the fact that Pei Yuan was so normal in his dialogue made both Gu Evening Qing and Wen Qingsheng a bit surprised. Because there weren't many times when Pei Yuan was so serious. Chapter 129, Extra. Shishingyu 4. Of course, the dialogue between this person and the zombie ended here. And in the middle of the night, Shishingyu left. He was a zombie. There was no need to be in the company of humans. The other party was a zombie. So be it. How to say that they were also of the same kind? If you don't like it, you can fight. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. When zombies fought, the result was death. When Shishingyu wanted to leave, Gu Evening Qing and the others didn't stop him. Shishingyu saw that Gu Evening Qing and the others didn't catch up. But he didn't care either. After all, humans were nothing more than food to him. It was just that these few people were a bit special and couldn't be eaten. Shishingyu left this urban area and headed towards the south. He thought about it and went back again. Gu Evening Qing and the others had just sent Shishingyu away. But as a result, he came back in less than 3 minutes. What month is it now? Shishingyu inquired. Although he knew that dawn and darkness was a day, and 30 days was a month. But he doesn't write it down every day. So what month was September? He didn't know. August. Gu Evening Qing replied. Then how many days until September? Shishingyu asked again. It was fortunate that it was August and not September. It was also fortunate that he folded back and asked. There's still 21 days left. Gu Evening Qing took out her mobile phone and glanced at the date, telling him the exact time. Although she didn't know why Shi Xingyu, a zombie, cared so much about time. Shi Xingyu turned his head and was about to leave. His head remembered Yu Qingxian's teachings again. After thinking, he turned his head again. Thank you. After saying these two words, Shi Xingyu left. Although he didn't know what these two words meant. Yu Qingxian said that after asking for help, and someone else helped him or her, then he or she should say these two words to the other person. Gu Evening Qing was thanked by a zombie and couldn't react for a moment. Only Pei Yuan stared at Shi Xingyu's back and smiled slightly. It was as if he could understand why Shi Xingyu had come back to ask for the time. What's going on with this zombie? Wen Qingsheng was also a bit surprised. Because this zombie was indeed popular. Where had I seen a zombie that would still say thank you? Ah. When can we see the bloom? Pei Yuan opened his mouth and looked out the window. The sky outside was dark. But a hint of a golden thread had already emerged from the sky. It was just Pei Yuan's words that made Wen Qingsheng look at him again. It was completely incomprehensible what Pei Yuan was actually saying. Gu Evening Qing didn't open her mouth either. Although Pei Yuan always spoke strangely. She knew that Pei Yuan knew exactly what he was doing in his own heart. Over the years, a large portion of what she wanted to do was Pei Yuan's help. Even if he didn't say so. After knowing the time, Shi Xingyu headed in the direction of White Province. However, Shi Xingyu felt that Yu Qingyan was probably still in the north at this time. With her speed, she didn't even know which corner she was hiding in right now to eat and take pictures. But he had previously promised to go to Autumn Color Lake to see the scenery this September. As he looked at the frozen zombies and trees everywhere, he felt that this year's Autumn Color Lake probably didn't change much from last year. Even though Timothy Xingyu felt that Yu Qingyan shouldn't come. Even if he came, he would probably be late. So the closer he got to this place, the more Shi Xingyu put down his speed. Thus, it was on the first day of September that he arrived at Autumn Color Lake. He was actually a bit scared. As a zombie, it was kinda surprising to Shi Xingyu that he would have the emotion of fear. But when he walked to the Autumn Color Lake, he saw a zombie and a big white dog. At the sight of the big white dogs and Yu Qingxiao, who was smiling happily, Shi Xingyu was really tempted to rush to beat up that dog. It inexplicably looked bad. Of course, he went down on it. But in fact, after really fighting with this dog, he felt that the dog wasn't that unpleasant to look at. At least Yu Qingyan looked much happier when he was with this dog than when he was with himself. He wasn't jealous or anything. He just thought it was good that Yu Qingxiao was happy. Every time he saw Yu Qingxiao happy, he always felt inexplicably relieved. Shi Xingyu knew that this was something left over from being a human. It was like he wanted to make a person like that happy. It was just that he didn't remember it. When he saw Yu Qingxiao smiling so happily, Shi Xingyu envied her for the first time. Envious that she still had the memories from when she was human. In fact, when Yu Qingxian asked him where he wanted to go, he wanted to follow Yu Qingxian around again. Perhaps he could learn something more from Yu Qingxian. But he knew that he would be inconvenienced if he followed her. So he didn't follow. After seeing Yu Qingxiao leave, he chose to go find Gu Evening Qing again. Because the only one who could help him was Gu Evening Qing. Since Gu Evening Qing could even get the poison to kill zombies, wouldn't it be okay to try and help him get his human memories back? But he didn't know where Gu Wanqing was. He could only go back to the city where he met her and stay there. After waiting like this for a few more months, he waited for Gu Evening Qing again. Gu Evening Qing was indeed a bit surprised after hearing his words. But she was still happy. Don't worry. I'm not sure if I can help you get your memories back. But someone is definitely able to remember everything about you. Gu Evening Qing opened her mouth. She didn't feel that the change in Shi Xingyu, the zombie, was just because of some feelings. She still felt that Shi Xingyu was influenced by the zombie that didn't eat people. It should be a spiritual influence. In other words, zombies could indeed change their minds by mind control. Pei Yuan was right. Thinking of this, Gu Evening Qing glanced back at Pei Yuan and saw that Pei Yuan was actually smiling in the direction of the convoy. Laughing at what? Gu Evening Qing was a bit puzzled, although they had been together for quite a while. But there were times when Pei Yuan's behavior was still a bit confusing to her. It's nothing. Pei Yuan put away his smile and began to tilt his head back to look at the sky again. When Shi Xingyu saw the dialogue between these two people and glanced over at the car, he took 2 steps back. Come back to me when you're done with things. I'll always be here. Anyway, this place wasn't far from where Gu Evening Qing was staying. When Gu Evening Qing heard this, she nodded and left. What Shi Xingyu actually cared more about was the words Gu Evening Qing said. That someone definitely remembered everything about himself. In this world, where else would someone remember everything about himself? Before he met Yu Qixiao, he didn't even know what his name was. It wasn't until several days later that Gu Evening Qing brought a woman to meet him. Of course, Shi Xingyu didn't remember who this human was. He just watched as the other party's eyes reddened at the first sight of him. It wasn't until after entering the base that Shi Xingyu realized that this person was his own sister. But he didn't have a single impression of her. But the other party didn't care at all either. Every day, he came to talk to himself. Then gave him a bunch of photos. All of them of him. When he saw these photos, Shi Xingyu was a bit surprised. This person who claimed to be his sister had met with Yu Qingyang. The photos were given to me by her. I'm very thankful that she took a lot of photos of you. I have a copy of these photos on my side. So I'll give you this one, Shi Xingtian said. After saying this, Shi Xingtian stood up. As he walked to the door, Shi Xingyu spoke up. She spoke to you? After all, Yu Qingxian was afraid of people and didn't know how to get along with humans. Chapter 130 Extra. Shi Xingyu 5. When Shi Xingtian saw that her brother cared about Yu Qingxian, she didn't have any hard feelings, because she knew that her brother would care about others. And that was what warmed her heart the most. If Shi Xingyu didn't have any feelings for his kind who had been with him for a few months, then Shi Xingtian felt that there might not really be a way to realize her and Gu Evening Qing's idea. But right now, Shi Xingtian felt that it was good that Shi Xingyu would care. She wasn't sad about it. Well, spoke to me a few times. Then she gave me these photos. She should know that you are my brother. That's why she gave me these photos. As soon as Shi Xingtian talked about that little girl, the expression on his face softened again. It wasn't the fault of those zombies to turn into zombies. But it wasn't the fault of humans to fear and resent zombies. But it was a fact that zombies ate people. And it was also a fact that people either fled or fought back when they saw a zombie. And it's true that what they're trying to do is difficult. It's not something that can be done once or twice. It's a constant battle. But it didn't matter. Even if it was difficult, the world had to return to normal. There was no way for the officials to completely kill all the zombies. There were less than 200 million survivors in the entire country today. But there were nearly 2 billion zombies. This number alone was not something that could be killed off at random. When Shi Xingyu was in the base, he didn't feel bored. He looked at the anklet on his foot. The green light on it flickered. Although he didn't know what it was, it didn't affect his movements. After staying like this for a while, Shi Xingyu stayed in this place. He tried pulling the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was obvious that this room, and even this building, was reinforced. However, he had agreed to do so, and it wasn't as if he was going to run away. But even then, Tokoemi didn't think anything was wrong. Until at not a specific time, the door to his room opened. He turned around only to see Yu Qingxian. Shi Xingyu didn't know what Yu Qingxian was doing in this place. It was clear that he had already cooperated with the humans. Why did he have to bring Yu Qingxian, who was so afraid of humans, here? But looking at Yu Qingxian's appearance, it didn't look like he was forced. Of course, every day after that, Yu Qingxian would come. And she even had the key to her room. It seemed like Gu Evening Qing really trusted Yu Qixiao. But it was also true that Yu Qingxian had never been towards humans. But she wouldn't really want all the zombies to die either. She hadn't killed as many zombies as other zombies. Even the zombies killed by humans were not as many as those killed by them. The high-level zombies. Gu Evening Qing's experiments with them continued. Their own bodies were also slowly being transformed. Until that day, a strange liquid was injected into his own body, making him feel a pressure. How does it feel? Gu Evening Qing looked at Shi Xingyu, who was lying on the bed, and asked him. It's fine. It just feels as if my body is bound by something. Shi Xingyu spoke. When Gu Evening Qing heard this, she looked up at the person next to her. Transport Shi Xingyu to another special room. Gu Evening Qing opened her mouth. After saying this, Gu Evening Qing turned her head to look at Shi Xingyu again. We need to monitor you for 48 hours. Once you're in there, just do what you want. And you don't have to necessarily restrain yourself. After saying this, someone pushed Shi Xingyu away. This made Shi Xingyu a little confused. When he was sent into that room, he was indeed a bit shocked. Because it was full of humans. And they were all psychics. And there was also that human with a very special flavor that he had seen a few times. It seemed like he was called Peiyuan. It was just that he had just been operated on. and he had used a lot of energy to recover his wounds. Was it really okay to throw himself in a pile of people? Although Shishingyu had self-control, he wasn't sure how much endurance he had in his current state of semi-starvation. But Shishingyu also felt that the humans were really crazy. The loss of just a few of the exalted here would be a blow to humanity. Was it really okay? Shishingyu walked to the corner, and those Alterans just acted as if they didn't see Shishingyu doing what they should. He just sat in the corner, his eyes staring at the ground. In fact, he was a little puzzled as to how on earth Yu Qingliang managed to not eat at all. No matter how advanced a zombie was, it needed to suck on blood and flesh to replenish its energy. Instead of eating people, it was better to suck the energy contained within them. Because in their zombie eyes, all humans are alien preparers. As long as the time is ripe, then these humans can evolve into psychics. And zombies are better at using this power than humans. If humans control this power in their bodies and exercise it, they can also awaken their psychic abilities. Of course, this kind of thing Shishingyu would not take the initiative to say. After all, Good evening Qing and the others did not ask. Time passed by minute by minute. The smell of fresh blood and flesh kept circling around the tip of his nose. The healing of his body consumed too much energy, making Shishingyu not want to move at all. Perhaps sitting like this for 48 hours should be fine. But obviously, these humans wouldn't let him sit like this, because they wanted to experiment and push their limits. So naturally, some humans came up to fight him. He was already a bit tired, but now he had to avoid their attacks. This human does things. It's really desperate, always pushing themselves to the limit. It was no wonder Yu Qingliang disliked being around humans. He didn't like it now either. These humans cooperated quite well. And although they didn't kill themselves, they didn't show any mercy either. Shishingyu's mood of not wanting to get along with humans reached its peak in this moment. At this moment, he seemed to resonate with Yu Qingliang. Getting along with humans was really troublesome. Shishingyu felt that it was fortunate that he was a zombie. And even in the future, he would not have to get along with humans. If he did this often, Shishingyu felt that he would turn into an abnormal zombie. Luckily, this place was very empty. Apart from not being able to leave from this floor, there was a kitchen room bathroom here. And where he was now was an indoor garden. He was on the green grass by himself. And there were a few trees. There was no telling what this place was used for before. Shishingyu dodged a few times to avoid the humans' attacks, then disappeared into this atrium. He found an unoccupied place and leapt up into what looked like a mezzanine. Anyway, let's avoid the humans for now. On top of that, he was losing stamina as well, and needed to replenish his food badly at this point. But this experiment was to see when he would go after the humans. At this moment, Shishingyu felt how it would be if he just hit the wall and left. Even if he couldn't lay his hands on this base again. Then catching a few zombies, to get a few crystal cores, to replenish his strength would be fine. Just as soon as this thought came out of him, he felt his whole body shed some energy. Originally sitting on the mezzanine, he directly fell down from the top. Someone then walked up to him. Originally, he was eager to eat right now. But it turned out that the one who came in front of him was still someone with special blood. Shishingyu felt that why must he follow the rules of humans? After all, this kind of experiment would have been detrimental to him. But when he looked up at Peiyuan deliberately revealed his arm. The other party almost passed his hand to Shishingyu's mouth. As long as he opened his mouth, he could eat the food. Chapter 131, Extra. Shishingyu 6. Shishingyu did want to take a bite. Because right now, he was already very tired. How long it would last, he didn't know. At most a dozen hours had passed now. It was still early to 48 hours. Shishingyu stared at Pei Yuan's arm as the corners of his mouth began to secrete liquid. Obviously, Pei Yuan's breath was really destroying Shishingyu's sanity. His golden eyes were filled with blood, while his expression became somewhat hideous. When Shishingyu was just about to pounce on Pei Yuan, his brain felt like it had been hit by something, and he instantly fainted. Good evening Qing was on the first floor at this time. She looked at the clock across the room, and was able to hold out for 13 hours. Shishingyu's endurance was indeed top-notch. After all, other zombies, even when they were in a very healthy and full state, rushed over without much hesitation when they encountered Peiyuan. This also included the zombie outside the base. Of course, if Shishingyu could last for 48 hours, then it would be declared that their experiment was successful. But this time now, it also proved that they had made the right decision in choosing Shishingyu. When Shishingyu woke up, above his head was a bright surgical light, and he was once again lying on the operating table. He didn't know what Gu Evening Qing and Lucy had injected into him, but his body did recover quite a bit. It was just that Shishingyu didn't know how he had fainted. He didn't ask either. When Gu Evening Qing saw Shishingyu waking up, she just told him to stay still. Shishingyu just lay there. In fact, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. By the time he was able to get off the operating table, it was already 20 minutes later. He stood up and looked at his body. Although there wasn't any change, he still felt something strange. But what was strange? He couldn't say. It wasn't like it hurt. And for the next period of time, he always had to carry out this endurance experiment. Of course, every time he ended up fainting. But it took longer than once. In the second year of conducting the experiment, Shishingyu finally made it through 48 hours and walked away from this place. With him being extremely weak and needing to eat, he had also stayed with the Exalted and the Special Blood people for 48 hours. This would probably not have been possible for 3 minutes if he were an ordinary zombie. When Shishingyu walked out of the room, he did not see Yu Qishao. But his sister was there. Gu Evening Qing was also there. They checked Shishingyu's body, which led them to take a few bags of blood to him. Congratulations. Starting today, the force knockout device can be removed from your brain. Gu Evening Qing spoke as she watched Shishingyu sit on the chair and suck the blood. The tone sounded happy. Shishingyu did not know what was meant by the force knockout device, but he knew that Gu Evening Qing and his sister's experiments seemed to have gone one step further. Of course, it wasn't until after they had removed an unknown device from his head that he realized why he had fainted. As soon as he couldn't control it enough to produce a predatory action, an energy would pound his crystal core so that he would lose consciousness instantly. At this moment, Shishingyu felt that he had indeed been too heavily influenced by Yu Qishao. Surprisingly, he had already trusted humans to such an extent. But whenever Gu Evening Qing wanted him to die, he probably didn't know how many hundreds of times he had died. But now, Shishingyu felt that he could indeed really trust humans. It was just that this thought, in the next few moments, made Shishingyu begin to doubt his decision again. Because Gu Evening Qing was really good at tossing zombies. Before, it was a test of his endurance. Then now Gu Evening Qing was not feeding him at all, and she kept draining his stamina, before locking him into a dark room afterwards. It was just like this over and over and over again. Finally, after a few months, he felt that vague energy in the air, and by absorbing this energy, he gradually stopped sucking blood. From 3 months in the beginning, to half a year, 2 years later, in the 5th year of entering the base, Shishingyu completely cut off the habit of eating blood and flesh. Even when Pei Yuan slit his wrists from dangling in front of his face, he was able to hold back from looking at him. Although Shishingyu felt that he was no longer like a zombie at this point. But he was also satisfied with the current situation. It was just that he was a bit confused as to what those things that could provide him with stamina and energy were. And Gu Evening Qing didn't tell him. Instead, she started to let him exercise his physical abilities, even using weapons. At first, it was when Qin Sheng who fought him. Although Qin Sheng didn't look like he was very strong, his blade skills were really strong. If he were to just fight with his blade skills, then he really wouldn't be able to fight with Qin Sheng. After that was the marksmanship, then various weapons to use. At the back, he even had to learn the languages of various countries. Yu Qingyang came to accompany him for a few lessons. Only she fell asleep on the table when she was on it. This was the first time that Shishingyu felt envious of Yu Qingyang. It was because Yu Qinxiao was really idle and didn't have to do anything, apart from occasionally drawing some blood and being studied for body changes. He could do whatever he wanted, but he couldn't, so he had to be forced to study. But over the years, in the entire base, only he and Yu Qingyang hadn't changed a single bit in their appearance. Everyone else, more or less, had changed a bit. Even Gu Evening Qing. Her black hair couldn't hide the white strands in it. The young girl, who was 23 years old at the beginning, was now about to turn 30. And this person next to him, who should have been almost 40, still looked the same as before. Of course, Shishingyu couldn't just spit on Yu Qishao because he was also 16 years old. There wasn't a single change. Of course, he knew that he was 16 when he turned into a zombie. And it was also what his sister said. And although Shishingyu was a bit confused about the matter of learning about humans, but he did learn quickly. I don't know if it's because he's a zombie, or if he's a strong learner when he's a human. Anyway, after 7 years in the base, he successfully gained his freedom. Although the monitor was still on him, none of that mattered anymore. He could finally leave this place. After 7 years, one didn't even know how the situation outside was, and humans were much better at dealing with zombies. Though many of the responses had their own share, humans didn't know what the zombies thought. But he knew what the zombies thought. On the day he left the base, Yu Qingyang did not come to see him off. He had long been used to Yu Qingxian's heartlessness. But he also knew that after so many years, she was still the same as she was at the beginning. Afraid of people. Emotionally weak. Able to take care of her own emotions, has been very remarkable little zombie. Shi Xingyu looked at the people in front of him. One was Gu Evening Qing, and one was his sister. Although he wasn't really able to understand the meaning of the word sister, and still had no way to remember the memories from when he was a human. But he did accept the matter of Shi Xingtian being his sister. Remember, you have to beat up all the high-level zombies. And if you have the chance, any high-level zombies in any country as well. And send the news back by the way. Okay? Gu Evening Qing stared at Shi Xingyu, seriously handing him things. Shi Xingyu didn't answer, but just looked at Shi Xingtian. Sister, I'll call you when I leave. After saying this, he also just nodded slightly to Gu Evening Qing, and with a flash, he disappeared. In short, he could finally detach himself from humans, and didn't have to learn things anymore. The people at home couldn't move, so the ones abroad would be fine. But Shi Xingyu was looking forward to the future. When he thought of the future where he would still have to climb towards the top, Shi Xingyu also felt a lot better. Finally, after 7 years, he had once again entered the world where the strong were honored. Chapter 132 Extra. Gears of Destiny. When Pei Yuan opened his eyes, he found himself covered in instruments. He blinked, and also learned that he seemed to have been reborn. Reborn back to 13 years ago. 3 years before the end times. And at this time, he still needed to live on various instruments. Pei Yuan laid on the bed for a while, making sure that he was now in good control of his body, before he sat up. And as soon as he moved, the instruments next to him made a loud noise, followed by a bunch of doctors rushing in. They were scrambling to get Pei Yuan to lie down. But Pei Yuan wanted to unplug those instruments from his body, which surprised the doctors. The good thing is that Pei Yuan also knew that taking it off in such a hurry now would only be counterproductive. So he took a few days before he told the doctor that he was much better. After the examination, Pei Yuan's physical condition was indeed much better. On the 6th day of his rebirth back, Pei Yuan finally walked out of the ward where he had lived for more than 20 years. While in his previous life, it was only after the end times happened that he awakened his alien ability body gradually improved. Now, his supernormal abilities had followed him back. Pei Yuan talked to his own father for a long time, and he finally met Gu Evening Qing. However, at this time, Gu Evening Qing's body was also covered with many instruments, which seemed to be channeling the energy out of her body. Although this process would cause Gu Evening Qing some pain, but it was the only thing the current human could do. Gu Evening Qing and Wen Qingsheng were the two people who had survived that incident. But these two people were indeed of great help to the big picture in the future. Although the most crucial ones were still missing. But the most crucial zombie was in 3 years. So there was no rush now. If he could, he naturally wanted to stop the end times from happening. Pei Yuan entered the lab where Gu Evening Qing lived and directly stopped all the instruments. When the instruments stopped, Gu Evening Qing's entire body began to feverishly burn. She felt pain in all her organs. Pei Yuan, however, ignored her pain and just stood by her bedside, letting Gu Evening Qing grab his wrist, until he heard Gu Evening Qing's somewhat weak voice. Am I going to die? After all, with so many instruments, they were all very expensive. And with the current medical skills, there was no way to determine what was going on with this energy in her body. That's why Gu Evening Qing felt that it was normal for her to be given up. Luckily it didn't slice her up. It won't. Oh, you can make it through. If you don't, then the world will really be over. Pei Yuan's tone wasn't really serious. It was like he was coaxing a child. This made Gu Evening Qing, who was lying on the bed, feel towards this boy she had met for the first time. What an unreliable bullshitter. Pei Yuan didn't leave either. So he stood by the bed and waited. Waiting for Gu Evening Qing to get over it. The energy that had been dissipated for 3 months before was already wasted. It was even more wasted in his previous life. But it was 3 whole years. It caused Gu Evening Qing's spatial upgrade to be exceptionally difficult. It took 10 years to break through to the third layer. And he had heard Gu Evening Qing mention that there were 10 layers in that space of hers. The first layer was food and water. The second layer was clothing and petrol for the car. The third layer was a weapons depot. The most important thing was that at that time, the Exalted were also infested by the zombie virus, causing many Exalted's bodies to develop zombified lesions. 10 years after the end of the world, many Alterans had broken arms and legs. The most important reason was still because those crystals were still transporting the zombie virus, and were still mutating with the length of time. That was why purifying the crystal origin was also a top priority. Therefore, Wen Qingsheng was also important. Wen Qingsheng's ability was very special. It belonged to the purification ability. In other words, as long as Wen Qingsheng was willing, he was able to purify the virus on the zombies. But it required a corresponding lifespan as a price. And this supernormal ability? It could be said that it was used once and less often. Right. Pei Yuan knew about Wen Qingsheng's supernatural ability. Also because he had used it once. At that time, he had already taken over his father's position and became the chief commander of a base. Therefore, Wen Qingsheng purified the zombie virus for him. That's why Pei Yuan was bitten by a zombie but didn't turn into a zombie. But in the end, the result still didn't change. He still died. Died in the 10th year of the end times. Thinking about it this way, Pei Yuan felt a little sorry for Wen Qingsheng, wasting his psychic abilities and his life. It took Gu Wanqing a day and a night to endure it. Of course, she had also awakened her alien ability. It should be the first alien ability in this world. Pei Yuan had determined Gu Evening Qing's condition. So naturally he had someone come in to determine her physical condition. Instead, he went to find Wen Qingsheng. If Gu Evening Qing could, so could Wen Qingsheng. But right now, his body was still weak. Just by being around Gu Evening Qing for a day and a night, he was a bit physically exhausted. Under the doctor's compulsion, Pei Yuan rested for 2 days. He had wanted to check on Wen Qingsheng's condition. But it turned out that Gu Evening Qing, who was dressed in a hospital gown, had come to him first. At this moment, Pei Yuan was looking out the window at the blue sky. He hadn't seen such a clear blue sky in a long time. When Gu Evening Qing entered the room, she saw Pei Yuan staring out the window. He didn't hear him even when he spoke. After almost 5 minutes, Pei Yuan turned back to look at her. "Did you have lunch?" Pei Yuan asked her. Gu Evening Qing felt as if she wasn't very good at getting along with Pei Yuan. "It's 7 in the morning." Gu Evening Qing reminded Pei Yuan. "That means no lunch." Pei Yuan spoke to himself, not feeling that there was anything wrong with the question he asked. Gu Evening Qing stared at Pei Yuan for a while, and realized that she really couldn't see through this person's thoughts. "How's the physical condition?" Pei Yuan finally said something important. "It's good at the moment. I've been able to stabilize and control that power." Gu Evening Qing spoke. Before, she always felt like her head or body would explode. But now, she could clearly feel the power flowing through her body. It eventually entered her consciousness. As long as she wanted to, she could control this power with her consciousness. For the previous 3 months, it was all about using instruments to channel this energy out. Now, she was able to control this power. Obviously, Pei Yuan knew how the power wasn't really going to tear her apart. And as long as she got through it, then she would be able to use this power. When Pei Yuan heard this, he pressed down on his wheelchair, and he sat on it, and went out the door of the room. Gu Evening Qing also followed him out. After walking for almost 5 minutes, Pei Yuan came to another room. The room then opened, and inside was a teenager. The teenager's body was the same as the instrument Gu Evening Qing had on her before. "Rip it off." Pei Yuan opened his mouth, already making his way onto Gu Evening Qing. Gu Evening Qing wasn't sure why Pei Yuan had so much power, but she still pulled off all the instruments on this teenager. Sure enough, the teenager started to have the same reaction as her. And the end result was that the teenager did make it through. This made Gu Evening Qing a bit surprised. This Pei Yuan actually knew how to deal with the energy. When she turned back to Pei Yuan was staring at something again, and started to drift off into a daze. In the next few moments, Gu Evening Qing realized that not only had she awakened her supernormal abilities, but she had also inexplicably obtained a space. This space was like a 10-story building. The ground floor was like an ordinary big supermarket. And it was even possible to put things in it. This made Gu Evening Qing immediately understand. She didn't just have psychic abilities. She also had a space. And the appearance of such a thing was bound to not be so simple. So Gu Evening Qing knew if something big was going to happen in the future. It wasn't until a month later, when Gu Evening Qing and Wen Qingsheng had both recovered almost enough to live like normal people, that Pei Yuan took them underground. This was where all the crystals in the country were stored. And most of these crystals actually landed in no man's land. But it still left a lot of people dead in the country. It couldn't be helped because there really weren't many real no man's land for domestic businesses. Pei Yuan did feel a bit dizzy when he saw these crystals in front of him. It wasn't just because the energy on these crystals was very strong. It was also because these crystals carried a very strong zombie virus. It's just that this zombie virus hasn't been released. So ordinary people can't touch these crystals. So after Pei Yuan was reborn, he took over the matter of the crystals. Of course, it took some effort. What we need to do is get rid of the virus on this crystal so that the crystals can be used by humans. And to get rid of the virus, we still need your help, Pei Yuan said, his eyes turning to Wen Qingsheng. Wen Qingsheng felt a bit nauseous and dry heaving at this point. And when he saw Pei Yuan say this, he reached out and pointed at himself. It wasn't like he was a scientist or that kind of school bully who barely made it to high school and then was going to work odd jobs to earn high school tuition. After all, he was an orphan, and Grandma and Grandpa had a lot of people to take care of. And there were a lot of people younger and better than him who needed money. He's just hanging on by a thread. So he's still working on his own. As a result, he got into a car accident, but survived. As for what exactly happened when he was in the car accident, he doesn't remember. When he woke up, he was already in this place. And now there was someone saying that he had to rely on himself, which made Wen Qingsheng not know what to say for a while. Of course, it was true that he wasn't asked to come in person behind him. He was just asked to cooperate with those researchers. Although Wen Qingsheng was an errant student, he was also concerned about social news anyways. So when he saw those researchers that he had only seen on the news appear in front of him, Wen Qingsheng actually felt that his life was worth it. Of course, Gu Evening Qing also started her training. After all, originally, she used to be a martial arts blogger. Because she was a child born from a martial arts family. Gu Evening Qing had naturally practiced martial arts since she was a child. So swords, guns, swords, halberds and whips. Gu Evening Qing could use them all. She also had quite a few fans on some video platforms. It was just that this accident had really made her disappear from the platform. It also took Gu Evening Qing a long time to accept the death of her parents. But she was still alive. And she definitely wanted to live well. Now that almost half a year had passed, Gu Evening Qing wouldn't be too upset. Anyways, she was very lucky. Also because of her awakened psychic ability, coupled with the fact that the officials took care of the aftermath for her parents as well. Gu Evening Qing naturally became a natural part of the officials. But not someone who did things on the surface, but quietly. The rest of the time, Pei Yuan was thinking of ways to build a base to prepare food in advance. Base construction wasn't that hard. The hard part was the food. Ordinary people who didn't have the ability to go out and look for food would only starve to death. 10 years after the end of the world, the number of humans killed by zombies was not as many as the number of humans who killed each other for food. So whether it was a base or a weapon, in short, food was important. Then there was also the water source. As long as a filter could be produced to purify the zombie virus through Wen Qingsheng's special ability, then life in the future would at least not be that difficult. It's just that there are still more than 2 years to go. So I don't know if I'll be able to catch up. Even Pei Yuan thought about Jean having to talk to other countries about such things. But then after thinking about it, he thought better of it. After all, it's not like looking like a human is considered human. So Pei Yuan felt that as long as he managed his own country and his own people, it was enough. He wasn't exactly someone who could run a country. But his brother was still young. More than 2 years passed quickly. Even with Pei Yuan's and the officials' abilities, the end of the world still happened. It was even on time, without a single change. However, the officials had always done this kind of drills, because the officials naturally reacted very quickly. But while the officials had drilled, the residents hadn't. Even if they were more prepared, they naturally couldn't manage a population of nearly 2 billion. Plus, zombification was just overnight. So there was no time to prepare for it. So many people suddenly turned into zombies overnight. As for what the principle is, Pei Yuan hasn't been able to figure it out in these nearly 3 years. In short, with one person or a few people, or even just a country. It was impossible to stop this kind of calamity. And the first thing to determine was naturally the situation on the borderline of the country. If Pei Yuan was going, it was of course impossible for Gu Eveningqing, who was a bodyguard, not to go. If Gu Eveningqing was going, then Wen Qingsheng naturally had to go as well. There was also the dog Xiaotian that Gu Eveningqing had raised over the past few years. When Pei Yuan watched the car leave the base and head in the direction of the southwest, he knew that the gears of fate were beginning to spin. He just didn't know what the fate of their human race would be this time. Chapter 133, Extra Episode. Them. Coming soon. Welcome to National Line 3. This trip is 3,000 kilometers and 3.5 hours long. National Line 3 welcomes you. Yu Qingyang sat in the single luxury box, her eyes looking around with some curiosity. She had wandered around for 20 years. When she returned to the human cities again, she found that many of them had actually become green fields. But not a single zombie was left inside. She took the introduction book on the table. On it was an introduction of the entire China now. At this time, it was divided into the northern and southern cities. The north side was the alienated city, where the alienated people lived. The alienated people were the zombies from 20 years ago. But now they were separated by an energy wall. Alienated people have the lives of alienated people. Ordinary people have ordinary people's lives. Alienated people were allowed to enter the cities of ordinary people, but they had to wear monitors and tranquilizers on their bodies. After more than 10 years of human research, the zombies have finally regained their sanity. It's just that even though they regained their sanity, they still feed on blood and flesh. And of course, they don't remember their previous memories. And in these 10 years or so, the officials have given all the zombies a one-by-one check. The bodies of zombies that have eaten humans are detectable. So today's alienated people are all those who have not eaten humans. Of course, the technology nowadays was not something Yu Qingyang could imagine. When she purchased the ticket, she found out that her identity was an alienated person. It was also unknown how these people knew about it. In these 20 years, she had occasionally gone to Shaoji and got some things from that little shop of hers that could change her skin color and pupils. Of course, those things that restored Shaoji to being human. Yu Qingxian certainly had no way to use them. So when Gu Eveningqing found Shaoji in the first place, Shaoji didn't hide from Gu Eveningqing that it was because she had the system even though she was able to turn back into a human. She didn't have anything in her hand that would allow a zombie to turn back into a human. Thinking of Gu Eveningqing, Yu Qingyang didn't think that in the blink of an eye. She was 50 years old, and she had logically become a hero in the hearts of humans. Pei Yuan, on the other hand, was now the leader of the humans. Ever since she left the base, Gu Eveningqing would occasionally send her messages. Most of them were holiday wishes for her, and many reports on the results of her research. Of course, there weren't many humans who knew about her who provided the blood for this kind of thing. Yu Qingyang didn't care, because even if there was only her plasma, without those hundreds of researchers, there was no way to create the current life. And Yu Qishao also knew one more thing. That was the reason why the end of the world happened and wasn't leveled out with hot weapons, was also because those zombies were once human beings too. The motherland wouldn't really give up on them, even if the technology was not enough at that time. Then, there would be such technology in the future. There wasn't any reason to blame the zombies that hadn't eaten people. Of course, the zombies that had eaten people were all dragged off to be used as laborers. I heard that Knight was beaten into submission by Gu Eveningqing and later accepted the training. Gu Eveningqing even complained to her that although her talent was a bit higher than Shixingyu, her endurance really wasn't as good as Shixingyu's, and she was dying all day long. Yu Qingyang was taking photos on a mountain at that time. By the time she got off the mountain and received the news, it was already half a month later. Yu Qingyang had seen the training given to Shixingyu. Although for her, it did make it difficult for her in terms of learning. She had followed Shixingyu for a few lessons. Every number letter was recognized, but merging them together was a complete double take. She was like an illiterate person who only felt that it was a heavenly book with words and couldn't even listen to it for 3 minutes before falling asleep. That's why Yu Qishao felt that it must be difficult for him to let him study when Knight looked like a college student or a recent graduate. And for the training, or staying in a room with a shifter and a rare blood type, it would be a hell of a thing for Ah Yi to endure. But Ah Yi and Shixingyu were completely different. Shixingyu had followed himself for 3 days and starved for 9 meals. That endurance wasn't comparable to an ordinary zombie. Most importantly, during the time Yu Qingyang was at the base, Gu Evening Qing told Yu Qingyang about the reports she had received from different survivors all over the country that they had been attacked by a young zombie. Although it was said to be an attack, more often than not, they were saved by this zombie, because this walker only ate the bad guys that forced their way. There was even someone who had the guts to take a picture of the young zombie. Obviously, it was Shixingyu. Yu Qingyang was still a bit shocked when he learned of this news at the time. This was also why Gu Evening Qing had taken the initiative to find Shixingyu. Yu Qingyang felt that it wasn't completely unreasonable for Shixingyu to be chosen. That kid had really listened to what she had said. It was no wonder that Shixingtian had always remembered this younger brother as a good one. Not the kind of brother that hid his brother while he was small. And over the years, Shixingyu had also been in contact with Shixingtian, although there was no longer any memory of the past. But they had now created another 30 years of memories together. Now they had known each other for a much longer time than before. Of course, even though they were exalts, time hadn't stopped for them. Even if a shifter was much stronger physically than an ordinary person, it wasn't like a zombie who could live forever. According to Gu Evening Qing and their research, they could tell that an alien could probably live for 200 years, which was already the limit. However, right now, all the Xenos were at the age of young adults. So it wasn't very clear what happened to the Xenos after they aged. At least 30 years ago, there were also Alterans, who were over 40 years old. And at the moment, those people, even though they were now 70 or 80 years old, didn't have much of a change in their bodily functions compared to a few decades ago. In other words, the Alterans might have shortened the aging period of humans. After all, humans spent 20 years to grow up and 20 years to start a family, only to spend 40 years to grow old. The amount of time that humans could really master was not really that long. Those who marry early may go straight from children to parenthood. For those who marry late, the years after graduation are spent worrying about jobs, cars, and dealing with their parents urging to get married. Nowadays, human beings have very little time to live the way they want. Plus the long period of aging. Yu Qingyang suddenly felt that maybe zombification was really the evolution that solved this trouble for humans. After all, zombies can rest wherever they are. And they don't necessarily really need a house and car. And they don't have the ability to procreate. And one is a lonely spirit. And they don't have to worry about being rushed into marriage. Most importantly, as long as they fed and kept the energy in their bodies, they could stay alive. Of course, Gu Evening Qing was also worried that someone would privately use the zombies to study this kind of similar immortality. So she spent almost 3 years numbering and recording all the alienated people. If foreign zombies were used, then Gu Evening Qing wouldn't care too much. Zombies from other countries were not under her protection. Most importantly, even if someone did want to research it, they wouldn't do it on their own soil, because it would be easy to be discovered. Nowadays, technology was so advanced that not only the alienated people had records, but also the humans. Places like that kind of energy anomaly would immediately be locked. In other words, in this land of China, it was impossible to plot against it. Yu Qingyang knew that it was because several female leads were put together to have such a great ability. If it was an ordinary person, it would definitely not be possible. It was true that only those who had a heart of righteousness were heroes, while those who were only willing to protect themselves were the ordinary people. The people. Yu Qingyang didn't sit through the whole journey, but got off the express train in an hour, because the alienated people had their own exclusive passage. There would also be no contact with humans, unless it was necessary. It had been 20 years since she had entered the world of humans. After getting off the train, Yu Qingyang found a corner to cheer herself up, saying that she was sure she would be fine. She was just looking for Gu Evening Qing, and she wasn't interacting with anyone else. And Gu Evening Qing had actually been waiting here. She had directly used her privilege to enter the exclusive passageway for the alienated people. Those alienated people stared at her, but they were just looking. It was because this human in front of her was strong. So those alienated people also just looked at her and left. But Gu Wanqing didn't see Yu Qishao. After thinking about it, she headed for the drop-off point. Sure enough, she rounded a few pillars and saw in a very hidden corner, crouching in the corner not knowing what he was doing. But before Gu Evening Qing could say anything, Yu Qishao immediately stood up. In fact, she had sensed it when Gu Evening Harvest had just entered the passageway. But she still thought it would be better to wait for Gu Evening Harvest to come to her. That woman was a handful at finding her. As expected, When Gu Evening Clear appeared, Yu Qishao knew she had guessed correctly. Even though they had only met a few times in 20 years, they still knew each other well. What are you doing squatting here? Another 5 years have passed. How come it's still the same as before? Gu Evening Qing placed her hands in her coat pockets. It looked like she had just come out of the lab and was in a hurry to get to her. I'm just like this. Why should I change? Yu Qingxiao subconsciously patted her clothes before she carried her bag and followed Gu Evening Qing. This time, she came back to check on her body as well, because her blood didn't have the ability to regenerate. It was still different from other zombies. So every few years, Yu Qingyang had to find Gu Evening Qing to check her body. It had been another 5 years since he had come, and Yu Qishao felt like a country bumpkin every time he came to the human world. However, the buildings now weren't that tall, but they were earthquake resistant. There weren't that many humans now, and the houses didn't need to be built that high. Although the zombie crisis was lifted, natural disasters would not disappear. With Gu Evening Qing's current technological capabilities, they really didn't have the means to reverse nature yet. Therefore, the city's houses were able to avoid storms and rainstorms and earthquakes and the like as much as possible. On the entire planet today, earthquakes and tsunamis and whatnot were already commonplace. And the zombie creatures in the sea have evolved to a very scary level. There are no countries that can cross the sea safely. So the sea has returned to nature. Yu Qingyang was following Gu Evening Qing through the exclusive passageway and didn't come into contact with any humans. The body check was quick. Although Gu Evening Qing felt that she could let Yu Qingyang rest first. It wasn't like Yu Qingyang felt that he needed to rest. It was best to get these steps out of the way quickly. In almost half an hour, Yu Qingxiao's body check was done, because Yu Qishao didn't have the ability to heal herself. The blood in her body was used some less. So Gu Evening Qing didn't dare to draw much back then. Enough for experimentation was enough. After so many years had passed, the plasma in her body hadn't increased any further. Of course, according to the basic health of an alienated person, Yu Qingyang's body was in a very unhealthy state. Only this state was also the state from 30 years ago. And nothing had changed. Only after checking her body did Gu Evening Qing take Yu Qingxiao to the place where she was resting. As soon as she opened the door, Yu Qingxiao saw 2 familiar zombies playing games in the house. These 2 zombies were Shixingyu and All Night. After all, the North City side belonged entirely to these 2 alienated people in management. Although they were the ones managing it, they spent more time in South City, mainly because they stayed in the North City. Those zombies would not be able to carry on with their normal lives due to the pressure of the 2 of them. Shixingyu and Ah Yi also instantly sensed Yu Qingxiu's aura and turned around to see Yu Qingxiao and Gu Evening Qing standing at the door. Seeing the 2 of them playing games in this place, Gu Evening Qing didn't pay them any mind and instead led Yu Qingxiao to her room. On this floor, apart from an extremely large living room, the rest were all rooms. These rooms were for alienated people. Not only would Shixingyu and Ah Yi come over, but there were also other advanced alienated people who would also come over to live. This was because the energy absorbed by the advanced alienated people would sometimes be overloaded. The main reason was that they didn't need to find food nowadays, and they didn't need to fight with other alienated people. So these energies naturally couldn't be consumed. If they couldn't consume it, then these advanced alienated people would also fall into a berserk phase. Entering the berserk phase, then they would cause very serious damage. That's why these advanced alienated people would regularly come to this place to channel their energy. And as soon as Yu Qingliang came in, these 2 alienated people stopped playing the game. But after being glared at by Gu Evening Qing, they didn't follow. But when Gu Evening Qing left, Yu Qingxian's door was knocked on. Yu Qingxiao treated it as if she didn't hear it. It wasn't until the door to her room was about to be demolished by these 2 alienated people that Yu Qingxian opened the door. However, after Yu Qingxiao opened the door, the 2 of them fell into silence. It was as if they didn't know what to say. Seeing that they had nothing to say, Yu Qingxiao spoke first. You guys go ahead and play the game. Don't worry about me. I'll leave in a couple of days. After saying this, Yu Qingxiao closed the door again. The entire room was then quiet. She took a tablet and then tapped on one of the apps, which contained the streets of the entire southern city as well as various cities. She could go anywhere she wanted. This was an app that Gu Evening Qing and Court Lady Wen had researched in recent years. Of course, this app was unique to Yu Qishao herself. In other words, it was the only one of its kind in the world. In the past, Yu Qingyan liked to wander around the city. And that was because there were no humans. But now that there were indeed many humans in South City, it was naturally impossible for Yu Qingxiao to go shopping. So there was this one app. It allowed Yu Qingxiao to go shopping in an immersive environment. And these places could purchase things. Of course, the payment did not require Yu Qingxiao to pay. But Yu Qingxiao just really went shopping and didn't buy anything. After coming out, Yu Qingxiao passed the photos and videos taken in these years to Gu Evening Qing. In these 20 years, Yu Qingxiao had really gone to a lot of places. Of course, it was only places that could be crossed on foot. Crossing the sea was impossible. She had witnessed the demise of some humans and the rise of others. Of course, Yu Qingyan also knew that not all humans were as eternally united as the country she was in. But she still couldn't do anything to help, and could only silently pass by and take some videos and photos. Yu Qingxiao sometimes understood what Gu Evening Qing was requesting herself to do. After all, the essay she wrote in primary schools. Decades later, society had evolved. Now she had sort of seen the picture of the city she had imagined in her early childhood. This made Yu Qingxian suddenly feel that it was actually quite good that she wouldn't die. Maybe in the future, one could really resurrect dinosaurs. She really wanted to see a dinosaur. Thinking of this, Yu Qingxiao sent a message to Gu Evening Qing. If I keep living, will I see dinosaurs? Gu Evening Qing was a bit surprised when she saw Yu Qingxi's words. But there was a smile on her face. 20 years had finally given her some thoughts of living. In the past, every time she came back to check her body, she would discuss the matter of whether or not to bury her with herself. This was the first time Yu Qingyan said if she could live forever. As long as you live long enough, you can see everything. Yu Qingxiao looked at Gu Evening Qing's reply. Even though she knew that her words were baiting her to live all the time, Yu Qingxiao was now someone who had seen the world. It wouldn't be that easy to die. But in a few tens or hundreds of years, you already be dead. Right? Yu Qingxiao thought of an important question. If Gu Evening Qing died, then she wouldn't have many acquaintances left. Then who would contact her in the future? Gu Evening Qing felt a bit amused when she saw Yu Qingxia's blunt words. As she was about to reply, Yu Qingxiao sent another message over. You're so powerful. Are you able to resurrect people? Or rebirth them or something like that? You add up. Gu Evening Qing looked at this message and was somewhat helpless. What was this little girl fantasizing about? If these technologies really existed, then there would be no need to divide the entire country into South City and North City. Those alienated people wouldn't be able to recover their memories, much less become the same person they were. It was precisely because she couldn't do this right now that Gu Evening Qing wanted Yu Qingxian to keep living. As long as she lived, then she would be able to suppress the group of advanced alienated people in North City. She tried as much as possible to have Yu Qingxian come back every few years for the same reason. Gu Evening Qing couldn't live long enough to control the changes in the future. And while she believed that her descendants could do better, she couldn't control the alienated people's side. She needed a lock on these alienated people. Although she knew that she was indeed using Yu Qingxian, it was all she could do. And while Yu Qingxian certainly knew why Gu Wanqing wanted her to stay alive, she felt that Gu Wanqing really had a lot of worries. After all, the life of an alienated person nowadays was much better than in the past, when they would still be killed by humans while roaming around. That was why Yu Qingyan felt that the alienated people would not really rebel. Never mind. Who made her an angel, Yu Qingyan? After she saw the message sent by Gu Evening Qing, she replied back with, Actually, it's mainly because you're not here anymore. I don't have any acquaintances in this town, so I won't come when the time comes. But Gu Evening Qing obviously didn't eat this. Then you'll just go to find Shixingyu and on night when the time comes. Recently the alienated people have also begun to learn about medicine related. Don't worry. They are all taught by Lucy personally. If they are not qualified, they won't be released to go back. There's also that app. I've fixed all the updating procedures as well, roughly installing 500 copies of the updates. And in the future you won't have to contact the human beings when buying things. Yu Qingxiao looked at Gu Evening Qing's text message that looked like it was explaining the aftermath and rushed to Gu Evening Qing's office in a hurry. This Gu Evening Qing couldn't be dying of some terminal disease. Gu Evening Qing had just put down her mobile phone to talk to Shixing Tian about the new experiment when the door was slammed open with a bang. Yu Qingxiao was seen walking in with a hint of panic on her face. Shixing Tian was also a bit surprised, although she knew that Yu Qingxian had come back. But thinking that Yu Qingxian was socially terrified, She didn't take the initiative to look for her. But she didn't think that she would take the initiative to come. Good evening, Qing. You're not going to die. Are you? As soon as Yu Qingxiao entered the room, she said something that shocked the two of them. Of course, in the end, it was just an oops. As Good evening Qing felt that with Yu Qingxiang leaving, she probably wouldn't be able to contact her for another few years. And it was still easier to communicate with Yu Qingxiang by text. Yu Qingxiang heard this, and then left Good evening Qing's room, continuing to communicate with her using messages. As Shi Xingtian watched Good evening Qing's communicator light up again, and display a message from Yu Qingxian, she couldn't help but say, "It's still you who knows her best." That was also learnt from Sister Shi. I'm still far from it. Good evening Qing smiled. After all, in those 10 years, the one who had the most contact with Yu Qingxiao was Shi Xingtian. In Yu Qingxi's words, it was that staying by Shi Xingtian's side would be safer and not uncomfortable. After a few days, Good evening Qing and the girls all received a message from Yu Qingxian saying that she was leaving again. I'll come back to see you guys in a few years. Give my regards to Xiao Ji. I'll go see the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I wasn't with it when it passed away. I'll stay by its side for a while longer. Then I'll see you next time. Good evening Qing looked at this message, and could only helplessly shake her head. Regarding her safety, Good evening Qing wasn't worried. This was because she would pass her a punch card photo every time she arrived at a new place. She would also take pictures of the novelty zombies she encountered and ask them if they wanted one, so she could mail one back to them when the time came. Of course, the return is sudden, waiting for her to get to her doorstep before messaging you. When she left, too, she didn't send her a message until the person had run off somewhere. Forget it. She still has a lot of work to do. She can't die for a while. They are destined to come the day long.